All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to OTW News, the Grand Rising Show number 11. Just going for a mic check real quick. How's the sound, guys?
Sounding good.
All right, so let's
Beautiful,
keep going on with the
beautiful. Unlike
show.
mine.
I'm going to welcome Mr. Freedom Grower and Mr. Moose, who is now the newfound producer of Mr. Jack Talcott. So, welcome, sirs, to the stream. Very grateful to have you guys with us this morning. And I'm going to let Freedom start, and then I'll let Moose take the mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, guys and gals, theys and thus, ises and wers. Today we have an amazing broadcast for you. Exciting, stimulating, very affable, amicable. Mr. OTW is going to present us with some interesting ideas about freedom and rights. And I think that's what the broadcast was about, right?
Yeah, well, we got a multitude of subjects today. We most likely
You changed
go,
the title of it, didn't you?
fiddle around with them. We
Did
got,
you change it to?
all right.
Or no, that was your thumbnail that had that in it, right? Somewhere I saw rights and freedoms.
It's right here. I'm going to show you right there. It's an
There we
overlay.
go. Natural law and human rights.
Yeah. So what I did was it's because that overlay was up when you popped in backstage before we started the show. Yeah.
That's
So
right. That's what I was
yeah. So that's going to be one of the topics. This is one of the topics for today. I'm going to do a quick rundown of the topics, and then I'll let Moose, have a few words. So
I just
yeah,
shot your wad. I blew your whole presentation.
yeah.
there. I
It's
apologize.
okay. You. It's all right. I mean,
Jesus, I just
he's
need
gonna
to
have
shut
to
up.
say it. Let me put my
Gonna-
earphones on.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself.
No, don't. Okay, all right. So we got natural law and human rights today. We also have the evolution of common law. We will be backtracking on the law of attraction, which I find is actually a good mix with the other two subjects. Inspirational stories, most likely connected to common law, natural law, and the law of attraction. Then we'll dive deep into probably spirituality, and what all of this would most likely entail is self improvement overall, ladies and gentlemen. So we are breaking down these topics where we're, funneling down through how do you say that? We're like passing it through filters, right? So every day I'm gonna filter out the topics that weren't popular the previous day and come up with new topics the next day. And now after three live streams in a row, I've already pretty much narrowed it down to some pretty interesting topics up until now. So all right, so Moose.
What was not interesting? I'm curious. Do you have a list of like what didn't make the cut,
Yeah, I do actually. I can tell you that in a minute.
or just
Moose.
top ahead like some of the things?
Also, I'm
that
just gonna
didn't
let
work?
Moose say something here, Freedom.
Sure.
Hey, Moose, welcome to the stream. How you doing, sir? Moose. All right, then I'll get back to the. I'll get
Sleeping
back
on the
to this.
job.
It's all right. He's probably occupied right now. I'm gonna add another panelist to the stream. We have Mr. Christos Deliopolis, ladies and gentlemen. Give a warm welcome.
Hey, thanks for starting this later. It gave me a morning to compose myself and wake up before you started.
Right, you're gonna have to do something about your mic, my friend. Unfortunately, you
That's a
came in
cool
late.
effect, though, Christos. How you get that like agonizingly, annoyingly, just ice pick to the forehead kind of sound.
Oh, he's gonna come back in.
Good job.
He has this audio issues sometimes. All right, so we got Moose that's back. I guess he was setting up something. All right, hey Moose, what's up, dude?
So I just wanted to say, it might, since I'm a world famous producer now, Mr. Talcott, he's rising, he's rising in the ranks right now. I
I
guess.
saw that yesterday. That was absolutely insane. Live on stream, the freaking subs went up like it was just crazy, man. Crazy. I was like,
I
oh my
think
God,
someone's
this guy's-
messing with us. To be honest, I think someone out there is like they either feel bad for us or they feel like they're trying to help us or something like that.
What? Somebody
I
created
honestly
25
don't know.
accounts.
And just subscribed because they were like, we love you, Mr. Talcott. But yeah, So the thing is I think you should give it a couple more days, because some subscribers don't make it every day. So you may think that one part of the show is not a hit, but it might be a hit on another day when you have other guests. It might also, yeah, it might be dependent on the guests that you bring up that day, like what topic kind of flies. So my suggestion, I'm not trying to be rude, is to keep it open ended and possibly keep those questions or those topics for when the guest can hop in and really like dive deep.
You
But
mean like
thanks for coming out.
recycle? You mean like recycle the topics that weren't so popular and try and bring them back and see if they were to be more successful on a different day
Yeah,
with,
yeah,
with different
definitely,
panels?
because they're
Yeah, okay, I
different
like that.
crowd might actually because certain people don't show up on Sundays. They're at church, like Talcott, or they're sleeping in. And that's the thing about Talcott. And you might want to take a note out of his book. The more he puts his feet up, the better his show goes. Um, Also, with that, I just want to thank everybody for coming out today. Throw a like, share, subscribe for this man. Help him rise to the greatness that he should achieve. And thank you. I yield.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that, and commend you for the brand new job that you found yourself on Jack Talcott's team as a co-host producer, if you will. And I really think that you're doing a good job, Moose, and you guys are actually making a good team, which is really surprising in my opinion, but not surprising in another sense, because I knew that you had talent, and I know that Jack is still a very good front man. So no, I think you guys got a prominent future on YouTube, and you might, I think you guys gonna go far, as long as you guys keep it serious and respectable between you two, and hopefully your past is behind you guys, and you're really working hard towards something great. And we're gonna welcome Cage to the stream and Mr. Christos de Leopolis. Good grand rising, gentlemen, and welcome to the stream.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Peace, Cage. Christos opens his camera but leaves his car. I love this. This is great. So Freedom, I was Moose just left. Freedom, I was wondering what's your thoughts on the. Oh yeah, you asked me a question. You asked me what were the previous topics. Okay, so the previous topics were, oh my god, this is so small. Jesus. Let me think here.
We were getting into magnetite yesterday. And I was on
Okay, yeah, we had crystals and their healing properties, which was yesterday. I took out that was yesterday astrology and the birth chart, the tarot cards I took out, and I also took out was it health and wellness? Yeah, and I also took out relationships. What was this one?
Hey, I agree with what Moose said, OTW. Some of these things might be prevalent later on. Like,
right, exactly. But they're not
Mhm.
buried in the ground topics. I just remove them and replace them. It's like I'm trying to do a rotation where, But I agree with Moose as well. I had gratitude and positivity that I also removed. So to replace them with other topics that I find are going to be relevant to the show as well, though. That being said, we are 8:44 a.m. here in Montreal, Canada. Is 1 degree Celsius, and it's still cloudy for the third day in a row. So yeah, it's the 19th of April, and we are going strong here on OTW News. We started off the panel with a legendary panelists here, guys, who have been working the flow for months now, and this is great. I'm glad to have you guys up here with me. And Freedom, I hope that tea of yours is really good. Were you serious when you said you were passing stones, or were you doing a bit there?
Yeah, I'm actually unfortunately down now to one testicle, one extremely inflamed testicle, but it's worth it. I'm committed to the tea. I'm going to show up regardless of the consequences. This is what I've committed to, and this is what I've become. So we're going to keep going.
All chemical gallstones, all chemical fucking kidney stones out here. Fuck it.
Exactly. Right on point.
Right. So, hey, Christos, welcome to the stream. You'd like to share your thoughts for this beginning Grand Rising show, to start this all off with a bang and get this conversation going.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, my friend.
So, well, let me just say first, before I say anything, you didn't happen to throw one of those banners up and you had like a certain topic we were starting with, did you? Is this kind of freestyle right now? I was walking around, so I didn't see if you like had a topic that we were starting on. That's all.
No, actually, we haven't started a topic right away.
Okay, that's perfect.
I figured I'd let the time for the viewers to come and slowly come on in, and at the same time, let's all have our coffee, smoke our doobies, do what we got to do, and chop it up until we decide to really get into a topic that we're interested in. Maybe I'll have, since Freedom was the first one backstage, maybe I'll get Freedom to choose the first topic for today. Actually, that's what I was thinking I was going to do. You like that idea too,
All right.
Freedom?
Yeah, I like to choose. I like to
All right.
control. Give me the reins. I'll steer the ship. Out of the options you gave me, I like the first one, rights and freedoms, because it's a controversial subject and people have a lot of different boundaries in their mind of what, is worth standing for and not worth standing for. And people talk about license plates and lack of license plates. So I like that one. But if you want to save that one for later, because maybe Paul will come in, I could understand why you'd do that.
Right.
Oh, see, you just sold another. You fucking dude.
I'm a genius. Self-proclaimed, of course.
So this guy is like.
You do not want to see my IQ test, but aside from that,
he's giving away all my little gems that I wanted to give out to you guys today, and tell you that we might have a surprise guest today. But I guess Mr. Paul Enslaved might show up to join the stream. I invited him yesterday. Who knows? He said he'd accept, but doesn't mean it might be today. It could be tomorrow or Friday. But that being said, I brought the subjects up that might interest him. So maybe we could just like he might be still sleeping at this time. I don't know what he's doing. So and I don't even know if there's like that time difference between him and where we are and where he is, and how that works.
I always get it confused because he's in Arizona, and Arizona has some weird thing with daylight savings, and I thought they were getting rid of I can't keep up with it, man. I don't watch the news. Do we even have daylight savings anymore? And
they're getting rid of it.
They're getting rid of it. Oh, so they're getting rid of that. You change the time for like the rising of the sun and the setting of the sun. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because the reason I say is it was for the longest time, half of the year, Arizona was the same time as us in Colorado, and then half of the year they were, an hour ahead of us.
Wow, that's weird.
Isn't that strange?
Yeah, it is.
Because they wouldn't shift and we would.
Wow. Okay. So, fuck, I forgot what I was going to say, but it's going to come back.
You were just saying timeline for Paul, and he's maybe an hour off of us.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right. So, that being said, I got something prepared, actually. Got a couple of videos set up for that topic in particular. So, that's going to be interesting. So I just wanted to mention that, we got a bunch of people watching right now. So why don't you go ahead and hit that like button, share this out, and help support the channel and get some viewers in here and some participants, people who would like to share their opinions on the topics and, have a great show today. The past two shows have been epic, and hoping for another epic show today. But I'm pretty sure the way it's starting out, we got a lot of people here. We got our panelists up here, Mr. Cage, Mr. Christos, and Mr. Dick. So welcome to you guys, and welcome to everybody in the chat and all the viewers that are watching right now that are not in chat. So thank you everyone for being here, and let's move on with the show. We will be, I guess, commencing the show with a certain topic. I really don't want to start with a topic. I just want to chop it up with you guys a bit. You know why? Because I figured like we can seep in the topics during our conversation when we might hit a focal point where all right, bang, I'm going to hit the topic, and that's what we're going to talk about. So you guys have anything you'd like to say? Like we had like some pretty epic streams yesterday. I mean, we had the Jack Talcott one. We also had Mr. Lumitani. Tommy was creating chaos everywhere. Even went over to Sovereign Souls stream last night where he had Brian Stavely and Cage. You were there, and friggin'
Yeah, I wasn't there for
Illumina-
long. I was there for like 20 minutes and like, fuck this shit, I left.
Yeah, but it was a
It
great
gets
conversation.
it gets a little too crazy after.
Yeah, the
Wait,
conversation was
did-
actually really good.
We're just gonna loop.
did something
fucking
happen
reverse
later
fucking-
on after the good conversation? Did
No,
people
no.
come in and
Illumitami
become
showed up.
Same
explosive?
thing, man.
Oh,
The
okay.
Earth's flat. People arguing about the Earth's flat. It's fucking retarded. I feel like I'm in a mental asylum. You know what I mean? It's just like it's too much. I'm gonna get enough of
Yeah,
this
all these
holographic
boxes, all these metaversal boxes, right? Yep. Panopticon or whatever it's called.
It's always the dichotomy, right? Here's a good fucking subject. Well, how come it always has to be a dichotomy? It has to be left, right. It has to be fucking, it always has to be one or the other with everything. And I think this is an archetype that's instilled to divide and conquer in a way.
And it's funny. I was having that issue yesterday with MC Nemesis, where he had that right left paradigm engraved in his soul seemingly, and But after our heated conversation, he left by saying, "Okay, I'm going to go do some research and I'll be back." So I said, "Yeah, go do that. Do some research." So I agree with you, Cage. Yeah, there's a certain level of dualism that eventually you get saturated, and you want to meet like-minded individuals who don't have like a two-minded perspective where they're always being biased in a certain regard and always actually trying to get you to be either on one side or the other side, and you can't see these people push you to try to choose, and because they want to either make you their enemy or make you their friend, but they can't have you as a neutral party. So I yield.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say it seems like what I've gathered somewhat is that this realm naturally has ingrained these dualistic properties, but the thing is, it's not supposed to be purely just like, oh, this realm is all duality. Like, no, there definitely is the grayscale, but it seems the powers that shouldn't be take advantage of the dualistic nature of this reality and twist it. Because I feel what I feel is that humanity, to a certain degree, knows and appreciates intrinsically on a deep level what that duality is and what it serves, but there's also the knowledge that comes along with that of alchemizing that dualistic nature and transcending it into something greater, like a better form of duality or even beyond duality, and trinitize the shit. So, but the thing is, the powers that shouldn't be have um, basically like perverted, I think, a natural dualistic order that exists within this realm, and that's why they're getting away with it so well in many ways, because they're playing into something that is technically a natural part of here, but they're taking it to a level and scale that is out of balance, not natural, and is toxic and parasitic.
No,
They're
you see,
exploiting that archetype.
and
Exactly.
you guys are actually directing the conversation to where I think I wanted it to go, actually. So I think we're gonna follow up with natural law and human rights, guys, because this is what it's all about, and what they're doing to transgress these rights and prevent us from being in sync with the natural law. Instead, we're being bound to maritime laws and different types of laws. And I have a little list here of these laws that many people are probably not aware of. You have that's one of the actually, this is one of the titles that I wanted to talk about, because I want to bring this up as well, is the evolution of common law, and its impact on society. So and what happens is, here we have different types of laws, right? So you have common law, you have natural law, you have international laws. You also have the role of treaties in international law. You have the law of torts. You also have natural resource laws, the doctrine of precedent law. The doctrine of precedent, which I guess is another law, and you have also the role of no, okay, that's not it, but that's a good topic actually. The role of equity in in common law. So these are the types of things that are all encompass what natural law and common law and also maritime laws, all in one. So like, I just like made a list yesterday of all these things. I did a little bit of research, guys. So since we're going to go into natural law, natural law and human rights, it encompasses exploring the principles of natural law and their implications for human rights, including the right to life, liberty, and property, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the overall theme of this topic. So, gentlemen, do I have any opinions on this topic, and or do you have any great information you'd like to share with us?
Well, I think it's a walking contradiction, my views on this, because fundamentally, I think we don't have any life, liberty, or property because we're just sojourners here traveling through, and it's just a vapor here today, gone tomorrow, and there's nothing that we're going to be able to build here that will sustain, at least from a practical standpoint, of the illusion of solidarity. But from a spiritual standpoint, I think much of the decisions that we make here are consequential, and perhaps the level of autonomy we have in that other perspective of the spiritual part of self. Because I don't really see, a beginning to time or space, any of this kind of bullshit. To me, the illusion of form is just another side of spirit. It's held up by the building blocks of spirit. So it's just a reflection, maybe a slower moving energy, but something we can play with. And it's always been there. It's like a yin and a yang. So we go back to this Hegelian dialectic. Why is there always a yin and a yang? Why is there always a Republican and a Democrat? Perhaps it just shows how simple-minded we become, because you don't have to play a chess game where it's me against Christos. You could play a four-way chess game. You could, we could design all kinds of different ways to communicate and interact for both work and pleasure that would be more inclusive. But I don't want it done from a socialist standpoint. I don't want a heavy iron fist doing any of these things. So I think it comes down to individual accountability. When we get back to rights and freedoms, you have to be willing to stand for it, or you don't have it. So if you think you have a right, if you're not willing to die for it, it ain't a right. And if you're willing to die for it, be ready to, because in general, you're going to be challenged at some point. Somebody's going to test you. I yield.
Absolutely.
So you're
Absolutely
saying
right.
rights aren't inherently given; they're earned in a way.
No, I'm saying that if you're not willing to stand for it, it will be. You can still classify it as a right that you should have the dignity for yourself to stand for it. But the reality is you're not going to have anything that embodies that around you if you're not willing to stand for it. I mean, a coward dies 1,000 deaths, right? The valiant dies but once. If you want to sit there and
So in a sense, you're saying you have to earn your rights in a way.
Well, works without faith is dead. So they're always tied together. It's a gift from the Most High to even have that perspective, and it shows your spirituality, just the essence that you have that ability to look within and see a conscience that sears you, that shows you good, right, and true. So that's all beautiful. But what is it worth if you don't, for lack of a better term, execute or put that into play? You have to actually move on the information, or it's worthless.
You need action.
So I have a question for you, Dick. So, what is natural law, and how does it, relate to human rights?
Yeah, I'm definitely not qualified to answer it from the standpoint of like a textbook definition or like a Black's Law definition. But my intuition or hunch is natural law is your observance of nature and how things work outside of maybe even consciousness, just the natural design of things. And, you often see people will say like eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. I get real into gray area with this stuff because it goes back to eye for an eye. Everybody's blind. It's like we can't go around without empathy or compassion or some level of discernment in how we try to create justice. But at the same time, I don't want a governing of a mental. I just want to work with communal, local, like-minded people to accomplish these things. And the only thing I would ever see at a collective level would be a need for some kind of militarized system to, protect the individual liberties. And I think that was the initial intention of all this. Will we ever get to that? Probably not. It seems like The slaves want their tyranny. They want the governing of their mental. It's there for a reason. If you took it away tomorrow, there would be mass mayhem, blood in the streets. The people would eat each other alive. So the only thing that's keeping even any semblance of peace right now is this thing that a lot of us on here say we're not supporting or don't like, which is the government.
It's
Now, does it
through
do a bunch of
fear.
corrupt, atrocious things? Of course. It's not justified in that sense, but it's what the people have built because they're corrupt. So it's just a reflection of who they are. And I don't think you
it's
get,
all fear based, right?
yeah, you don't get liberties or rights unless you're willing to stand for it.
You're absolutely right
What
here.
is
And you know
this?
what? Here's an example of what you could like. It's one of the first things that you should step into when you're discovering this path of common law and you know how the system really works. So for people who don't know, this is Justinian deception, and he has you know a really good insight on this topic. I've been following Justinian deception for a while, so I am familiar with what Paul talks about, and here is one of the starting things, like one of the first things you should do when you're embarking on this adventure, if you want to call it that, for lack of a better term. So I just brought up this little video real quick, guys. It lasts, well, it does last 44 minutes, but I mean, it doesn't mean we have to watch it all, right?
Holy
So anyway, I'm gonna-
smackaroons. Was I that boring? I'm that terrible of you're gonna stick a 44-minute video up. We can't keep communicating here, huh?
No, that's what I
apologize,
was saying. I thought
guys.
it was like 40. I thought
No,
it was like
that
40.
was good. That was good for
4
you.
minutes.
man.
Yeah, you were really down with it, man. But I was okay. All right, so let's get Cage's point of view.
Because
on
we
this.
got to speak from the heart on these things, and it's tough. And then you realize, you know, how many things you could die for and probably will die for, because we're
Well,
all going to
you
be
know
pushed to
what?
the edge in some sense. You know, it's like
Well,
this.
people nowadays, like they don't have any incentive to be good people, right? So you gotta have to instill kind of fear in them if you want to have any sort of a regular fucking life around them. You know, I've learned that growing up and shit. Like no one's gonna take you serious. No one's gonna pay you back your money or take you seriously unless they have some sort of fear of you. You know what I mean?
No,
Or leave
that's
you
not
alone.
true. I mean, I had relations with people that had dignity and integrity, and
No, well, those are good
I didn't have to
people.
instill
I'm
any
saying,
fear.
yeah, no, those
know?
are good people though. I'm talking if
Yeah.
you're dealing like when I was like a younger kid dealing with these certain types of individuals, right? Some people will not conform. Some people don't have a moral compass, you know, at all. Like you said, if like the thing people hate so much that they rely on, if that went all the way, people would rip each other apart, right?
Yeah,
Like the fucking purge out there. Yeah, because they're afraid to go to jail. That's what it is.
I remember this dude ripped me off when I was just becoming an adult, and I had some stuff that you're not supposed to have, and I gave it to him, and he was supposed to sell it for me, right, and give me the money, and it all didn't work out. Of course, you know, he was drunk and high and at the bar and spent all the money on himself and ladies and didn't give it to me. And I really had to come to the conclusion, though, I knew going into that deal, it was going to be a bad deal. This guy did not have integrity. I saw the signs. I made my own bed, you know, like I got to fucking realize that God actually gave me the intuition to know better. I could have followed the small, still nudging voice in me that said, don't do this deal. So there, you know, you can get all mad and angry at people, but a lot of times we connect ourselves with disingenuous,
Oh, it's
poor
your own
presenting
fault at the
people.
end of the day. Yeah, it's your own fault.
We knew. Yeah. And we just thought maybe for some reason we'll win the lottery. It'll work out for us. But you knew that guy was an asshole. You shouldn't have worked with him on any level.
The
Of
lottery
course,
is
yeah.
poor man's tax, man. You know, I don't play lottery. I don't give my money to a fucking pre-fucking organized kind of fucking lottery. I don't even believe that's real. You know, I think like they say somebody wins, but nobody really wins, and I think it's a scam.
What about a friendly bet, though?
Yeah, I guess a friendly bet would be between two honorable people, obviously, because the person has
Oh,
to
man.
respect the bet.
Yeah, I played chess for money with friends and shit. We played chess and just like, yeah, and then we'll go for fucking hours because you know one of us wins and then like, oh, like, you know, double or nothing type thing, or like you know, like it just goes forever after. That's like fucking.
I
What
like
do you
doing
think of
that.
the whole just the stuff you've been hearing on Paul's channel, OTW. You know, is that kind of what inspires you to talk on this?
Well, I figured that it would be a good topic because it's something that Paul brings up, and it's another topic that I haven't looked over in
I guess I
any
should
amount
clarify.
of
I meant
time.
more in relation to the license plate, and
Well, honestly,
and then trust.
Paul is the second person I see who
Well,
went and
what's with
defended
the
himself
license?
for.
Sorry, OTW. What's with the license plate thing? What is that?
Yeah, so Uniform Commercial Code definition of travel or driving. There's like a differentiation between commercial use versus private use, and depending on how you characterize what you're doing, and in fact what you are doing, determines your level of need to be licensed or registered. And so, in a lot of cases, people are foregoing any registration because they're not operating in a commercial capacity. So maybe they'll put private property on the vehicle or create some kind of plate of their own or do nothing at all. And so they have interactions. If you haven't seen the one with Paul, it is actually a really uh, great example of how that police supposedly citizen, which we are not, bridge can be gapped because there was communication there where common ground of humanity was reached. And that was the whole premise, was that he had the
Wait.
right
So
to travel without registration, and the cop in that particular one was able to reason with him and see where he was coming from.
Exactly.
okay.
And this is actually, I've seen another man do this before, but it was a very old man, and he had filmed his day in court, actually defending himself with because of the same type of thing for travel, the right to travel. And he was arrested and brought to court for not having a license plate and this and that, or driver's license was revoked, and or something like that. It was a long time ago. It's like 5 or 6 years ago that I've watched this video, right? So then Paul was actually the second person I've seen who did that. So that what piqued my curiosity. But I had already known about the birth certificate and all of the
Yeah.
like
Well,
I knew about the maritime laws. I knew about all these the deception of how our governments are implanted into our lives, and it's like,
yeah, but it's
but
not
I
really
never
restricting your
really.
right though to travel because with this, right, like you're operating a vehicle that's thousands of pounds and you have the life and you could fucking kill people in that. You know how many accidents happen? So yeah, you need some sort of accountability, right? I don't
When I
know.
was
Like there
growing
there
up,
has to
they
be
used
some
to
sort of
drill
a
that in
system
my
or something.
head, Cage, that driving is not a right, it's a privilege. Driving is not a right, it's a
No,
privilege.
it's a right. It's a right, but it's like, what about other people's rights to be safe? What if you go and just fucking murder somebody, and then what?
Yeah, but I mean, you in essence are a weapon of mass destruction. You yourself are, if you are unhinged and unchecked
Yeah,
in
he's right.
regards to the boundaries of your mind. So this comes back to the very premise of, like, you're going to regulate anything that can do harm. Did it do harm, loss, or injury or not? That's the question. And if
Well,
you're not accountable or responsible, I can get uh, where you're coming from too, Cage. I'm not just trying to
No,
see it
well,
as
no, I'm saying
red
like
or
I'm saying
blue, right?
I think the truth usually lies somewhere in the middle, right?
Yeah.
Not going to one extreme or the other. There needs to be obviously people need to learn how to drive and be safe on the road. Like, should somebody be able to like get fucking hammered and drive or no?
No, and
yeah,
that's why we have these policy
Okay.
officers and we have this governing of the mental, because you do have a bunch of fucking morons running
That's
around
what I
causing
mean.
loss,
People
harm,
are
and
idiots,
injury, and
man.
with no intention of
You
making
don't
it right.
exactly.
but
You don't
yeah, but
understand
the
how
people
fucking
that
dumb people are. You need kind of rules and
yeah,
shit.
but
You
listen,
need some
Cage,
sort of
people
structure.
that are intelligent people should know, and the officers or the policy enforcers should also know that these people they have brains. They're not drugged up or fucking on any alcohol or anything, and they're transporting their property from one place to another, from A to B. I mean, I think that a policy enforcer should have at least enough critical thinking to realize that, okay, this is not some junkie or some freak who was trying to break the
Yeah,
law,
I
if
hear
you will.
you.
It's a
Yeah, and
normal
that's
human
Yeah,
all I
but
really
beings.
people.
want out of the deal.
No, yeah, but
I mean,
people. You know what people do
Because
too.
people
Sort of.
pay for fucking dumbasses who drink and drive and use the vehicle as a weapon, because you could put a
That
loaded gun
happened
in
here.
somebody's hand.
That happened here in Toronto. Some guy ran down like 30 people and killed like a dozen people. in the city with a van that he rented.
Well, there you
Yeah.
go. I mean, and did he have a license?
Yeah, he did.
There you go. So he had a license to kill.
Pretty much.
There you go. So that's another controversial subject right there.
What's that? A
Well, we're
license to
giving
kill?
people. Well, yeah, we're giving people permits to get into cars and fucking run down 30 people with them.
Well, yeah, I think he would.
I missed it. In what regard? It was like because it's a bigger vehicle.
No,
No,
he would have done the
Kate-
shit either way, like with or without a license. But what I'm saying is, like even like this, yeah, if you want plates, you just get a crack at $30. You get some plates. You know, he goes and fucking takes them, you put them on, you can do whatever you want with them. All I'm saying is, yeah, like there's always ways around, right? Like people, no matter what laws you instill, it's only gonna be applicable to certain people that follow laws. Like some people don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? At all. So like,
Well,
no
yeah, but
rules
I
are gonna
mean,
change that.
fundamentally, would you agree that all these systems should be based off voluntarism?
Of course, shouldn't be forced, but at the same
There you
time,
go.
it's like I don't know. If it's a sticky
Well, see,
situation, right?
that's why I asked, because what you sounded earlier, what you're saying earlier, didn't sound like it was voluntary. It was that you gotta regulate these people.
Well,
no,
See,
like,
I
all
think the law
depends.
enforcement,
like,
they
you need
actually need
some
to be
sort of-
educated. If you
Yeah,
don't mind me
you
making
need,
just
like-
this one point,
yeah.
they need to be educated that they're, like you said earlier, if the person's upstanding, if they're presenting well, and they obviously, realize their rights, they don't need to be under this bullshit jurisdiction, because the reality is they have every right in voluntarism to not comply or not participate. And so,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
someone who's drinking and driving and causing accidents and mayhem, that's why the system's there. They have to be dealt with. Like, you can't just let them run around and kill families and children, run into the school fucking
that's
park
my point,
and shit.
Freedom. So freedom, that's my point. Like you do need some sort of a structure, but you don't need a draconian or Orwellian type of structure.
You do.
That's just like leeching money and rights from people. Like, yeah, I don't think it should be restricted. Like it needs to be a happy medium between the two, in my opinion, right? Like you can't just let people fucking run amok, like fucking smoking meth, driving a car or something.
Yeah, well, that person doesn't respect his rights anyway, or anyone else's.
Well,
for that
exactly.
matter.
They're not even living in reality.
So again, he's not standing for anything, so he has no rights. His rights are going to be taken from him. He's going to be stuck in a cage, and he's going to fucking stare at a wall all day and try to fucking avoid all the people that probably don't respect him or appreciate him, that he's now in a closed space with. Because the reality is this world is full of a bunch of entitled, lazy, lack of willingness to try to be solution oriented. I mean, you just see people looking for the government for whatever is going to come next from the screen.
Well, yeah, exactly. The vast majority of people are completely mind controlled. They don't have one thought of their own. Probably maybe maybe one thought a day of their own if they're lucky. So it's
I don't like that. That's just reality. I mean, that's
yeah, it is. That's how it is at the moment. Right?
I'm not saying it to be like I'm better than them or they're all, just about. I was very much walking in those same mindsets for a long time, but so I can say it from firsthand experience. I know what it's like to not even have a consideration of these things.
Exactly. Everyone goes along the path, right? And everyone's at different points of but all the paths lead to the same road regardless. So everyone's on a different point of the intersection.
Very true.
So I have another question for you guys. Okay. How does the principle of dignity relate to natural law and human rights?
It's just simple. Honestly, I think it's a golden rule. You just treat other sentient beings that you want to be treated. You just don't inflict any type of unnecessary or unwarranted harm on people. Right? I'm not saying you can't defend yourself or do certain things if needed.
But doesn't that come into contradictory with what's been going on for the past 3 years?
Well, of course. Like they're not playing by the rule. They're playing on a whole different rule, subset of rules, right? People.
Yeah, and dignity is based off of honor and respect. And so if someone is not honorable or respectable, if they don't present in that fashion, then they don't have any dignity. So you don't have to show them honor or respect in that regard. I mean, to a certain degree, right? There's a certain level of courtesy you may extend to anyone, but at the same breath, people want me to entertain their bullshit and their nonsense, and I'm not going to sit there in the fucking the grocery store shopping and have someone
Yeah.
tell me about Biden or fucking
Not
Donnie
some nonsense.
Chimp
Or
Trump,
some-
you know, who I got to vote for. I had some lady try to do that to me the other day, you know, talking
Well,
about
that's because
politics and stuff.
they're fucking socially engineered. That's what all they think about. Like that's like they think their vote and their opinion has some sort of like warrant on reality for what's going to happen, which it doesn't at all. It's just an illusion of choice, which anyone with a brain knows. That's it.
Yeah, well, they can't imagine why I wouldn't vote or why you wouldn't vote, why you wouldn't participate in that process.
I've never voted in my life, bro. Not once.
They look at you as such a failure because you won't exercise your right to be a slave and to be a part of their corporate system.
Exactly. Freedom. You know what people have told me before? Oh, you never vote, so then you have no say in the matter. Then it's like then how you never even voted? How can you have a say in the matter? You know, type thing.
Yeah, but
It's like,
that
you have
system
a say
is
in the matter by voting? Like what the fuck? Come on, bro.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
yeah, it is ridiculous.
They just want to reel you in. I mean, there's so many areas where it lacks dignity, honor, and respect. It lacks morality. It's obviously shenanigans are going on. You got Dominion voting machines and all these fucking ass clown gong show characters who you wouldn't trust, you know, within 10 feet of your family or whatever. But they somehow, I mean, look at their track record. It's just fucking atrocious. And all the shit the Hollywood shit that they feed us with the Biden's laptop and, you know, the Hunter laptop. I mean,
these
just,
are all distractions.
yeah,
from the
just to
nature of
keep you on the
reality.
hook. So you'll be all excited about the nonsense.
It's all distractions. It's a divisatory, you know, it's like divide and conquer type tactics. And on top of it, keeps you completely fucking sleepwalking to the nature of reality and what you can actually do with your own mind. You know, like these people,
So
they're
if
pretty
you're
much
respectable, you wouldn't participate in that system. You'd absolve yourself of it because you realize that system is for people who don't honor themselves and don't have respect for themselves.
no, exactly. Like I'm pretty much as far removed from the quote unquote system as I can be at this moment. But
Yeah, I'm not saying in particular. I'm just saying in general, that's the mindset that would come out of that. If you're thinking healthy, is okay, well, this system was for me when I was a slave. And kind of like Christ said, he came as the master to set you free. Once you're free indeed, you're not his servant anymore, you're a friend. So you're not in need of validation from the system or your brother or anyone to tell you who you are. You just walk on your own accord and with the conscience that sears you, you do good, right, and true. And if you don't, you self-correct. But this need for governance is pathetic because we're raising basically domesticated type of humans that are not self-autonomous. And it's almost like we're preparing the vessel to be cyborged. So it needs an alternative third-party outward source to be its guiding light.
Well, that's what cities are. It's like human farms in a way, like human farming.
Yep, the concrete farm.
Yeah, it's crazy. So, how about you guys? Are you up for another question?
Hold on, I wanted to say one thing quick before you ask that one. But yeah, like the powers that be, they're deeply, deeply adept in the occult and esoteric knowledge and stuff. So that's what they're really trying to keep people away from. Unlocking the true power of consciousness within themselves, the system. It's a lot more powerful than a weapon is, like a gun or like even like a bomb or something. More powerful than that.
All right, so
it's like we're little babies compared to them, running around with like a fucking slingshot when they have like fucking plasma guns or something.
Well, you know, imagine all the things that we're ignorant of. You know, they keep this occult knowledge to themselves. They keep the common laws, natural laws to themselves. They, you know, all human rights. They try to fucking patch everything over so nobody sees what's really behind the scenes, and they keep that behind the scenes so you don't really realize yourself in any way, shape, or form, whether it be as a sovereign citizen or a higher conscious being, if you want to call it that, for lack of better terms. Yeah.
See, it goes back to identity, right? Like the left or the right. Most people identify as these ideas that are constructed for them to participate in. So you're not even, it's like that. What do they call it? Kind of like the mob mentality type thing. Like, it's like my sports team won. Like, it has nothing to do with you at all. People like identify with these, like, you have to be on one team or the other. You can even see it with in this own YouTube thing, right?
Right. You do.
There's always there's some sort of tribalism always apparent.
Okay, what was the question?
All right. So
Yeah, what
the
was it?
question is, how do natural law theorists define human rights, and what are some examples of human rights according to natural law?
Yeah, I'm not qualified to answer that because I don't define myself by these definitions of natural law or common law or any of it, because to me, I don't understand their language. Their language is meant to deceive me. I've learned enough about it to see that. And so some people say, learn it really well so you can play verbal judo with them. I just say,
Yeah.
you guys
So
are
what do you-
disingenuous. Fuck you
Yeah.
and your shenanigans. I'll fucking let my internal light guide me because I'm connected to the Most High.
And what do you mean by natural law? Like the Hermetic principles?
Yeah, the Creator guides me, and that's all I need to know. It's not a government. It's not another man. It's the Creator. It's Spirit. So that's good enough for me. As if you need a definition, but beyond that, so I wouldn't be able to say what motivates someone under natural law.
Well, it's still a good answer, man. I mean, it's a very honest answer, which I appreciate. And
And I'm not saying someone that identifies with that is bad. It may characterize everything they are and embody, but I'm just saying I don't want to be under these fucking labels anymore.
I'm under the case law. It's called unnatural law.
There you go. Make your own definition, make your own signpost to point to it.
Well, you see, this is the focus of the show was to bring some clarity to the subject, and have a I guess a stream where we could bring some new knowledge to people who are not familiar with it, and so this is why we're discussing it, and I'm asking these questions because I figured maybe these questions would be informative to the public and have some value in understanding what natural law, common law is, and what it's used for. And it's like, how do natural law and positive law interact in the context of human rights? Like questions like that, because I think it's important to know and define what these laws are all about, and if you don't know what you're capable of in this system, then you're not giving yourself the advantage to be successful in this beast system, right? So by knowing your rights, by knowing your rights, you know what can and cannot be done to you by the system, right? So you're kind of creating some sort of immune system towards the powers that be, to prevent yourself from being indoctrinated by false narratives, right?
Yeah. Like when it comes to all of that, I think it just boils down to you have the right to just be left the fuck alone, not to be disrupted by other people's bullshit. That's about it. Besides that, just fend for yourself. Like you don't have the right to be handed anything, or you don't have the right to anything unless you earn it or take it yourself. But just don't fuck with people. That's all it boils down to. If just people just don't fuck with other people, then we don't have any of these problems. It's pretty simple. Looking at the chat, G Phillips, man, what's up, bro? Hope you're feeling all
Here's
right.
a video.
OTW,
something
man, just
really-
fucking-
Yeah, but think about
Hold
this.
on,
It's
pause it,
starting
pause it.
out with the Hegelian dialectic. It's
corporate
starting out with the
government
divide
world.
and conquer premise. Oh, am I
Yeah.
speaking over you? Was that so? It's starting out with you could
No, you're
be
not.
a creditor or a debtor, right? So
Yeah.
you only have two choices. Choose well, Johnny. Pick one of the above. Check A or B.
Here, OTW, put the link in the private. I'll share it. If you're trying to share it, it's gonna fucking be all choppy and shit. If you want to share it, I'll do it so it's like runs smoothly so you can actually fucking understand it.
And
All right,
I
hold on a
did used to
sec.
think about it that way, but you can use the system within the capacity, operating even within that fictitious straw man corporate character if you want to. But there's not dishonor or lack of integrity in your dealings based off of what vehicle you choose to use. It's just how you choose to drive it and how you choose to present with it. But got people like Robert Kiyosaki that tell you use the debt. That's how I made a fucking empire. I'm not saying follow Robert Kiyosaki. He may be a fucking piece of shit. I'm just saying I hear that stuff about Well, I use the fractional system to create an empire. And if you were going to do that to create a food co-op or some kind of, solution for society, what's the problem with that?
Yeah, no.
Uh,
Wait, who's is that
well, the
rich
problem is
rich
that they're
dad
not
poor
telling
dad
you.
thing?
That's the problem. They're deceiving you and keeping you from this knowledge, not teaching this in schools, not telling you what you can or cannot do.
Well, this is how you don't pay taxes too, right? OTW. I mean, it's like, how to work the system. You can garner a tremendous amount of resources and assets that are in your control and your ability to utilize for whatever service, and you're not even paying taxes on it. And that's what the main people supposedly representing us do day to day. That's a system that's in place, like it or not. I mean, some people use it for their advantage, to their advantage, for the advantage of others, for political gain, whatever. But then if we go use it for our intentions, which is to create something positive, now we're the fucking devil. I don't get that either.
The
We're in
path
the
to
world, but
hell.
we're not of the world.
The path to hell is paved with good intentions. Right?
Yeah, put that
Never
full
know.
screen.
Yeah,
Cage.
but that's a bullshit statement too, because the reality is, intentions are everything too. Or they're not everything, but they count for a lot. I mean, I would rather deal with someone who's a little off the mark, that's finding their way but has the right intentions, than some fucking slick fork tongue shark duplicitous motherfucker that is only there, for his to copy Paul, defalcating purposes, because he's there for his monetary gain. He just wants to get something out of the deal. He doesn't give a shit about how it affects community or the people around him. It's back to honor and integrity.
I hear you, Sam.
Well, thank you, Your
Disingenuous.
Highness, for sharing it out. Much appreciated, sir.
So what
Or
is
ma'am-
this?
or ma'am, whatever.
It's about birth.
This is
certificate?
Justinian deception. Here is going to talk about your birth certificate, and how that works, and how you got sold. You were given. Your parents gave you away to your to the government, and government gave you a nice little receipt called the birth certificate.
Well, it's for
and
the
then you got
goyim.
birth-
It's their cattle number.
Yeah, so this is explaining a little bit of how that works and how you can try to get your act of birth back and everything. So it starts with this. This is like the beginning of being sovereign, and I think that after that leads into the traveling and the right to travel, and protecting your rights and properties, like Paul would say. So this is pretty much in line with that, and I've been following this guy for years. He hasn't published anything in a while, but this is pretty good information, guys. So we can pause this and comment whenever you want, guys. So don't,
I want to see what it says here.
I'm going to show you something really interesting, and it's how the new corporate banking cartel governments of the world rely on and depend on our stupidity in order for them to get their assumed consent to operate over and above us. It's like a system where we become trustees or servants or slaves
press
of
pause,
their
Cage.
foreign.
Say what, Freedom?
Have you watched this?
I've seen almost all of his videos. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Right.
Yeah. I know about this. That's when I'm bringing it up, because I figured it would be a really good like teaching tool for other people who don't know about this, and because I know that Paul really does talk about it. But for people who don't really understand what he's talking about, I figured we could like break it down even deeper for people to get a good grasp and wrap their head around what's going on and how these laws function and how you can regain your sovereignty back. So this is that's one of these videos, but there's a multitude of these videos. I have also Eternally Aware, but he talks about like the video that I wanted to bring up with the Eternally Aware was common law in Quebec, right? Because this is where I live, it was like pretty logical that I look up things that were that were fucking related to the laws and where I live, right? Because I can go ahead and listen to people talk about Australian laws or American laws and things like that, but it would never have anything to do with where I live, so it wouldn't really be pertinent to me. But this is why I brought up two different places. Like he's from Australia, and the next video is like the ones from Quebec. So we have two different points of views, two different aspects, but all like it all connects together. So it's almost all the same thing. So with slight differences, right? So does that answer your question?
Yeah. Yep.
Cool. So go ahead and click play, sir.
I can't do that. You have to do that.
Cage is the
Oh, he's the
producer.
orchestrator producer, huh? Cool.
Yeah, he's
I just put my headphones on. What were you guys saying? You want to start?
Wow, that's a lot of responsibility to extend to Cage there, OTW. That's mighty generous of you.
He offered it. I figured why
Well, it's
not,
because he was trying to play this shit. And it's gonna fucking lag every 3 seconds. I'm not gonna be able to hear anything.
All right, so go ahead. Let's play, sir.
Banking cartel corporation. And what they say is that we are voluntary slaves, or voluntary servitude, they call it. And voluntary servitude is the agreement to act as a slave. So it's a system, because a lot of us say in this new corporate system, they can't understand how they have become subject to all these draconian laws. Farmers losing their lands, manufacturing in Australia has been decimated, the fishing industries, and like I say, the footwear, the clothing, all industries in our country have been destroyed and are in the process of being destroyed through policy that is a destructive policy that really leaves our nation floundering on an international scale.
Press pause.
Now, this is all sort of...
So coming to a American state near you and a Canadian country near you. Go ahead.
Planned in the Agenda 21 and the Agenda 30 thing, But tonight, I'm going to show you
Someone blew those up at 3:30.
one of the dirty tricks that they have used and deceived us as people, nationals of our own country, and rendered us as citizens of a foreign corporation that is usually subject or registered to the United States Securities and Exchange Commission in Washington, D.C. So by becoming a citizen of the Commonwealth of Australia and the states such as State of Queensland, State of Victoria, State of New South Wales, etc., when we enter into citizenship of those states are registered corporations on the United States Securities and Exchange Commission in relation to the US Federal Reserve within Washington, D.C., which is the District of Columbia, which changes your standing, your legal standing and your political standing from being a national of Australia or a citizen from your own districts here in Australia to a citizen of a foreign district. And the reason how they do that is they just simply call the corporation or the company or the entity or the organization.
Yeah, press pause a second. Okay, right, guys, do you have anything you'd like to add to or questions that you would maybe comment or something?
Not yet.
All right, press play. I just want to make sure, and sometimes you guys are shy to speak while the video is, so I just
Commonwealth of Australia. But of course, when you check, as you can see here, it is written in an all uppercase text, which is a hieroglyphic or Egyptian hieroglyphic text, and it is not English, not at all. So that's the first trick. By using a debased language, and which we've in past videos I've gone into this debased language when they're using it. But there's another really interesting trick that they use to get you to fall for this for their scam, their pyramid system. And look, they've got, in one way, they've got a point, because they've got approaching 7 billion people on this planet, which is 2018. And their story or their reason for this is that they need to control the masses through a military system, which means that when you're in the military, you don't have rights, you have a privilege, but you break the rules of that military ship, that military organization or corporation, and you are subject to the penalties that are already put in place, which really means that you're not subject to a fair trial or justice. It is if the higher ranking officer says you did something wrong, then you have done something wrong, according to them. The accusation, it's not an accusation, it's a charge. They've bypassed the accusing bit where you have the right to go to a court and defend it. They give you that, what it's justice is seen to be done, but in actual fact, once you've been charged, the accusation has been assumed already, and then you have to fight that charge. And to enter into that system, you have to agree to be the citizen of their ship, you see. And once you agree to that and hold that birth certificate of their ship.
All right, so this is where maritime laws come into play. So I imagine that he must have another video on maritime laws, but when we're talking about ships and the sea, this is what you're talking about. So press play. I just wanted to comment there.
Or their corporation, their foreign corporation, that's called Commonwealth of Australia or State of Queensland or State of Victoria, whatever. Once you hold that birthing certificate of their foreign District of Columbia, then they can say, well, you applied for it, so therefore you agreed to enter into the ship and leave your own country. So therefore they call it voluntary servitude, where you agreed to enter into their foreign military ship, even though they called it Commonwealth of Australia and wrote it in debased Latin. The full disclosure, people say there's no full disclosure, but it is. The full disclosure is in the grammar. Because when you know your grammar, you can look at the company and know it's not reading what it's assumed to be read. Remember, that law is a presumption of law. And the presumption, there's an old maxim that says the fact negates the presumption. It overrides or overrules the presumption. So the very minute a fact is recognized, then the presumption is no longer there.
You have to think about some of these things.
All right, I got something to say.
Press pause.
Because a man is born, but
So there's always the rub for me, is that the very premise of this supposed agreement or setup construct, if you will, is based off deception and from birth. And so you're not at an age of consent by any fucking definition at birth. So you're in need of the complete care of your parental guardianship to even protect and nurture you to just be able to exist in this realm. And so it's really the ignorance that we suffer from, that creates, it's this lack of knowledge. And then the parents, they don't know what they're signing their children up for. They don't know, but yet then the children become adapted to it. And of course, they're sold a bill of goods in so many regards with religion and all these fairy tale holidays and everything. So when it comes down to the very nature, the construct of the governance and society, you're not questioning any of these other absurd things. So why would you ever question that? So I just think it's very disingenuous, and then people want to really hold you accountable that you have to do all this paperwork or you have to go through these certain processes to vindicate yourself. I say if you know who you are, then you have to stand on what you know if you're willing to stand for what you say you are. And that's where the rubber meets the road. So your actions are really what determine your status, not a piece of paper, not a fucking, if you say you're a child of the Most High and that allots you certain aspects of your mind that are intolerable, you're not going to be violated in that regard, then, you either stand for that or you don't.
Yeah, I like the way you see things there, Dick. Oh, we have Mr. Jack Talcott in the chat.
Well, because in
Mr.
a lot
Jack.
of senses, some things are not worth fighting for. But I look at all these different ways you could go about dealing with the system if you wanted to. Do you want to go in and change the world? Do you want to try to change the system? Do you want to try to be the hero or be the guy who is part of that movement, the communicator, the point of the iceberg that goes in there and creates that focus of energy to actually create change? The only thing I would say is it would be nice if law enforcement was educated that there are multiple capacities that people can operate in. And if they're operating in private, they're not under your jurisdiction. And there's a reason why they don't give them that information. And we all can figure it out here. So if there was any kind of like common ground on it, that would be nice. But I don't think we'll get that from this system because it's corrupt and perverted, and that's the whole fucking point.
Agreed. You're absolutely right. If it was all with honorable people within the system and have discernment and also respect for the human rights and for human beings, I mean, I guess it would be a lot easier to navigate, but that's not the case. Actually, it's not
I think
the
it's
case.
deeper too. I think it's deeper too, like with these sentences and like signatures and all. Like I feel like there's something more to it than just physical stuff in a way.
There always is. It's a spiritual battle.
Yeah, that's true. So go ahead and press play.
It's all
there, Gage.
insecurities in
Oh,
the mind,
wait.
if you think about it, right? OTW, because I mean, the need for someone to rule over you for this nanny state means you don't have faith in yourself or at least your fellow man, and maybe rightfully so. Look at the fruits of your neighbor, So
Yeah,
all
you're
we
right.
can try to do is articulate good ideas that maybe would instigate some change on some level, but I don't think we're gonna fundamentally shift this realm. It was designed this way for a reason. This is maybe to teach us if we're even worthy to be in a realm that actually did honor rights and freedoms. Because if you're the asshole who doesn't and you're in that realm, so maybe that is the kingdom of heaven or the millennial reign. Maybe that's how we get across the plane to the next dome or whatever that's actually got more harmony, is we show and prove here in this meat suit so that when we reincarnate, we can actually reincarnate into a better fucking dome, man. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, well, that's if for people who believe in reincarnation, you know what I mean? But I actually
Of course we reincarnate, OTW. What else we do? Think we just sit there in the spirit and lollygag around, dilly dick around all day with the creator?
Yeah.
Chilling back, having spiritual Mai Tais. We got to get shit done here in the illusion of form. We come back swiftly and mightily. It's just a matter of the level of autonomy we have when we go into that state again of what we reincarnate into. And the choices we make here are a determinant factor in that.
Interesting, sir. I like your perspective on that. All right, so I guess it's going to shout out a little bit of people in the chat.
I started speaking in absolutes because I've noticed others doing it, and it seems to be a way to establish like I guess a safe space for your thoughts or something. But it's really not absolutes like that. Although we will absolutely die.
Well, there's two things guaranteed in life: death and taxes, right?
Well, and we'll absolutely be reborn again. That's the thing. The cycle continues. I mean, you can see it in nature. It's everywhere around you. You just observe it. Life comes out of death. Death comes out of life. We can get emotional about it and our feelers and sad, but ultimately, if your corpse does what it's supposed to, that's why I think this ritual of cremation or sticking you in a fucking box wrapped in plastic, I mean, I don't like any of it. Even the Egyptian shit. Just put me back in nature. Let a bear chew on my corpse and let the worms eat it, or just bury it naturally in the ground. Which is
I'd go for
what you would do.
I would go for permaculture there. I'd bury myself.
Permaculture,
in the ground.
yeah,
man. But put back to the earth what was given to you.
It says something about us, right? Why don't we just get back to natural death? Just putting our bodies back in the ground. Maybe what we'd reincarnate would be more natural and would be less obscured.
Well, you'd literally become part of this of the earth, like it's like you would feed plants and grass, and your body would. I mean, I think that's the way things should go. I had animals die and I buried them in the garden, so to feed the earth and do the cycle.
Yeah,
the cycle of life,
Mr. Miyagi. Mr. Miyagi saying reincarnation suggests you get a second chance. Well, so does Christianity. So does Orthodox Christianity. I mean, even if it's not through your Christ archetype, deity, graven image that you worship or whatever, it's still a second chance, if you will. Because otherwise, even in this life, how many misfortunes, how many mistakes, whatever, you wouldn't have any chance based off of condemnation. Or if you're saying we got to get this life right, so if we don't get this life right by doing the right thing, then we don't have a second chance, meaning we have to check all the boxes. We have to pass by a certain curve grade, like I don't know where OTW is on the curve or where Cage is, but I think I'm surpassing them. So I think I'm in good shape, just in my righteous judgment, where I condemn others and I look down on them with some kind of, indignation. So I think I'm in good shape, Mr. Miyagi.
That was a good one, Dick.
Wax on, wax off.
You guys are funny this morning. I love it. Okay, what is it? Almost like supposed to go to when dust and the. Okay, here's a good comment from Jimmy. It's like almost like it's supposed to go the way dust to dust and all. We are dust in the wind, ladies and gentlemen. Dust in the wind. No, I'm not gonna start a cappella here. Yeah, so go ahead and click play unless you guys have anything else you would like to add on. Oh, hold on a sec. We have a new invite here. I mean a new guest. Everybody. I mean, no introduction is needed for Miss Svetlana.
Hopefully,
Welcome,
your mic works.
Svetlana.
Can you hear us this time?
Yeah. Yes. Hi, everyone. I just overheard the previous person. I can't even see today. Signal's so bad. The previous person was saying about reincarnation and the cycle of rebirth, and you can fix your mistakes. I mean, what kind of bullshit is that?
Does anyone want to hear? Does anyone want to hear Svetlana go? Rawr,
I want to hear some Blavatsky. I want to hear some theosophical Blavatsky shit.
Hey, Svetlana, do that again.
The whole thing is so basically,
Yeah, he's good at that. Holy fuck.
Yeah, fucking wow, that was really great.
When you
like
show
that.
up here, when you show up here, when you supposedly birth here, your memory about past lives, past is completely erased. So you basically come in here and you don't know what you're trying to fix. That lady, I mean, this place is a joke. It's basically the torture chamber. Nothing
It's
beautiful
the cage.
about this place, I don't understand why people are trying to lie to themselves. Even birth of the child, extremely disgusting procedure. I actually literally delivered baby of my friend. I actually
Oh, how
delivered the
come
baby.
how come the baby cries when it first comes out? Comes out crying. and shit. It's
Because
like,
at
fucking
first
let me
at
back
first
in the
moment,
womb.
exactly, at first moments you're actually realizing what you in this cycle again, and you're gonna be suffering again. That's why babies cry. Just
Back
to
to
be
samsara. Yeah.
just to be in the body is painful. Just imagine being spirit, and when you limitless, just like in your dreams, you're able to fly and do whatever you want, and from this unlimited space you get into complete maximum limitation. You in
Get
this
thrown
little
into the cage. Yeah.
even baby body, like you can't even support yourself. You relying on other people. And after that, the programming is beginning. They not even allow your parents to program you. Right now, they're actually separating children. Like in the United States, my children were, because I was poor, I had to go to work at 6 weeks. So who was raising my babies, basically, It's like kidnapping children for some reason is okay in this place.
Exactly.
Animals suffering too, It's like to think that we too much different from animals. It's also not smart because, well, spirit. Some people in past life regressions, they actually see themselves being animals. Plus, Buddhism also saying that some people reincarnated as animals. So it's just like everyone's suffering over here, and to tell this place is beautiful, and you have to repeat this cycle to prove something to someone. I mean, it's just only purpose of seeing here, get the fuck out of this, and to believe that this.
Yeah, you're breaking up there, Svetlana.
In video games, for example, how many video games have been created? How many dreams you personally seen? We actually dream generators, so we can generate anything. And this particular dream is, as you can see, is very, very limited. We're not even allowed to do much stuff. And the bigger you are, the more potential you have, the more limitations applies to you. And it's also actually kind of cool because the more you realize yourself over here, like the higher level you achieve, the less you actually left. Like all those people who in Wikipedia, they're basically doomed because they played themselves so much, they used all their potential, and energy basically gone. That's why they're not. Also, pay attention to suggesting that, like that person who's actually genuinely talking, oh, we need to reincarnate and stuff like that and learn the lesson. He most likely dead, because at this point we're already realizing it's no point. It's 0 point.
Right. So, your thoughts, panel?
I think the point is the point. The fact that you have the point means there is a point. The point is whatever you want to create. You know, I'm like what you're describing. It's like the path of the mystic.
This is the point.
And it's like thinking, but
If you reincarnate,
what exists, it's not smart either.
Hold on. Yeah. The path of the mystic pretty much is like, you see this as some sort of a cage or a constraint, this physical reality, and you're trying to get the fuck out and never come back. You know, the path of the esotericists pretty much, they understand this and they come back on purpose.
No, you're trying to come out. You're trying to, you're inevitably going to come out of it. Because that's just part of the design. Wait. Just as soon as I talk, I got to be interrupted. It's not a long thought. You will inevitably go out because the meat suit will exhaust. And when you do, you will inevitably come back to some illusion of form, because the illusion of form is built on the building blocks of spirituality. They're intertwined. So unless you're saying illusion of form will cease to exist and there will be a beginning and an end to time and the illusion of space, so be it. I don't look at it that way. I think inevitably these things coincide with each other and they complement each other, if you will. And then just to finalize that, so it's a level of autonomy from the spirit that will help you determine how you reincarnate from that point. I yield.
You're mistaken. Terribly mistaken. I hope you realize that at a certain point. There is no point to reincarnate, because it's no point of relearning anything. And it's no point to suffering like we suffer. And to think that this particular universe with magnetic field, with toroid magnetic field, is only one universe, that's a mistake. There is other universes where the structure is not toroid, it's different structure. But we exist because we are lit. And basically, if you imagine water and imagine what we are water. So when water starts boiling, it creates bubbles in the water. So imagine all those bubbles, the universe you can play with. And you can be in every universe at the same time. And that's exactly what. And one of to be this shit hole. And that shit hole is only one universe with killing spirits. Nowhere else spirits been killed. It's only here. It's degradation. It's like a death trap. It's described
exactly. So you could reincarnate into other.
Described reincarnation is a mistake, because
according to you, I mean, you're speaking in absolutes, like you have absolute knowledge of everything and how it will.
I do.
Play out within both the spirit and the physical. So you're creating boundaries on other people's
I do know that
potential. So are you under some type of Abrahamic religion type of ideology where we go to a place in the sky that's got gold streets and, a mansion for us?
No, her ideology.
I asked her a question, Cage. I didn't ask you a question. I asked her a question.
But you can create any use you want. So if you want to create, you can. I don't give you. But just
so the next realm would be like the next place we go to would be an unlimited place of creation, only limited by our imagination.
Because time is not real.
Does that realm involve a meat suit of any form, even in some kind of spiritual sense?
If you want, you can do it, but.
Okay, so you're just presenting a reincarnation in your place is a nirvana and a panacea. I don't have any issue with that. As a matter of fact, I think we align. You're just saying you will pass the test
here
probably from your own observation, and you'll reincarnate into a realm that has harmony.
Also can create.
That's all you're saying, right? You will reincarnate into a realm that has harmony. That's beautiful for you. With some form of a meat suit.
I actually don't even have to die. In order to get there, I don't even have to die. I
You
just
mean
need
you
to
can
let
get
it
there?
go. This whole idea of this realm, because
It's all
this
about
realm is
perception.
basically mental. Some idea keeping you.
So you think you can make this place disappear if
And
you concentrated hard enough, and you would appear somewhere else in your?
yes, basically,
You
all
can shift
your
reality,
thoughts,
kind of.
Yeah, I
all
don't
your
disagree with that.
everything, all your
Yeah.
essence should be.
I mean, I've been detached from this realm in my meditative state, so I mean, I can relate to what you're saying.
See, like what Saveni is saying, it reminds me a lot of what Blavatsky's work in Theosophy, stuff like that. It's very similar to her. It's
I'm
like
not familiar
it's
with
more
that work. I
it's
don't
more
know anything
Eastern
about that.
philosophy. You don't know about Madame Blavatsky?
No, I don't. I'm gonna have to look that up or research some of that, man. Do you know how much work I have to put into this stuff, man? There's a lot of reading and watching videos, and there's a lot of hours into acquiring all this
And
secret knowledge.
and you know, as a proof that it can be different shape of universe, you can look it up. Like our right toroid field, it's a magnetic field. That's what. In order to universe can be go.
Yeah, you're breaking up. You're
Real
breaking
one.
up pretty bad.
Yeah. See.
We didn't
Okay.
hear anything you
I'm
just said.
rainbow lasagna.
Okay, but
Should talk about the magnetic fields. But yeah, I'd recommend
Yeah.
by Blavatsky. It's called The
And she-
Secret Doctrine.
And
by
she's
Blavatsky.
describing
A great book to
another
look into.
another universe. We
So
people
we're a
different
toroidal
secret
hyperboloid.
jars, you know.
Is that magnetic signature, but it's
And
on
also-
everything, right? It's not just the Earth. It's on you. It's on OTW. It's on Cage. And I apologize for interrupting there.
Yeah,
It's
but
really,
but that's
is it my audio or are
it's
you
only
just
applies to
really
this
bad audio
universe.
on your end? Because maybe it's me and I have a bad signal, and I apologize if I'm.
No. She has a
Uh,
bad
Her
connection.
audio is going. You can
Yeah,
hear it
it-
When you
sometimes.
hear this,
and sometimes it messes.
when you hear breaking noise,
Because I really do want to have a productive conversation with you and hear what you're saying. It's
Yes.
just been real. I've been trying to. It's been almost insufferable, and I've been hesitating to say something, but it really is a difficult conversation.
Yeah, you're gonna have to come
I'll
back
just
when
listen,
your
though.
connection is
OTW,
better.
I think I left in my phone, so you can call me. And that's just you know.
Oh, you did?
if
When did you do that? Oh, that was the last
if
stream, right?
phone number, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, I
geez, I
left
think
it.
I don't know if I
So
think
it was
I'm not sure if
streams ago. I left it in itself.
yeah, I think I didn't take it down. So put it in private chat if you want, and
Well, I
I'll
can actually write it down right now in the chat.
all right.
Okay, I'm putting on the private chat on StreamYard right now.
So we'll text each other and we'll organize something where we can communicate with you better. You should be able to. You should, I don't know, situate yourself where you're getting a better connection. You know, or your bars are up high. All right. So what we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna let we're just gonna mute Miss Svetlana a little bit here and go back to what we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. So, Freedom, do you want to continue watching that video, or you have something you would like to add, or Cage? Because I think the audience would really appreciated the information that Mr. Justinian Deception was bringing forth. So, yeah, I got that number. I'm gonna jot it down right away. That way, I won't forget it. Where am I gonna put this? Gosh darn it. Oh, hold on a second thing here. Please bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. There. It is there. I have it. I have your phone number. It's jotted down. Okay. So, yeah. All right. So Freedom said thumbs up. Let's go with the video. Cage, would you please press pause? Play, I mean.
And I would just, real quick, I'd just say,
where he
Oh,
wants to.
hold on a sec, Cage.
it's all rituals, and that's the thing that got us off on that rabbit trail was the idea of the cremation ritual or the death ritual, the coffin, and what got me even to mention that is all these rituals that they give you at birth, where you come in and you're given a straw man name, identity, and basically badged and numbered. They do maybe some genitalia manipulation, stick you under a hot lamp, put some glue in your fucking eye, examine you for a bit. Maybe they'll, poke you with some solutions. And so it's a real fucking crazy thing how that, and I think she was talking about that, like the coming in at birth, we're getting cut from that umbilical cord. You don't have any pair bonding with your mother. It's a frightful ritual. Why do you think they do that? They don't want you to remember who you are, where you came from, all the Akashic records, everything you're connected to. So just that's my perspective on that.
And yeah, well, that's interesting. What was I gonna say? Oh yes, Svetlana, would you like to drop a link to your channel, please, in private chat so I can link it up into the chat? Jimmy has been asking for it for a while now, so people can have access to your channel and go see what you're up to. I don't know if you have any content or not, so if you can do that for me, please. And yeah, well, actually, great
Someone
great
that
point of view
ties
there.
into this after too.
Cool.
I'll be,
So, okay, go ahead, press play.
Dock his body through the dock master, which are the doctors who can, they can dock you into life and you're not dead until you've been docked out of life. But you have a choice of two births, the birth of the debtor and the birth of the creditor. That's your choice.
Now, it starts with the birthing certificate. That's sort of where it all really begins. So when you get to 18 or whatever and you want to go and get a bank account and a driver license or anything, but usually it's a bank account. And they say, well, you'll have to go and apply for a license. You'll have to go and apply for a birthing certificate, birth certificate.
Hey, press
So
play.
you say, yeah, okay, I'll go and do that.
Pause. Why I'm getting these words mixed up. I would just like to welcome Raven, Miss aka Danielle, to the stream. I forgot to present you there, Raven. Do you have a couple of words you would like to say before we continue on?
Yeah, it didn't have to do with this video. It had to do with what she said. It's like,
okay,
for people that just say that this is hell and this and that, I don't know. I don't feel like that. I mean, yeah, there's hellish things that can happen, but like right now it's springtime and it's like everything's getting green. Every morning it's like I wake up and I just find great joy and happiness in seeing which flowers are coming back, and the birds, I watch them make their nests. I cook, I do all sorts of stuff. I love it. Now I understand, like when I worked 27 years in a factory, yeah, I didn't have that joy in my life. So I don't know. And then I couldn't imagine just, seeing your children and your family and just thinking this is hell. And I don't know. I don't get
that's
it.
what she meant. I don't think that's what she meant though. Like it's a different type of philosophy where like it's not like I don't think that's
like
what she meant. Like,
a purgatory or a soul trap or something in that.
Yeah, I know all about the soul trap, but
there's like
I
a
mean,
language barrier and like a connection issue, so it's kind of hard to. But I think like it reminds me of the Eastern philosophy, like Blavatsky's type of work, which it doesn't necessarily. It sounds, it's not exactly that, right?
yeah, Blavatsky is there were two people that founded the Theosophical Society like in the mid 1800s. I read up on all of them. I have books and everything. So, I get it, but I don't know. Maybe she just came off wrong.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah,
or maybe not.
The communication
though,
issues. But she is pretty blunt, though. She's kind of direct,
No, but
Svetlana
in a way,
really, she comes off strong. I know that.
In a way, though, yeah, we are confined to a certain reality where it's kind of limiting. I think that's what she's trying to say. And there's other realities which aren't as limiting as these, but we happen to be here at this moment. So.
But I mean, okay.
But I don't get it because it's like, so my view is bad, and what I'm going to have consequences. I'm going to have to not go to her panacea nirvana because I missed the mark on my interpretation of reality. Is this like back to some kind of dogmatic religion thing where I have to, adhere to someone else's way they frame up some type of belief structure? Because bottom line, because she was kind of, blunt with me, where it's like, I really hope you see that. For what consequence? Why do I need to see it differently anyway? If I'm trying in the best of my own regard to live it good, right, and true, and follow the conscience that sears me, isn't that what binds us anyway? And what would be the better outcome? As long as I'm honorable to what perspective the Most High gives me, then we end up in the same spot. Or do I not end up in that same spot, Svetlana, because I don't believe your religion? Is what it usually ends up coming down to. And I have to point that out because these are these dogmatic, divisive, comes back to the Hegelian dialectic. This is the Republican Democrat. You got to choose one of these choices and think about it my way, or there'll be consequences for you. And it's, it's absurd to me.
I think that's all redundant. I think it's all up into, it's all up to interpretation, and I think the end result will be the same, as long as, like, regardless of your opinion, right? That's how reality works, right?
Right. So what does it matter if we see it differently anyway?
Doesn't.
We can
Doesn't
we
at
can
all.
Yeah. And I'd say the thing that we fundamentally align on is we have to be true to what the Most High gives us, meaning when we know something's right or something's wrong.
You know exactly. You know the difference between right and wrong. I was about to say that, right? So it's simple. Just act right, and that's it. Stick to the right, or even better,
It's
go in
school
the
grade
middle.
stuff. Shit we learned in kindergarten on the playground, right?
It's pretty basic, right? It's not difficult. And either way, if there is a creator, but whatever that is, or whatever your belief is, regardless, it is what it is. So it doesn't really matter if you believe in a fucking flying spaghetti monster in space or something. As long as you act in a proper manner, you'll be fine.
That's what Dick just said, basically be a good person. Shit we learned in kindergarten. And right now my brother's like going through a divorce and a bunch of legal shit, and he's like, I'm his go-to guy to like his therapist, I guess, and he's dumping 26 years of fucking trauma on me. And the stuff that he tells me, what he said and what they did, him and his wife, and it was just toxic relationship. And sometimes, he'll like be positive and not be vindictive. And then some of the shit he says, I'm just like, comes out of his mouth, and what she said, I just couldn't imagine. It's hard for me to even fathom thinking, even having that thought cross my mind. I don't know. There is evil in this world for sure.
All right, guys. So I'm just gonna continue on with this video, and we'll pause it to continue commenting. The viewers do appreciate the information from this video, as I can perceive up until now. So go ahead, Cage. Press play.
Give me a second. I have to get back to it.
So you walk into the courthouse, which is really, these days, before we go on with this story, birthing certificates are now housed in Australia in the CBA building at 180 Ann Street. The CBA building is the Commonwealth Bank of Australia building. All the birthing certificates were taken out of the government printing office at 110 George Street, which sure is already one evil-looking building, as you can see here. The satanic symbols on this building are telling you something. But as you can see with the new building, it also houses a modern form of satanic symbolism. That's the snake or the vine that is on the building. And that comes from the old Roman god of Libor, which is a Roman god of wine, and the vineyards, which is the vines that creep through everything and attach themselves. A vine can't stand on its own legs. It has to be supported by something. So back to our story. You walk into the court, say, sir, you walk into the courthouse at the counter downstairs, wherever it is, and so I'd like to apply for a birth certificate. And I said, yes, by all means. We're going to need your name and your date of birth. And this is where it all starts. Say, what's your name? And you'll say, my name is John Henry Doe, which is really the Christian name and your surname attached as one name. That's what you will say. So they say, yes, no worries. Then you will say, they will ask you for your date of birth. So you will make another error and you will say, my date of birth is the date I was born. They say, yes, not a problem. So when you give the full name that included your surname or your last name, and you gave the date of birth that included your date of born, they give you this document here, which is called the State Birth Certificate. And you will walk out with that, and you'll take that around to the bank and say, look, I got my certificate. And they will know exactly what to do with that certificate. Because the information on this certificate gets this certificate.
Want to read that? Hold on a second. That's why banks need your surname, state birth certificate in order to access your Christian name, credit account certificate. Right? So Press
Oh shit,
Oh,
my bad.
what did you do?
I lost it. Oh, I'll be back in a second. Just talk for a second. My bad. Fucking.
All right. Well, sorry guys, a little technical issue there.
My bad.
But I still have it here, so I can continue on that video. So where was he at? He was at there. He went to the thing, birth certificate. He was here, and share screen.
Is that like 10 minutes
Share
and
screen. Share screen.
44 seconds or something?
All right. So we got that back on track. 10-minute, 44 seconds.
Something like that, yeah. Pretty sure.
Quality.
Nah, now you're fucking up. I'm gonna have to
Better
fucking do
viewing
it again. Dude.
experience.
Oh yeah, see, I was.
When I went in and applied for my birth certificate, I did the same thing. I walked in happy as ever. Hello, how are you? To the girls at the court. And they said, yeah.
Just want to acknowledge in this
for you.
moment
I
that
said,
I'm going to drink
how would you like to apply?
substantially
for a
better
birth
tea than anybody in the stream, on the panel, or probably in the chat has ever experienced. So,
What kind of tea are you drinking?
just wanted to tell you about my fortune and your
What kind is
misfortune.
it?
Here, let me grab.
Yeah, I'm drinking coffee right now. Tim Hortons.
Fortunate tea.
This is all black special number 1.
Hold on, let me
Number
put you
1
full
black
screen.
special.
There you go. Oh
Little
yeah.
This
red
is the
cup
good
tea.
stuff.
Little red cup, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
that's
this is the good stuff. It's an epic tea. I mean,
Number 88 out of 150.
yeah, it's numbered blend. You know, it's
Well,
I bought 2 of them
eight's the
because I
lucky
like it so
number.
much.
8's the lucky number in fucking China. So there you
See, it's actually lot number Z1.
Huh.
So that's kind of interesting.
It's like, yeah, it's like kind of Omega Alpha.
Yeah, but yeah, it's an expensive tea, but it's worth it, man. It's good stuff.
Wow, that's
And I do
that's
it all
cool,
up
man.
in the Gaiwan, you know. Get myself that nice little pour.
All right, so we got like a bunch of people watching right
This
now.
fucking guy
Make sure
poured
to.
tea. You're high as fuck, aren't you, right now?
You're almost like an Englishman. You're an Englishman without the accent.
You're
You know?
high
That's
as
that's what
fuck,
he
I
is.
can tell. You're
I
making
like
that-
Irish Scottish multi blends too. You got my number there, OTW. You called me out on the red carpet there.
But what happened to your accent, sir?
Saying I'm high as fuck. What about you, buddy? You're not even showing your face. I'm sure you're
I'm
sitting
high
there.
too.
Yeah, exactly. You've been taking bong rips all
Yeah,
morning.
Cage never shows his face. Although we do all know that
He
He
he's
did once. I
Caucasian.
saw his face.
Yeah, they see me before. I come on camera sometimes. I'm camera shy. I don't like the camera.
Probably a smart guy.
Yeah. Yeah. With what I do and shit, I don't know. I'd rather just be anonymous. A little bit, you know. But if we're
Yeah,
ever
you wouldn't want
backstage and
anyone to
shit,
like see you on the street and hold you accountable for what you said on here, right, Cage?
It's not that. What have I said? I haven't really said anything.
He doesn't
I'm
want
Canada.
anybody recognizing him. Hey, I saw you on YouTube. You're that asshole, man. Come here.
Let's test out them hap keto skills.
It's not that. Like, I'm in the weed industry, right? And I have like I have big social media profiles and shit, like for business. So yeah, you know, people are like little internet detectives. They can probably figure out that I'm Cage from my thing.
Hey,
and
do you
then be
think
like, I don't
you
know.
think you could
I don't
take
want people-
OTW though?
Well, I'm,
Same.
like
I'm sure
half
you
his
could take
age.
me with your hap keto skills, but I mean,
I'm like half your guys'
OTW's
age, man. Obviously, like I don't know if you guys are my age, then it'd be a different story, right? And you guys are a lot older.
Oh,
right?
you're
So
that
not
young?
really
I didn't
fair.
realize that. What are you
Yeah,
in
I'm
your early 20s or something?
Well, not early, but I'm still in my 20s, like late 20s. But
Cage is 28.
Cage is just starting to go through puberty. Starting to become a man.
fuck off, man.
All right. Make sure to hit that like button, everybody. This
Hit
is a
the
great
like for that
conversation in the morning.
comment there,
Yeah, go
bastard.
ahead.
You look like Frater RC. This guy, I know. It's weird.
Who's that?
All right. Yeah, who's that?
Freighter RC.
If you go on my
RC.
channel, you can see
Yeah.
Frater RC. He's like a fucking genius when it comes to shit like this. But you guys kind of look alike. Like you could be cousins or something.
Doppelganger.
Not that much. Like I don't know. You look like you could be like related though. Can I show you guys something quick? I think the audience would like it.
Well, actually, no, Cage. I want to continue on the video that we were already embarked on there. Like, the audience seemed to be very, very interested because the views go up when we play it. So, we have to go with what the public wants. We have to give what the public needs too, because this is really important information. Can't just like brush it aside. And since it was, like so far, it's the leading topic. Up until now. We
That's
do
what the
go
people
off
like.
from one. Yeah, well, so far I've been getting good feedback. Just want to I don't mind. We can just go through 3-4 minutes, and after that we come back and have a conversation. Unless if you guys still have anything you'd like to say, I'm dropping the link here in chat if anybody wants to join in on this epic stream. Another epic stream, ladies and gentlemen, here in OTW News. This is the Grand Rising Show number 11. It is presently 10:25 a.m. here in Montreal.
but
Yeah, I want to make it clear. I'm not a communist just because I drink Chinese tea.
you might
It's
be.
not
I
all
think you're
indicative
fucking,
of
you damn
who I
commie.
am
I
in
can
my
smell the communism through the screen.
shame and fucking Christmas. Guilty by
Commie
association.
gr-
That's what I get.
commie
Just because I
grower.
drink the highest in top shelf,
Dude,
choice
I've
picking,
even done
spring.
that to you before.
Why you
Freedom.
flexing your tea on us, bro? The fuck?
Because you guys need to step up your game. You guys are drinking shitty tea. You're,
No.
you're not
what
living the
tea
good
is it?
life
Called
the way
coffee.
you could be. There's a
Coffee.
better
What
fucking
flavor?
life to be lived. Yeah, you're drinking that bitter, acidic,
Look like a real fucking
irritable
Canadian
bowel
eating at the Tim
syndrome
Hortons.
causing Crohn's disease inducing
That's the most
genetically
Canadian
modified
fucking mug.
coffee with lots of pesticides on it.
This guy's so Canadian. he
Wow,
has
you're
Tim
really
Hortons mugs at
encouraging there,
home.
Freedom. Thank you very much, sir.
I'm just giving you an opportunity to do better and know better, really, because we suffer for lack of knowledge and wisdom, and there are better options out there. You could become a tea connoisseur like me, and being a tea snob is not a bad thing. It makes you a better person than the average person.
I guess it does. Well, the English think that they're superior to us because they drink tea, right? Isn't that I'm actually
They
making
are
allegations.
superior to us because they drink tea. That's the whole fucking problem. That's where we got off track. If we would have fucking had our rituals correct, we could have kept our mind, clear.
Well, you
And our
need, you need
space.
tea time. What time's tea time?
It's an important ritual. Tea time is all the time. Tea time for me is
I
right
knew
now.
that's what you were gonna say. It's
Tea
times all
bagging
the time.
newspapers
man.
all morning.
I knew
It's
you
like
were gonna say that.
it's like asking an alcoholic when is it time to drink beer. It's like, what are you talking about, man? So when is there not time to drink beer? That's the answer he's gonna give you.
Yeah, creatures of habit though. I do have an addictive personality, so I try to put it into things that are a little healthier. Like I'm even trying to switch to more green teas, but I will drink the top shelf teas, and I'm just fucking around. If you want to drink your shitty McDonald's bitter coffee, cause yourself heartache and disease and struggle in life, that's personal
Thanks for
choice.
putting that into our heads there. Say, Freedom is on
It's
a
all about the
programming.
individual, man. There's no. If you're fucked in your head, it doesn't matter what kind of tea you're drinking. You're already done.
No, the tea can improve you on a lot of levels. It really can. It can clear out the palate and get rid of toxicity, get you thinking a little clearer. They say all fluoride and stuff because they want to
do you
use the
consecrate?
propaganda to keep you away from doing what you need to do. But that's why these
Freedom.
people live. Look at these Chinese men with all the toxicity and
Hold
the
on, Freedom.
polluted
Do you
communist.
consecrate your tea?
No, I'm just saying. But look at some of these Chinese men that run these 1,000-year-old
Consecrate that.
groves of tea trees, and they've got just epic health at 70. They look like a 40-year-old man. They're just beautiful people. They're royalty, of course, within that society because they have a birthright. They get a certain amount of acreage just for being in the specific area. But it's no question that lifestyle leads to tremendous health and a long life and just simple little better choices. But just giving you some
Freedom.
advice, OTW, just helping
Yeah,
you
I
out.
get that. But you see, Freedom,
Nudging
you
you
got
towards
a little bit of
betterness, buddy.
pushback here in chat. There, you got a little bit of pushback here. You would like to answer this comment, sir?
This is who judge and tell others what to ingest. Seriously got issues. Oh my God, I'm on the fucking chopping block now. I'm getting called out. Shit.
Well, you're kind of doing
Shit,
the
I
same
just
thing
stepped
that
in
you're
dog shit,
roasting.
didn't I?
Pretty
So
much.
many people
Not-
are
not-
getting serious about tea. I think you're just dropping some game about the benefits of tea. Did I miss something? People are mad at you because you're promoting tea.
I guess so, Christos. I fucked up. cardinal
Hashtag
sin.
cancel
There's
the
no
tea.
going back from this. I've already fucking taken my position.
You gotta clean your
Gotta
boots to
ride this
come
pony
correct.
out.
Freedom, you gotta come correct, man. You gotta clean your boots, dude.
Yeah. It's not, what comes out of the mouth that defiles the mouth. It's what goes in his cum dumpster, his pie hole, his fucking spewing nonsense cockpit. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't.
I think they're putting someone else
That
in
was
that
great.
tea book. What's that secret ingredient in there?
This is the thing that people don't actually comprehend about tea is you can get high off of tea, and it has terpenes. It has a lot of similarities to cannabis, trichomes, the whole fucking gamut. And if we grew cannabis the way we grew tea in like the feng shui Chinese farms or in a lot of these different villages, we would have better
Feng
cannabis.
shui. What are you talking about, dude?
I'm talking about you
you're
got a
on point.
beautiful fucking stream flowing down a mountain, and you have all this
Isn't feng
companion
shui some sort of
planting.
like art? It's like making. Like
So you don't actually
Oh
want to
my
hear what I'm
God.
talking about. You just want to be a heckler from the sidelines, little fucking playing, quarterback.
Well,
on
this
the
is
field.
tea talk, man. It's the most important
they-
thing we've ever talked about. Is tea.
Like you're
right?
gonna try to fucking
I'm gonna
clown
have
me.
to heckle. I'm gonna have to throw tomatoes.
You don't know
at
shit
you from the
about tea. You
fucking-
should know a lot about tea with your Korean art and your background. Didn't your fucking sensei ever sit you
Don't-
down for
don't
tea
fuck-
time and tell you what was up,
Don't
boy?
fuck with
Well, I
freedom
do.
tea,
I
man.
grow
Unless-
freedom grower. I grow a strain called purple matcha.
Is that tea?
So it,
Purple
tastes, it
matcha.
has undertones of
No,
matcha. in it.
it's a weed. It's a weed strain actually, but it does not smell like
Yeah, I
tea.
get that.
It's the opposite. It's called purple.
So that
matcha,
makes
though.
you qualified to even
Yep. I'm
use
a
the
tea
word tea.
connoisseur.
I don't even think you really
Yeah, he
should
was
be
right about the
talking
feng
much,
shui.
Cage. Jeez.
Feng shui is not.
I'm saying they create an entire harmony within all the companion planning and then the environment, and it's a perfect serene setting where to walk through it is just going to create an incredible feeling.
The
Because you're
art of
walking along the
symmetry,
mountainside with a beautiful
feng
stream
shui
coming through and all these different plantings alongside of and all those plantings, of course, add to the flavor of the tea. Something to consider. But
play some classical music while it grows and shit.
There's so many different types of things you can
main-
do with it, just like you were
The
saying
main
with the
thing, though,
terpenes and
the
whatnot.
most important thing is do you consecrate?
I just got to calm down. I feel like I'm fucking pissed. You guys are clowning me on my tea. You guys are not appreciating
It doesn't
my
matter.
tea
It doesn't matter
offerings.
what it is. Do you
Just give me a minute. I'm going to go breathe.
Do you consecrate it? You have to
Cage,
bless the tea.
You've insulted freedom, man. You should not do that. It's
Oh, man,
I mean, come
Yeah,
on.
we were going somewhere with that. I really liked when you brought up the feng shui. That was a good point. I didn't think
The
about
tea
that.
feng shui.
The environment,
Feng shui tea.
how everything is laid out, the gardens and tea trees. Yep.
He's obviously just joking around, but.
No, he's
Nah,
serious. I think you hurt his feelings.
You're joking around.
I hope you guys choke on your bitter, conventional fucking GMO coffee.
Fuck you, you're too shit. I'm gonna get some better tea than that. What about coffee?
You guys make bad choices and then you want to
I thought you were
justify it
in-
by clowning me. It's not my fault. I'm taking accountability for my life and making a better
gonna-
choice than you with my
I'm gonna
drink
get the most
offerings.
eclectic tea. Yeah, but
I'm
do you
doing
have
better
not-
and I'm being better. And
you
you
not
guys should all
consecrate-
acknowledge that and try to rise yourself
Freedom.
up and wise
Hey,
yourself up to
don't
my
put
level.
me in the same basket.
Freedom.
no,
You haven't
no.
answered
Whoa,
the
whoa, whoa.
question. Do you consecrate the tea? Yes or no? Simple.
I'm not
Yes or
answering
no?
your questions. I don't answer questions.
You don't even consecrate it. So you have to bless your tea. Bless it. Change the structure of the water with your mind.
Right. But feng shui is some crazy thing. That
Feng
you
shui.
consider with what
Feng
you're
shui
saying.
the fuck. Feng shui with your brain.
You guys are crazy. All right, so I don't know if we should move on to a next segment of the show or keep this shit show going on. Okay, guys. We have Jimmy he says he has a good video that pertains to the subject. I'm gonna have to go over to YouTube and copy that link. Meanwhile, we have right now it's 10:34 a.m. here in Montreal, Canada. It's exactly 3 degrees Celsius, still cloudy outside. Unfortunately, fortunately, eventually the sun will decide to pop out and heat this place
OTW,
up.
the meteorologist over here.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a filler. I use it as a filler, dude. When it goes silent, I fill in with the time, date, and the weather and Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention that it's 10:35 now, but it's Eastern time, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're on the West Coast, and you're wondering how come I'm not saying the right time, it's because we're not in the same time frame thing, whatever. Okay, so let's get back to Mr. Justinian Deception, because seemingly he's actually very interesting, and you guys are as well. I mean, you guys are the best panelists I had this week, right? And the audience is awesome. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. I'm just rambling.
Oh yeah, we're doing a great job. Give yourself a pat on the back, everybody on the panel. Gage, Christos.
Yeah, pat yourselves on the back.
Give yourself a fucking hug. Go look in the fucking mirror for 20 minutes and stare in her eyes and come talk to me.
And I said, well, we're going to need your name and your date of birth. I said, yeah, no worries. So they said, well, what's your name? And I gave my name. That is on the birth certificate, the state birth certificate. It says here, in this case, this is William Vaughan Izard, if he gave his full name. But on the birth certificate and on yours and on everybody's birth certificate, the only name that exists on this is William Vaughan, which is John Henry, the Christian name only. It is no surname attached to that name there. The surname is attached to your father and your mother. They have surnames, but you don't. So remember that. This is the evidence that your name is only, in this case, William Vaughan. In my case, Romilly Stewart. In the general trend, John Henry, not Doe. The John Henry name is there. So that's something that you've got to think about when you give your full name. Because if you give your full name as John Henry Doe, they will give you this. So I gave my full name. Would you like my full name? I said, yeah. I said, yes. They said, yes, we want your full name. I said, my full name is exactly what's on the birth certificate here, Romilly Stewart. I did not enter the John Henry Doe. I just entered the John Henry. So they didn't do anything. They just did. Have you got a date of birth? Now, it's very interesting because the word date is the key to this scam, because the birth is the creation of an office, the birth of an office, or the birthing of a ship, the birthing of a corporate entity, the birthing of a corporation, an entity of some kind, an organization. The date that is birthed, the date of registration of that is the date of birth. So the word date refers to the date of the acknowledgement of the deed and not the day the thing itself was created. So where you would have given your full name as John Henry Doe and your date of birth as the date you were born, I gave the Christian name and the date that it was registered up here. See that? That's the date of registration. That's the date that this certificate was stamped and entered into the court. On the certificate of birth, it has this information because it has in this box up the top here, name, which is the full name of the child, which is William Vaughan, the date he was born, on the 22nd of April in 1953. But down here, it says the date of registration, which in this case, it was 8th of May, 1953. So it was around a month after, a little over 1 month after, where this certificate, in his case, they created the proper certificate of birth. So on your birth certificate, your state birth certificate, it provides the information of your name, which is your full name, which is only your Christian name. It provides the date you were born, but it also provides the date of registration. The date of registration is the date of birth. Now remember, I'm the tin foil hat. I was the crazy one.
Okay, the birth of the creditor account.
I was the legal and law information is here in full disclosure. They haven't hidden it. They haven't hidden anything. So, back in the court, I gave the date of birth as the registration date. They said, yep, no worries. Just got on the phone, just ring the births, deaths and marriages, which is settling at 110 George Street. It has changed to 180 Ann Street, Brisbane City. in the city, not Brisbane, but Brisbane City. And after about 7 seconds, she said,
City is an abbreviation of the City of London, right? Just for people who didn't see that.
I got a
It
quick
says the
question.
Administration. Yeah, go ahead.
Why do we not have any municipality, any form of governance, any square inch of this realm that is operating without taxation?
I don't know, and I have no idea. Maybe there is a place that's operating without taxation that we're not aware of, but I couldn't mention any.
And wait, how is city an abbreviation of the City of London? An abbreviation is supposed to have the letters corresponding to words. I don't understand that.
Well, I guess he's going to
Yeah.
explain that in this next section of the video, I guess. Well, this is actually really good, man. This guy is actually telling you the difference between your birth certificate and your act of birth, right?
yes, sir, we have found your birth certificate. I
Your
said,
live
oh,
birth,
thank you very
yeah.
much. I said, well, would you like us to send it to you, to your address? Oh, no. I said, you send it to the court. And I want nothing written on the back as stamped to who the Mr. is, to Mr. Doe. I just want you to send the certificate. So they called the Registrar General, David John. He should still be there as the Registrar General. He still is at 2018. And he got on the phone and he said, what would you like? And I said, I'd like you to send the birth certificate to the court and I will collect it over the counter. I said, yeah, that sounds fine. Gave it back to the girls. I said, yep, no worries. So after about a week and a half, 2 weeks, the girls rang me up from the court and said, your birth certificate has arrived at the court. I said, thank you very much. I'll come in and get it. So that afternoon, I came into the court, walked into the court, and they had it still enclosed inside an envelope, a ledger, the envelope with the window on it, you know, the ones you get the bills in the mail. And I said, and it was addressed to the court. I said, I can't open this. This is addressed to the court. I would be violating Section 85Q and 85N, I think it is, of the Crimes Act 1914, which is a 10-year imprisonment for interfering with another
I'm catching
person's mail.
smoke, OTW,
So I said,
down
this
in
is
the
addressed
chat.
to you. You can.
Oh yeah, all right. Let's hear
I
it,
could
man.
just make thunder chicken for one. Yes, I grow my own. You know, I do what's within my capability. The tea that is the best tea, you know, sometimes comes from plants that are 250 years old, generation upon generation, thousands of year old trees. So it's kind of a different art. I think we should learn from the boutique tea growing processes when it comes to how we approach cannabis, because the conventional corporatization process is really just fucking up the genetic library and just
You want the craft.
yeah, you want the, just like with microbrews. I mean, that changed beer forever in the eyes of the connoisseur, right? You finally had a reason to drink beer instead of fucking Bud Light and Coors Light. So there's that. And then what else was I going to say? On the point of all this stuff, I feel like the birth certificate thing, they want to make you feel like you have to go through a bunch of procedures and processes to exonerate yourself of it. And I just always try to point that out, that it was based on deception. So once you know it's a null and void contract, what are you going to do with it? Now you have to define who you are. You have a blank slate. You have a clear
Hold on a
canvas.
sec. I can
to
answer
move
that
forward.
for you, sir. I can, but wait, I can
Yeah.
actually answer that, because the premise of this is your birth certificate, your act of birth is actually of value on the how do you say that, fucking the World Trade Center. Your you know, that act of birth is actually really worth a lot to the, like, let's say to me, in my case, Canadian government, because they have another entity that they can add on. We're the collateral. We're the ones. We are the ones that are of value, not the money system. You understand? So when the governments or countries want to borrow money from these giant corporations and things like that, so they can finance all kinds of things, and well, they're under this kind of obligation to produce collateral. So that collateral is every single human being in that country, right? So when a parent or someone sends that act of birth over to the country uses that as collateral to, let's say, the World Bank. Okay, so you're worth maybe $20 million. So what this is trying to tell you is, you can liberate yourself from the fact that because the government deems you not worthy of taking care of that money, so they're taking it and they're budgeting it for you. But the reason of this, Dick, is because you can liberate yourselves from paying any statements, any bills, like all these bills that you pay with your name in capital letters and all this stuff. This is what it's all about. It's because what happens is you actually liberate yourself from the system as soon as you regain your sovereignty, which is that little piece of paper says that your act of birth that they give you at the hospital when you're born. When your parents send that off, it's like they're sending off $20 million to the Canadian government or American government, whatever. All depends on the value of each person on the world market or whatever it's called there. And they give you a receipt here, which is the birth certificate, saying thank you very much for giving us $20 million. This is the in layman's terms, because then they use that money and they fucking buy all kinds of stuff. They buy expensive chairs, $20,000 chairs, and they take our money and they budget our money, which that actually belongs to us by right. Okay. And because they think that we're not able to budget that kind of money, that they think that they can do it for us. So by regaining your sovereignty, you have access to that money, no longer having to pay for any bills, because in other words, your whole life is already paid for. Everything that you spend,
isn't that blood money, even that account, because they set it up on your behalf in deceit behind your back, even if it benefits you to some degree? Because I've thought about this. I'm like,
no, but it's
so what if they set up some account and there's a bunch of money sitting there? That's not my birthright, motherfucker. My birthright is the land, the stewardship of the land. And they want to make, and that's why I say there's not 1 inch of land in the United States that I know of that's not under a property tax. There's a reason for that. Why, they say they control the people with the money, but of course they control your food and then the resources, the land and everything that goes with it, with that money. And you're talking about that, how they siphon off the top and they'll fucking fund their pathetic lifestyles.
They impose like they superimpose a different reality on top of the real reality that we live in, where the economics of this of each country could be managed in a more human rights fashion than in this corporate entity, where everybody is a corporation and everything is under the laws of the corporations. But once you've been able to liberate yourself from that, you become the trustee. You're the one who's responsible.
You become the beneficiary.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly where I wanted to go. You become the beneficiary, not the government. So this is where it's important, because after that, you can go to the bank with your act of birth and do all kinds of different procedures to regain rights, properties, freedoms, and everything that entails that, because you that also includes the fact that you have a right to land. You understand? So once you gain your act of birth,
do I want to be
it opens up that door
of their system, though? That's kind of my point. It's like the way they set it up. Oh yeah, sure. Oh, you figured it out. You're a beneficiary. So now that you figured out we were lying and deceiving you at birth and screwing you over all the way up to this point, now you get to win the prize of access to what was rightfully yours anyway, that we deceived you from and controlled you and manipulated you from birth. I could get it if I consented to that, but I couldn't have consented at birth because again, I was under the guardianship of my parents. So man, I just say, give me liberty or give me death. Get the fuck out of my way. Just leave me the fuck alone. I'm not going to cause any loss, harm, or injury, because that's inherent to my beingness. That's the way the Most High created me. I don't seek to do harm. I don't seek to cause injury. I seek to go forth and prosper and plant my seed like any animal would do, and procreate and expand my genetic line out for future generations, and to do it with dignity and honor. I don't need to pollute and destroy this realm. And back to your point, OTW, the only reason that's happening is because of the non-liability corporate structure, which doesn't have to be accountable. So who can be accountable? Exactly. Not a citizen, not an individual. You would have to be independent, dependent on what's inside of you, which then qualifies you to actually be in a stewardship mindset because you know your role. You can't do it with disregard. You got to do
Well,
it with
that's why it's always
integrity.
important to never identify yourself as that corporate entity and always as the human being. And
But
to
you can
present
wear the
proof
hat and
of
not be it. You can utilize it as a vehicle, as an engine to accomplish something. What's the bad behind that if you're doing it with morality? I guess because the system is inherently corrupt, you're saying, right? It's perverted.
Yeah,
in and of
It's a
itself, so
fucking,
they don't
it's a whole
understand.
game. It's a game set up for most people to lose.
Yeah, but then you
But-
can't use a fiat note. So we can either transmutate the energy or we can't. Because it's the moment you
Transmute it.
use the fiat note, you're a slave and you're also a hypocrite, right? You're under contract.
No,
but
no,
not
that's
if
not
it,
true.
not if
No,
it's
listen.
no. Well, not if you're regaining your sovereignty and the wealth of the land is distributed with equity. You know what I'm saying? So if you're getting a portion of what actually belongs to you because you were born where you were born, and so it's in your human rights to have land and the right to travel, and you have all these aspects that they superimpose their laws upon by creating dead corporations, dead entities, where you cannot impose these corporate laws upon a human being. So it would be smart, in my opinion, to at least try to regain a certain amount of sovereignty, so you can be in control of this alleged fiat currency. But there's a different value to it's not currency, it's you, it's your worth, it's what you are. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
I
Freedom.
do. Yeah, I get it.
It belongs.
People will
It's like,
say the road to hell is paved in good intentions. I say intentions everything, man. Like that's how you transmutate the energy, because you're going to have to work with these things in some respect, or be a vagabond, or be an outsider. Go stake off your land in the national forest and try to create a whole different economy and a society and a community. I mean, I don't think that there has to be a one size fits all, but ultimately, right where you are in this moment, you're going to have to choose what you decide to interact with and not interact with, because in many senses, they're stopping the ability to pay without cash, right? So it's going to be this digital form of exchange that everything has to be done in, where it's all monitored and it's all determined what's the appropriate transaction, what's the nefarious transaction. And are you going to play ball with that system in any respect? If not, I hope you're making moves right now. I hope you're fucking growing food. I hope you're ready to barter. I hope you got all kinds of shit set up so that when that line in the sand comes and it's a chip or whatever it is that runs cross-grain to what you're willing to compromise to, that you're ready to go. It seems like it's pointing in that direction. Is it all fear? I don't really necessarily think so, because the whole technology seems like it's perfectly designed to set us up in a surveillance police state where you can't even, do the most simple of things without it being analyzed and ran through some kind of algorithm or augmented intelligence consideration. So it's getting crazy and wild. I don't want anything part of that system, which is what offends me about the technology. So I think when we talk about rights and freedoms,
You're already in it right now.
what's that?
The system, a part of the technology. You're a part of it right now. You're online.
yeah, he just said that. He just mentioned
Yeah, that's where I was going to go, but
You're gonna go with it. Think about it. We are adding to it, though. Even pretty much. I don't know, man. Like, these ideas seem like they'd be amazing, right? But I think the reason why it's not happening is because they don't work.
what doesn't
I don't
work?
think this idea of, like, I don't know, man. I honestly, I don't like the control either. It's bullshit to me too. But I think there needs to be some sort of it, right? In your idea, who control? There always has to be some sort of a leader or some sort of like control system. Like, we're not the only species like this, right? There's hierarchies and different animals and shit. It's just a human version of it. You don't understand how much fucking chaos. Like you said at the beginning of this, the people. Like you even said this at the beginning. You take it away and the shit would be burning down in like a day, in your opinion.
Yeah, the solutions, though, for a better society to me are simple. People don't want to entertain it because it does mean a complete disassembling of the current construct as it stands. I don't mean a turning the switch off on it like we were proposing, where it would be mayhem in the streets and blood everywhere. I'm saying where it's a conscious effort to say, eliminate governance in that respect in many forms, decentralize it, just like we have to decentralize our food system. We can't have this shelf ready supply chain so vulnerable. It's the same thing with money, freedom, all that stuff. Decentralize the money, decentralize the education, get back to communal processes that are unique to their region and to their people and to their the struggles that they face. And then you're going to see that diversity, which always creates more competition, more innovation, and the better end result. So you just have to get back to more micro environments where people are working together in any respect, even if it's with technology. At the end of the day, you have to be able to shake your neighbor's hand, look them in the eye, and have some level of respect. If you don't, you either need to get the fuck out or they need to get the fuck out. And in that tribal mindset, everything's voluntarism. You don't have to be here, motherfucker. You can go somewhere else. You can be an outsider. You can fend for yourself in the fucking woods if you want to, or whatever you want to do. But like-mindeds will work together. This federal one-size-fits-all umbrella of do good, we're going to tell you and extract off of you and give you your marching orders. It's a failed experiment. We knew it would be from the start. It's socialism and communism.
Yeah, in a way they're doing that in China already with the social credit score. Like,
Yeah,
let's say,
play out.
let's say you go against the shit, then you're ostracized. Like, fuck you, go to the woods. You're done. You'll fend for yourself. So that's almost how it is. It's the same kind of mentality.
Yeah. So there's enough people here that would love to operate an area without property taxes. It doesn't exist because of a forced oppressive type of mindset that's tyrannical. Otherwise, people who are like-minded in that sense would congregate. They would even commute or would migrate together and then create that type of society if that was possible. Now, the other mindset is they say, well, it is possible. People don't do it because they're just lazy, slothful, wicked, decrepitous beings that don't have any motivation or desire to do anything real. They just want to talk about it. And maybe that's really the real truth behind it.
Well, that's why I'm saying that system, that kind of ideology doesn't fucking work, because most people, listen, like that's a communism, right? Let's say people just do nothing. Why should they be entitled to something then, right? If they're just sitting doing nothing. Why? How does that work? Right?
They shouldn't be entitled to anything. They're not. I mean, the only thing they are subject to is that what we were trying to define earlier, natural law or universal law. There's consequences for your actions. There's cause and effect. So go forth and build something that is inspiring or be destroyed in the process, I guess.
Well, yeah, exactly. But
you're not restricted by governance either, right, Cage? So it's not like you're held back through all this absurd regulation and monetary manipulation. You can just go forth and create.
My bad, Freedom. But it goes back to like this video and what OTW is saying, right? About how apparently just because of we're born, like they're doing back deals with their names or whatever, birth certificate type thing, and we're worth an X amount of money, each person getting born into the system. Like, kind of like cattle has a tag on it. So
they're telling you that a corporation can own your land.
What we just were saying, you know what I mean?
They're telling you that a corporation can own your land, that a non-liable, it cannot engage in stewardship because it's not liable by its nature. It's vested interest is for the shareholders. So that's its alliance and where it's allegiant to it. It has to return profit before the people. And that's who owns your fucking land. So when they say you have this big bank account, I call bullshit. Actually, I own the fucking resources in the land, motherfucker. Don't tell me about your fiat notes, how much I got sitting in an account over there.
Well, then, okay. Well, then you need the manpower and shit to able to back that up. Because if not, it's like the animal kingdom, right? You have lions and shit. It's like my fucking territory. You come in, we're eating you. You're done. We're eating you alive. We're fucking eating your.
I'm more talking about if you know who you are, though. I mean, fundamentally, when they try to tell you what your role is, my role is not to collect your trust account for me.
Yeah, I'd say naturally this is what would happen, though, right? People are gonna claim their fucking territory, take the shit, and by force. That's it. It boils down to fucking force, really.
Yeah, are you willing to die for it? You got to pick your battle.
Pretty much.
Some things are worth dying for.
Guess what? Then we're stuck in this Ouroboros revolution loop Because a revolution is just another turn on the wheel. You're not getting anywhere. You're just fucking going around circles. So you need someone. You don't need a revolution. You need someone else. You know, that's what they want. They
need
create these
a
revolutions
resolution.
on purpose.
You
Yeah,
don't need a revolution. You need
Exactly.
resolve.
Exactly.
Complete the cycle.
Some sort of solution. But then, what's the end of the Hegelian dialogue? That's the solution, right? That's already predetermined and created.
The Hegelian dialectic ends when we start playing 4-way chess and creating a sequence out of it, just like a Fibonacci and 8-way chess and 10-way. You know, I mean,
you just
working
search
together.
up freedom. Search up a Nokian chess. It is 4-way chess, played with four
Multi-dimensional chess. I think you told me about that, actually, Cage. Like multi-level chess. You're playing on a 3-dimensional level, right?
It's like 4 different boards and 4 ways to. It's like it's like a form of divination chess play. So Nokian chess is using like the Golden Dawn and stuff.
Have you guys ever played tag team chess?
The first chess was actually like some ancient India, like Sanskrit.
Two versus two. I did that.
It's called two-handed
chess.
chess. It's called two-handed chess. The original chess was actually played with four sides.
Yeah, I think they characterize it as polyamorous chess. So that's characterized.
All right, everyone, give a great warm welcome to Mr. Brian O'Shea. Welcome to the stream, sir.
Hello, OTW. Thank you for having me. I think it's my first time here from not mistaken.
What's up, Brian?
Hello, Freedom Grower. Nice to see you.
Howdy, sir.
Thank you for having me this morning. I appreciate the conversation. I'm in my car waking up, getting ready to go to work later.
Yeah, the subject topic is natural law and human rights.
Oh, that sounds great. Yeah, I've been listening for a few minutes here. You guys are doing an excellent job.
Because rights and freedoms is all that matters, Brian. Absolutely nothing else.
No,
nothing else to consider, nothing else to see here. Just stay focused on rights and freedoms.
But even these issues we've been discussing, it actually boils down to the language. That's the real fucking spell, technically, they're getting put into. It's all through language, right? Because all this is writing and spellings, and it all boils down to that. Look into that. That's why I wanted to share something after, if we can. It's not very long. It's like 5 minutes.
All right. So, do you have your share screen up? Because we can do that right now if you want.
Yeah. All right. Give me a second.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because it does coincide with this. Like, remember yesterday with the fucking magnetite.
Yeah, I remember. That was a good video too. I actually appreciated that one. That was actually a great video for the end of the stream. That was perfect. It just ended perfectly.
Yep.
So, Mr. O'Shea, what have you been up to?
Last night I went on stage in Avondale, Arizona. It's a Hispanic suburb out here at this kind of wild room. But it was good. It's a nice little experience. Feels good to get up there, try my thing. And I've been working hard, stacking G's. So yeah, life looks good.
All right, excellent.
What'd you say?
Nice to hear that everything is going well for you, sir.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
Keep it up.
Oh, thank you, guys. Who said that?
Go ahead, Cage. It was OTW and Cage.
Okay, I think I'm pretty kind of familiar with Cage. He's gotten into it with Paul a few times, right?
Yeah, I've talked to him a couple times.
I'm just trying to get my head around who you are. Yeah, I appreciate that, fellas.
All right,
Anyway,
Cage, go ahead.
It is a fact. It is a fact which has existed for several thousand years.
It's a little intro.
I mean, when we talk about black magic, we are talking about Satanism, necromancy, alchemy, witchcraft, worship of Satan, the worship.
Now, when I started this channel, the idea was just to bring the gematria to everybody and assume that everybody had knowledge of it already. However, I've realized that I'm getting a lot of questions asking me why these numbers are important and how you use them, which are all perfectly valid questions because it is confusing at first. So what I'm going to try and do is explain in my own words why gematria is so important and how to use it. Additionally, I'm going to put a link in the description to a video that's about an hour long, and it's on gematria for beginners. And if you're really serious about this, I would advise you to watch this.
How does this have anything to relate with natural law and human rights? I mean, that's completely off topic. What does gematria have to do with anything?
Awesome. Are we switching to count numbers? This is fucking my favorite subject. This is fucking great. Let me warm up to here.
It's not really. It's gonna get into it. It'll make more sense in a second. But how it relates is like think about the word sentence, right? Like almost like it creates sentences, and it's like almost like a jail sentence that you're like locking yourself down in a way which he says here, you know, right over here. But he will pretty much this ties into it because you see the signature that you're creating and you're signing in the capital letters, and it all goes back to the language.
Well, and sentence means 44 in gematria, which is the same number as Biden, which is actually part of what is leading the New World Order decision making right now, from what I can tell.
Yeah, because like we said before, remember when I mentioned it, and you agree with this, Freedom? I was saying it's more than just the physical asset thing. It's something deeper than that. It's through the language that we speak. Because remember, you're writing all this shit in English.
Totally. And
know,
assets
okay.
number 66, which is the same as Brian O'Shea, which is that's synchronicity. That's crazy. It's wild.
I just wanted to make sure that there was a relevance, and but you've convinced me. Please continue.
Yeah, it's all connected. Stay tuned.
It is. Everything's connected.
Big stuff
Right.
is dropping.
All right, go ahead.
Everybody's on the edge of their seat.
As it is extremely
It's basic
informative and
stuff,
it breaks
but
it down
some of
in
the
a
audience might
really
not know.
streamlined way. It's by Rabbi Jacobson. Now, first things first, the word gematria comes from the Greek word geometria, which is to do with geometry and the study of numbers. But what gematria does is refer to the power and energy that lie in the numbers behind each letter. Now, if you're familiar with the work of Zach, he always says that the Kabbalah states God created the world by merging words, letters, and numbers. And I'm personally not here to debate the cosmology of the universe. However, all I know is if we're looking for a universally applicable concepts that help us understand the world around us, then numbers are by far the best. You know, where did numbers come from? Why is 1 1? Why is 2 2? Why isn't 3 1? When you try
Why
to
is
dig into
zero
the origin of numbers, you
not
don't really
zero?
get.
Did you think about
pause.
that? Why is 0 not 0?
Okay. I
Why
guess
is why?
that's,
Why?
Mic drop. Mind blown.
I don't have any bombs, guys.
Blown up that.
Hey, guys,
We need some fucking sound effects. Huh?
It's a bomb in and of itself. You heard the proverbial bomb drop when I said that because you knew how true it was, and it struck you to your core.
It did.
Why
It
is
did. I
0
was-
not
I-
0? That's really
I
It
don't
fucking
know.
tasted
with
like
our
it tasted
minds.
like some high grade tea.
0 of this, because exactly the tea bag can't be 0 of 150, right, Cage? It has to be 1 or any number after thereof. So my case is made pretty indisputable.
The jury's out for this one.
No, it
Guys,
is incontrovertible though. 0, is not really relevant. It doesn't even exist. What the fuck? Why are we messing around with things that you can't even comprehend? It's not even true. It's a lie. There is no such thing as 0.
0 is everything, though. It's a circle.
All one, alone.
Hey guys,
It is a circle.
I'm about to drink. I'm about
Hey,
to
guys.
piss in a cup and drink it. Just wanted to notify you all of that. Carry on.
Don't do that.
That's all right.
Please
Hey, guys,
refrain
Oh,
from
no.
drinking your piss, please.
all right,
It's perfect homeopathic medicine, so I please will do it. I yield.
So do you get yourself a big gulp at 7-Eleven and fill that bad boy up, or do you just kind of do like a half fill and then redistribute in another direction? Or give us some intimate
Well, right
details,
now-
Brian. We're all wondering.
Right now, I'm scouring my nightmare of a vehicle here for a metal like T. It's a very large. It says Mr. D on it yesterday, and I didn't know it said Mr. D on it until I went up to a group of ladies at a hotel and I said, "Did you guys hire a stripper?" And the lady was like, "Yeah, we did." And I was all surprised. I was like, "Oh, well, let's go back to the room." And then the lady goes, "It's Mr. D," and I didn't know what she was talking about. And I go, "Yeah, they call me Big D." I said, my brothers call me Little D." And then I walked away, and then later on, I saw on the cup it says Mr. D. I was like, "Oh, that's why she said that." Anyways, I
Yeah,
yield.
it always happens whenever you go to a hotel and you ask where the prostitutes are. You end up in a room, doing long stroke, short stroke kind of finales. But I'm glad you figured that out, Brian. That was an interesting journey, and I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Yeah. Well, the thing with the long stroking is that was Rob Cleveland's suggestion to me. And that's when I realized that there's a whole version of intercourse that doesn't involve a small penis. So I'm not really able to long stroke it because I have a small penis, Freedom Girl. But I appreciate your enthusiasm.
Yeah, but you can still, get in front of the mirror and like imagine, try to visualize things that won't happen. I don't know. I
Like
mean,
John,
manifestation's a weird thing. Like they say law of attraction, but it never made my dick bigger, Brian O'Shea, and I'm still trying to figure that one out.
yeah, imagine like John Lennon, long stroking. I know what you're saying. I yield.
Anyways, I'm gonna continue this. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. But
Yeah, I was like, okay, interesting direction that conversation was taking, but all right. I mean, we're
What's
all
wrong
about
with you
that
guys?
here.
That was totally natural. Brian was
that
sharing
was
with us. He's about to drink his urine, which is a normal thing that people do in society
drinking
now.
piss and then all this. Okay,
It's a trendy thing. Everybody's drinking their urine now, Cage.
He
What's
must
wrong
be
with
fucking
you?
trolling, bud.
Yeah, Cage, what's your problem? That's Danny
Okay, go on
Skylark.
not
Got
trolling.
he got videos.
Go on camera
Danny
right now. Drink
Skylark.
your piss. I want to see it.
Danny Skylark got videos of her drinking her piss live on fucking thing. I would do it,
Dude,
but
I have the manual on urine therapy right here at
Yeah.
arm's length
Urine
away,
therapy, what
just in
the
case I
fuck?
have any questions or I want to
Yeah.
consult the experts on proper
book
ways to
told you to
drink
drink
my
your
piss
piss, yeah?
and proper
Yeah.
times to do it. And you ought to get on the fucking bandwagon, get your truck in gear and start moving somewhere, Cage,
Yeah.
because you're
Let's see
stagnating.
some Aleister Crowley rituals too while we're at it. Yeah. Let's get the
Cage,
blood mixed in too. Come on.
Cage, let me tell you
what's up?
something about my firsthand direct knowledge. Is that Cage? That's with the orange? Is that who I'm talking to?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Cage.
that's
Who's the one that was All right, yeah. So, dude, I soaked my feet for a couple hours in aged urine. You want the blacker, the older, the better. It's like wine, you know.
You
You
soaked
get
your
this
feet
aged
in your piss, bro.
for hours, dude, and it turned it into like a beautifully healed. It's like the fountain of youth, dude. It's physician heal thyself. They tricked us, just like everything else. It's a wonderful, beautiful homeopathic medicine, and the fact that you're laughing at it just shows where we're at in the world, bro.
It's the ignorance, because like even in the chat they're saying change the subject, please. Yeah, sure. So let's deny the thousands of people dealing with ailments that potentially could come across this information the possibility of finding healing or some kind of
You have
potential.
incurable cancer. Just start drinking your piss. You'll be healed. You're good.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that's the only
Drinking
option
your
to look at. There's a multitude of homeopathic, naturopathic type of modalities that you could consider outside of the allopathic, big pharmaceutical, nasty profits before people system that kills and maims people on a daily basis just for the end result of experimentation, I guess. Or we can't even really know their motives. It's like fucked up, dude, on so many levels.
Don't you think?
What the
Don't
fuck
you
is
think there's
going
a
on?
reason why? Don't you think there's a reason why it leaves the body? It doesn't stay within the body for a reason.
That's the feces. That's an excellent question, but the feces is the waste product. You don't want to be chomping down on that like a Snickers bar. You know what I mean?
It's still a waste product, though.
No, the waste product is the feces. The medicine is the urine. We've been tricked. We've been lied to about everything. Open your eyes. I yield. And that was excellent, Freedom Grower. Your little rant there, that was beautiful. Thank you for that.
And
All right, well,
you know when you
Why'd
say
you have to characterize it as little
whoa,
then,
whoa, whoa.
Brian O'Shea, like
Brian.
my genitalia? That wasn't, you didn't have
Brian,
to go there.
when you say you yield, you don't continue talking after you've yielded. That's kind of contradictory to
And how come
Your
everyone
large,
fucking uses
your
these
large veiny
terminologies now?
rants.
It's fucking annoying.
Your large veiny rants. Oh, the word yield. Oh, let's talk about the word yield here for a second, if I may. So
Yeah, go
what
ahead.
we have
I'm
right
never
now is
gonna yield.
But I
what
would
we
like
have
to
right here.
So you don't yield.
Ryan, please give me a second, please, dude. Ryan, 1 second. I'd like to welcome a new member to the panel, which is Paulie Cleveland. So I don't know if it's either Rob Cleveland or Paul Unslaved. So welcome to the to the stream.
It's me, Rob,
Thank you for
but
being
Paul's
here.
my
All
middle
right.
name.
Oh, I didn't know that. All right. So hi, Rob. Welcome to the stream, man.
Yo,
Robert
thank you for having
Paul
me.
Cleveland. What's up,
Yes,
bro?
sir.
Yeah.
All right.
So if I could describe this, let's go into this word yield for a second here. So what we have, we're starting is kind of like groups, right? And if you go, when I thought of the word group, I was trying to correlate it to gold, right? And so guild, but group and guild, right? Guilds are what brotherhood type things, these guilds that formed. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that word guild, but
Yeah.
guild is also related to gold, right? Guild things, when things are gilded, there's gold. So, and then I realized that guild in guild in terms of a group and yield are related. When you have crops and products, you're yielding, right? And yield can mean to produce or provide, but yield can also mean to give way. And there's an expression that fall back to get ahead, or whatever the expression is. It's something like that. Like, yeah, fall back to get ahead or something like that. So if you, by giving way, you produce and provide. So I just thought it's interesting, all these connections to these words, and you could even go deeper with guild.
And it goes back to kind of what you guys were saying with sentences and kind of maybe what this video is even about, these words and everything. It's all connected. And when you can like write and like really get deep with these words and say you write it out or speak, because when you write a lot, and if you're an excellent writer, you're probably an excellent speaker, because you could speak in a way that could be transcribed, which is probably what's going to happen with a lot of what we're doing is these things could get transcribed and turn into books, these conversations, because we could up our level of speaking to the point where it's book ready, all the comments.
We can make a new bestseller, Piss Drinking for Dummies, new bestseller.
So you're saying,
yeah, I mean, you could shit on piss. You can shit.
They could form some.
You can shit on piss all you want.
They have everything for dummies. They have Freemasonry for dummies. They have everything for dummies. Automotive for dummies. But now it's drinking for dummies. I'm sure probably.
All right, you guys don't care about what I'm saying. Never mind.
So sorry, Freedom. Continue. My bad, but.
No, it wasn't important. I was just the point being is like we could form better religions through the augmented intelligence, because it could collate all the information and reverse analyze it as data mining and hacking us, and then turn that into some kind of end result of better belief systems and shit.
Yeah, I mean that's what the Bible seems like. It seems like that chat, whatever the fuck it's called, that makes up stories.
Chat GPT.
Like, Chat GPT. It sounds like if you take all the good information. It seems like a story made up right, because it takes all this good conversation and then it turns it into because that's what we're forming. We're forming new religions. Like this world is so strange.
Than us, isn't it God, Brian O'Shea? Essentially, don't you give it that authority? If like we look at it,
it's not smarter than us because it doesn't have the spirit. It doesn't have the spirit and soul. Like it's not sentient, whatever that means. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And
I agree with that. But if people perceive it as that, and they give it that authority where they say it is the final decision maker on justice, on terms and conditions as far as how a society works, then they give it a godlike status.
Right. It'd be more of an idol. That'd be the idol worship thing. But we don't know how this game works, bro. And like Zetetic Warrior brought up, like we might be in a battle to receive a soul. Like we might have to make certain decisions in this time period that like allow us to have a soul. So we might be some sort of simulated thing that, but through our decision making, through some sort of miracle, we can obtain a soul by the rights and freedoms, perhaps by standing up for ourselves and showing that yes, we will fucking be willing to die or stand up for something. That's So I don't know.
I think once you see it, you illuminate it. So it's like the double slit experiment. The consciousness perspective on it gives it life and gives it relevance. So that the soul, in essence, is something that we capture through our own recognition of divinity, and then whether we hold on to that or lose it is our level of stewardship to it. So it's just like the Christ said, where you either bury that shit in the ground and you're like a Ebenezer Scrooge, I gotta hold everything God gave me, or you're using that to build and create and solve problems, and then that becomes generational. And it's kind of like Paul says, where your name extends on because of the good work you did. You're remembered not in like a vanity sense, but because you fucking figured out the puzzle. You figured out the maze, how to actually do something productive here.
Yeah, it's almost like your soul is earned instead of just given to you. You have to work for that shit. You have to do something to prove something.
Faith without works is dead.
Boom. You're on fire today, Freedom Grower. Now go get that wife ears and bring her on camera so I could give her kissy faces.
Yeah, Freedom Blower. Let's go.
Yeah, well, you know what? If she was going to depart from my ways, she would definitely go with a much more amicable, affable individual than yourself, Brian O'Shea. And plus, I'm sure she could find someone with a large phallus that actually worked and, probably had a lot of money or something. But it doesn't seem to be her pursuit. She stays with me regardless and seems to love me regardless. So I guess I'm just luckier than you. Than all of you.
I think you should start a stream with Allie. It'd be Freedom Grower and Freedom Blower.
That hurt. That was fucking, man, below the belt. I do like that term for myself though. Freedom procrastinator, freedom blower, freedom hoe, freedom bitch. I don't know. There's all kinds of ways you could.
How you have children on that?
This is so funny because Tommy like tied that in with the Grindr app. That shit was so funny, man.
What'd you say, Brian?
You guys reading this?
How many children do you have on that property?
Hey, go fuck yourself, Brian. Go fuck yourself right now. Like you told Ben the other day, go die and do it efficiently. Maybe painfully, though. It's up to you, really, which way you want to go. I don't really care. Just do something with your loser self.
Yeah, go delete yourself.
Keys, meanwhile, ranted on, insisting there was a grand conspiracy at work, a shadowy cabal that controlled everything from behind the scenes. The other panelists tried to engage with him to get to the root of his fears and suspicions, but he was too far gone, lost in a maze of his own making.
All right. With that. Yeah, freedom, bro. You know how some people say I didn't drink my coffee yet, so I might be a little off. I didn't drink my piss yet, so you might be onto something, freedom, girl. I don't know why I brought your children. I was gonna ask how old's the oldest one, or what are the age ranges, but you know that's a little creepy and weird. But I don't know. I am curious though.
Very creepy and weird that you even said that.
Thank you, Rob.
You're welcome.
So, how old's your oldest child?
I'm not impressed, Brian.
Freedom girl.
He's still gonna go on with that. Oh shit! Holy
freedom
cow.
girl.
All right, so this is taking a new turn, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to get back to our original conversation, if no one minds here. Yeah.
Show your
yeah,
face.
I just came in, so I don't know what the
Talk
fuck.
about my kids on here, you piece of shit. What do you want to say about my
What's
children,
why is
Brian
it so?
O'Shea?
Why is it so fucking crazy? Why is it so crazy?
Then.
Why is it so
Here's the
crazy?
reality, dude. If you would have said a funny joke, then we could have laughed. But you just want to bring my fucking children into the conversation? Go fuck yourself.
Why is that so crazy to say? How old are you? Like, do you have children and how old are they? Why is that the craziest thing to ask?
Because you're a weird, twisted fucking creepazoid, dude. Your intentions are nefarious. You probably want to fucking come here and try to sleep in my house and see if you can fucking, I don't know, groom my wife or something. You know, you got nefarious intentions, bro. So leave that to you and your way of conducting yourself. But I'm not interested. I got my boundaries, dude. You want to start talking about my family or whatever? Go fuck yourself. Why would I have that conversation with you? I've seen how you operate.
Well, we've already wasn't it you that already that asked me back in the day? You said when I was doing semen retention, you said, Brian, what would you suggest? So I have adolescent children. How do you suggest I have conversations with them, say about semen retention, masturbation? We were going down that road. You've already brought this stuff up to me, dude. You're the one that brought it up to me.
That was a conversation months ago when I first met you, and we had in Moose's stream. So what's your point?
My point is we've already talked about your family, and I'm recalling it. So now I remember you do have children. Now that I'm actually saying it, I remember you do have children. And in fact, you said you had adolescents.
What's your purpose? What do you want to talk about in regards to my family, my relationships? Where do you want to take this, Brian?
Well, I didn't know how old your children was. I didn't know if you had a child that was like in her 20s or something like that. So yeah, I was going to go down a road and be like, oh yeah, we could be playful with that. But I don't know how old your children are. I don't know really how old you are. So I was just curious. I'm a curious, creepy
on
person.
the chopping block of your humor attempts, often failed, but sometimes successful. And I get that. And you've done that in the past, and it's fine. But you know, whatever, man. You triggered me at some degree. I see you get triggered all the time. You act like a little bitch on here. What the fuck, dude?
Guys,
I mean, I'm not.
What do you want from me? You're talking about my kids. I don't want to talk about my kids.
I'm saying, you don't break fucking family. Come on, bro. You're an adult. So you act like an adult, bro.
See, you guys are the ones
He's
that are
acting like
showing.
an adult.
You're like a fucking adult, like a fucking idiot.
You guys are
know,
exposing
you don't see-
yourselves. If
You're,
someone
you
says
come here
to you,
talking about drinking piss and then talk about people's family like you're a write-off, bud. The fuck? Bro, listen,
you guys are
don't
exposing
understand.
yourselves.
You don't know.
I
You
bring
never
up
know who you're
drinking
talking
piss
to
and
on
get
the internet
triggered.
and shit. You got to be careful with what you say. You know, it's not all fun and games and shit all the time. You know, I'm not saying like it's here, but eventually, statistically speaking, you're gonna run into that. And remember, your words and your actions, they have a price to them, right? Good or bad.
You guys are just exposing yourselves. I bring up piss, you get all triggered. I ask him how old his children are. You guys get all triggered. You guys are exposing yourselves.
I'm not triggered. I'm just like, it's just kind of fucking hilarious. Like, you're over here telling me to drink.
Nobody here got triggered, bro. They're just speaking about the facts of the matter and how weird you react.
All right, Rob, what are the facts of the matter?
Anything, you know, this
Vic has been telling you.
Like
Were you not listening?
Anytime someone disagrees with something, they're like, oh, you're triggered. That's like a defense.
He just admitted he's triggered. He just admitted he got triggered by it and apologized. And you guys just missed the whole point.
If you bring up somebody's family, obviously it's going to enlist some sort of like, what the fuck is wrong with you type thing. Like, what do you?
Yeah, and the man I just did it to just admitted he got triggered and shouldn't have done that. And you guys are still double downing on it.
No, he did. But you're saying I got, and everyone else we're all getting that, which is not true.
Yeah, we're all getting triggered just because I brought up the word children.
You couldn't say there's nothing anyone can say to get that state of mind.
This is how society is. A man is already there are medicals around the road of how it's got to be something pedophilic or something like that. That's how the world is.
All right. So is this chaos over? Can we move on to the topic at hand here?
Well, ask Freedom Grower what's going on right now.
Well, I don't need to ask Freedom Grower. I'm telling you what's going on right now.
I think that,
you guys are all defending Freedom Grower, and he's the one with the children having the conversation.
Well, you're cutting him off. He's about to speak.
I haven't said a word up until right now, man. I'm just like trying to get the conversation back on track here, guys.
He was about to speak, and you cut him off. Please go ahead, Freedom Grower. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with getting triggered. Some things are worth getting triggered over. You know, it's like I have a natural defense mechanism to protect certain levels of discussion with regards to details of my kids. I have done it at the lengths I'm comfortable with in casual conversation here, but for you to take it and want to make it for the chopping block for your failed comedy attempts, which you already
how
admitted
is that? What do you even?
You already admitted.
Let him finish.
That was your purpose of going there, Brian O'Shea. Says more about you than I need to say about you.
It was a single purpose or multi-layered?
Let him finish.
Beyond that, I'm fine to move on. Now, you know, I'm not here to create boundaries for you. If you want to continue to do that shit, I'll just continue to try to engage with you less. But, you know, you didn't have any good productive purpose behind it, apparently, other than to try to make fun of it and use it as some kind of attempt for your comedy. I get it, dude. You're going to go for anything you're grasping at straws, man. That's your fucking character. That's how you go.
Remember when we talked about semen retention?
I don't
and
even
you
blame you for that. I don't even blame you for going for the gutter. That's your choice. But, you know, at some level, I choose to engage. I choose to even be here or not be here. So, you know, the conversation is going to go the way I want it to go. Or you're going to go fuck yourself, and I'll just fucking head on my way. And you guys can say he rage quit or he ran, but, you know, I'd rather move on.
You can't see me right now, but I'm saluting you, Dick.
Yeah, same here. I agree. So let's move
that
on.
far.
Yeah, press
seems to be this sort of metaphysical way to quantify data, so to speak. But it goes a lot deeper than that, and people have known that for a long time, i.e. Pythagoras and whatnot, but that knowledge is typically suppressed. Because maths, as they say, is the language of the universe. So then it only seems logical to me to suggest that the language of the universe and our very written language are connected. Now, there's a really good quote by W.E.B. Du Bois. If you don't know who he is, look him up. Great guy. And he said, when you have mastered numbers, you will in fact no longer be reading numbers any more than you read words when reading books. You'll be reading meanings. Okay? So these numbers have meanings. And people have known this for years. It's just been kept from you. Like everything else. But everything's coming out the rabbit hole now. The cat's out the bag. It really is. So basically what I'm going to do is just show you some quotes in the English language that interested me, first of all, and hopefully give you a little inclination as to how to go about finding some of these and how to use them and what they mean and how you can spot them every day. Because let me tell you, I switch the news on every day and I can decode it in 2 seconds. It's not difficult. The amount of times I've told my girlfriend when something's going to happen on a day, purely because of the numerology. You can quite literally predict this matrix and the outcomes on the matrix based on the numbers. It's that simple. This world is simply a quantum number generator. But we're not going to discuss that today. We're just going to be talking about the English language.
Can you pause?
First of all, I just
got a question. What is this? Like, what am I watching here, or what am I listening to? I just came in, so I don't know what's going on.
Cage, would you please explain to Rob what?
It's about like the etymology and the significance of words and the English language that we're all forced to think in and speak.
Yeah, this is a
Yeah.
lead-up video from the previous video that we were watching from Justinian Deception, and we're like trying to point out the importance of how the English language is being used in today, and how we are, being deceived all the time. And there's ways to, liberate yourself from the chains of the indoctrination, right? So this is, I guess, is a parcel of that recipe to be able to engage in your sovereignty, I guess, is by understanding the language. So this is why we're going through this, I think, 5-minute video to break down the gematria and etymology of the words to get a better understanding of what Mr. Justinian Deception was talking about previously. So is that good for you, Rob?
Yes. Thank you for clarifying. Please carry on.
OTW, you wouldn't mind starting it over, would you, brother?
Oh,
Or is it already well into it, or?
Actually, it's only like a minute in. We even haven't gotten a chance to get into the the real. What is it, like 1 minute, 2 minutes in?
It's 4 minutes in.
Okay.
It's actually 9 minutes and 58 seconds long.
So I guess rewind it, Pineal, and we'll continue on from here, I guess.
Okay, we'll do. Grand Rising, brother.
All right.
You didn't miss
Rising, you.
much. It's gonna get into the good stuff now.
Some blessings all.
To just give a little background, as you can see here, English is the most spoken language, and English comes from Latin. So English was standardized at 26 characters after the fall of the Roman Empire, and you can look that up more if you want to. So hence we're told English is the offspring of Latin, and the term alphabet comes from the first two letters in
Did
Latin.
somebody
which
ask
is
for a
alpha
pause?
and
I
beta.
heard somebody say pause.
Yeah. Can you speed it up a little bit, please?
Yeah, because there is one thing I wanted to mention about this guy's voice. It's kind of like a little grungy or something. It sounds like he hit the bong 50 times before he decided to record the video. So,
He's just British.
Okay. Well, yeah, maybe you should speed it. Yeah, I do agree with Brian O'Shea. Speed it up just a tad.
I sped it up a bit there.
Now, as you can see here, English is the most spoken language in the world, so it only seems fit that it is the most encoded. Just a few points here on some etymology in the English language. As you can see here, spelling, spell, i.e. to cast a spell. People write in cursive, cursing ourselves with our spelling while writing in cursive.
And how do they teach you to write your signature?
What do you mean? In attached letters, I guess?
No, your signature in school. They made us they taught us how to write signatures in school. I remember when we were super young, and it's always in cursive. Signatures are in cursive. You don't see people writing regular font for signatures usually. Although a signature could be anything, right?
Yeah. I remember I used to write my signature in not in all caps, but like I didn't attach the letters, and I didn't do that whatever. I do now because it's quicker, but anyway.
Anyway, so it's kind of relevant to what we're looking at. That's why.
All right, press play.
Right, i.e. right as in rites of initiation. We write these cursive spellings. We write these words in cursive with spellings. See how that works? And we form sentences, like a jail sentence, locking yourself down. And we use grammar, which comes from the French word grimoire, which, as you can see here, is a manual for invoking demons. This is just a little slice of some of the shit that's piled into the English language. Stuff we say every day and continuously curse ourselves with that we have no idea of. When you start breaking down words, you can really see what's going on. Even the term bless you literally is be less you. And words like pray in the religious sense, but then pray in the hunting sense. I mean, are we praying to a god or a deity? Or are we willingly offering ourselves up to have our energy harvested, in turn transforming us into prey? Who knows? It's definitely thought-provoking, I know that. Now, I'm sure everybody here knows what a thesaurus is, or thesaurus, however you want to say it. But you might not know what that word actually means. Now, the theo comes from the word theos in Greek, which relates to the study of the divine, or God. Hence, we get theology. And as you can see here, saurus from ancient Greek, or sauros, lizard, reptile. So this word, thesaurus, something that we use a lot in English classes in school, something I'm sure a lot of people have in their house. It literally means lizard god, god lizard. The book of the the book of the god lizard, the book of the lizard god, however you want to put it. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's the book of the Dracos, it's the book of the reptilians. It's a book of spells, people. And it's in the word. That's why
I wonder if thesaurus, dinosaurus, is there a connection there?
Well, of course, like Tyrannosaurus, fucking all the sauruses.
Of course, because
Oh, right,
obviously
word.
dinosaurs
For a
are a
reason, it's kinda
fucking.
Yeah,
If
it's
you
kind of
believe in
odd. That's
dinosaurs,
the
there you're
point.
fucking. It's like believing in the tooth fairy. You know what I'm saying?
Right. It's like discounting your
Tyrannosaurus
info.
Rex, or there's always sauruses with these dinosaur names.
Well,
It's
it all
because
depends
had
if you
that-
believe
that
in
lizard
evolution and all that bullshit there.
But we're talking about the words here.
Yeah. Anyway, let's
So why
keep
do they
on.
why would they choose that for a thesaurus? That you look up synonyms and shit. Like what? Why? Like it's a book of spelling for different words to spell things, like word waffle, word fucking. Oh man, it's weird.
Well, there is a connection to the
Telling people, man,
draconian
you-
laws. You know, it's Draco is also connected to reptilianism and
Yeah,
whatever.
draconian.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think it's even in that
Draco, the
word.
dragon.
They love hiding this fucking shit everywhere. Weird.
Isn't draconian similar to like vampire type shit? Dracula?
The Draco prefix is
Yeah, the
That's it.
dragon Draco. Remember that movie Draco, the dragon reptilian? I guess you didn't see that movie. Anyway, it was with what's his name there? He was oh shit, I don't believe I'm forgetting his name.
What are you saying? Dinosaurs aren't
He's
real?
like a James Bond superhero
You
guy.
can buy
there.
dinosaur bones and shit. You can find dinosaurs.
You should know this,
fucking
Brian
adrenaline.
O'Shea. What the fuck is his name there? The guy that did James Bond there, and he played in that movie Draco. He was the dragon.
Pierce Brosnan?
No, not Pierce Brosnan.
Daniel Craig?
No, early version of James Bond, guys.
Sean Connery.
There you go. Thank you very much. That was the name I was looking for.
Sorry, Sean Connery.
So Sean Connery played a dragon?
Yeah, he was. They even used his face. It was actually a really epic movie, in my opinion. But Draco is the name of the dragon, so that's why I figured that the draconian laws and everything was entwined with the words, since we're talking about word magic right now.
There's a gun on the
That's
streets
even
that the
with, that's even
gangbangers
with the
use.
fucking signature thing, because you have to sign it and fill out these things. Right? So, like I'm telling you, it's all a part of this. It's part of this. It's probably
There's a gun on the
structured in a
street
certain
right
way.
now. There's a gun on the street right now called a Draco. It's like an automatic weapon, I think.
Yeah, Draco is like a little AK or something, right?
I think so. I don't know if it's related to anything we're talking about, but it's that word's out there.
It could be. It could be a draconian weapon that was conceived by the reptilian overlords of this realm.
Queen
Hey,
of Swords
guys,
says,
really quick.
I saw a man. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Svetlana.
Okay, really quick. The human DNA is progenitor's DNA. It's the first what was created here. From human DNA, you can create any animal, any plant, any reptilian, any race. It's all made from human DNA by cutting, dicing, slicing, and vaccination. That's the
Who's
fun
speaking?
part right there.
Svetlana,
That's
ladies
why
and
we
gentlemen.
able to. Yeah, everything made from humans, basically.
Svetlana, have I heard you on some popular podcasts?
Food, it's
True life
everything
stories,
is
Brian.
food-based. That's what they.
I don't know.
Yeah, she's breaking up. That's unfortunate, Svetlana. Please, I'm gonna have to silence you. You're not making this broadcast productive at all here. You gotta get yourself a
Always
better
has
connection.
Technical issues there, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Svetlana. I'm gonna have to remove you. Please come back in when you have better connection. I'm sorry, but we're not understanding anything you're chopping up. That doesn't make for a smooth broadcast. Unfortunately, you should maybe go on the roof of your house or something. I don't know, like go in a spot where your internet's going really good and or get a better phone. I don't know.
All right,
what's
we get
going
it,
on.
dude.
Check out Wizard's video on it. He's got some device that'll get your signal right.
Oh, there you go. Check Wizard. All right, so let's go. Let's keep on with the video.
I think
Unless
Dick's
anybody
talking
has
about
anything they would like to add.
I think Dick's talking about the can trick where you cut the can open and put it on the router and aim it towards your device. I'm going to try that actually because I have tech issues too sometimes and internet issues.
There's like 2
But
minutes
yeah,
left in the later.
I just wanted to point out what Queen of Swords said. It's a pretty interesting comment. She said, I saw a man shapeshift right in front of me twice. A lizard demon thing. Reptilians are real. So that's interesting. I don't
You're
discount
gonna
any.
believe this before I start shape shifting on you guys or something.
All right, Kate.
To know the etymology, because it gives the game away. It really does. It gives the game away. Symbolism will be their downfall, but you know what? So will etymology.
Speed it up.
Also, when you think about the amount of government bodies that start with a negative prefix, i.e. NATO, the UN, NASA, this is all done by design because the powers that be know that the language we use literally changes the formation and chemical compound of our brain and in turn shapes our reality. So they're shaping our reality through the words we speak, and we don't even know it. Well, I mean, I know it, and a bunch of people know it, but the majority of people don't know it. Also, the word dictionary, it's not an accident that the word dick is at the beginning, yeah? Much like dictator. Remember, we live in a system that is built upon the destruction of the sacred feminine and the veneration of the patriarch.
1 point for
As
Dick.
I've shown before,
It's
all
gonna
phallic
characterize
symbology we
it in
see
a
all
very
over the world,
negative
from
light
London,
very
Vatican, DC. It's
Yeah,
a direct tribute to the male
phallus.
dominance over my
No, keep it playing, man. It's just like
or guy,
Right,
market, whatever
because
you
the
want to call it.
dictionary is to be
We no
dictatorial,
longer have
to
dominion
force
on this
that shit
planet.
on you.
We gave it up a long time ago to a group of extremely nefarious people with some friends in some very high places. And I'm not talking about higher physical places. I'm talking about high dimensions. Right. On this planet, emotions are seen as weak. Boys are men are typically told to hide your emotions. Women are told, you're too emotional. And that's because emotions or energy in motion is a problem for them, especially when we start to understand how to direct that flow of energy and enhance it and use it. Right. That's my little spiel. Let's get into the meat of this.
Right. So let's get back
That's
to
a little introduction to it. The guy did some good work, though. A few of this. I don't know what happened after.
That's a crazy synchronicity. I have that exact same picture in my files there that it ended with. Yeah, I'm gonna switch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:47 a.m. here in Montreal, Canada. It is presently 4 degrees Celsius and still cloudy outside. And it is April 19th. So welcome everybody to the stream. Much love and respect to the chat. Thank you everybody for being here and supporting the channel. You guys up here are awesome. Thank you for joining and contributing to the stream. Your opinions and perspectives are always valued. So thank you very much, guys, for being here. We have presently Mr. Freedom Grower, Mr. Dick from his channel is Freedom Grower. Go check it out. He's got music, plays guitar, and does also panels with interesting subjects. And we got Mr. Cage here, who also has a channel, does pretty interesting videos with AI voice enhanced audio books and shit like that. So that's pretty interesting. So go check him out, Cage from Cage Reality. We got also Mr. Sean from Pineal Power, and also another channel he has is called Sean of Source, and I do believe he has a third channel, which I don't remember the name of. And we also have Mr. Last but not least on the panel, we have Mr. Brian O'Shea, I believe to be some sort of professional comedian and or traveling person who does odd jobs. And I'm not too familiar with Mr. Brian O'Shea, but he has decided to grace us with his presence here today on OTW News. I believe it's the first time he's been here. So thank you, Mr. Brian O'Shea, for being present and sharing your insight and perspective on things. Thank you very much, sir. So we have somebody else who just popped in backstage. We got Mr. Benton. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give a warm welcome to Mr. Benton.
What's happening? Thank you for having me, Mr. OTW.
Oh, that's wild.
Can you include Benton on that little introduction soliloquy thing, since he just joined us while you're in the middle of it?
Soliloquy. I love it.
I don't know what soliloquy means, but it seemed apropos. If anyone wants to look that up for me.
Fucking, what's up, Benson? You got the Unabomber thing going on here? There you go.
Brian's inventing
yes, indeed.
Ted Kaczynski Gate.
Am I the only one that has Benton only coming in through one headphone?
Let me fix that. One moment. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, you come in my left ear.
You're tripping me
OTW.
out, man.
Can you give Benton a little introduction to the audience?
The crowd goes wild. Do you want a round of applause now or later, sir? All right, I'll just give it to you now.
All right. Well, Benton is also a broadcaster, has his own channel, ladies and gentlemen, and he does awesome broadcasts with an open panel, invites guests up, and he lets the chaos reign. It's awesome. So, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead. His professional lifestyle is driving trucks and serving people and living on the road. Commend the man for being very just like Brian O'Shea. You guys are like out there in the wilderness and real warriors, so I commend you guys. All right, so welcome to the stream, Mr. Brenton. Do you have anything you would like to say to the audience at this moment, sir?
Thanks for having me. Good to see everybody. What a blessing, and good to see you, Brian, as well. And I'm trying to remember who these icons are. Who's the tiger up there?
Hold on, let me put the names on.
Hey, all
thing.
right.
I didn't put the names up.
Dick Grower.
There you go.
All right. And Pineal, good to see you. And Mr. Cage, I believe I'm speaking with for the first time. Good to see you.
Yeah, what's up, Benton? But
what's happening? I like to hang back on the once we go multi-way with the panels. I like to hang back a bit, so just kind of see how this unfolds.
Hey, sounds good to me. I guess this is pretty awesome. We got we are streaming presently on Facebook right now, obviously on OTW News, and we are also on Mr. Pineal Powers live stream. So shout out to Pineal Power, and also Benton has decided to join in on the fun.
Yes,
so
sir.
Welcome, gentlemen, and also welcome to all the other viewers on other channels. Welcome to OTW News, the Grand Rising show number 11. This stream has skyrocketed and absolutely gone wild. We've had a great time up until now. It is 11:52 a.m. and we are about to hit the top of the hour, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on with the subjects.
Hey, can I read the definition of soliloquy real quick? So a soliloquy is an act of speaking one's thoughts aloud when by oneself or regardless of any hearers, especially by a character in a play. Which is basically how I'm on a stream. It's like, regardless if anyone's fucking something like that. I don't think I used it correctly then, but I have heard that expression before. Maybe words get, they have new meanings, right? Like all these modern slang things that end up in the dictionary. But that's part of the idiocracy, and I'm digressing.
Well, I thank you, Brian, for bringing that up to my attention, because I've never really heard that word before. And now that you've actually defined it and made me realize that you weren't inventing words, I feel silly. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate it.
So silly is in soliloquy. There's probably something there.
There's that little word magic for you, ladies and gentlemen. So Benton, so you're going to sit back. Pineal, do you have anything you'd like to contribute? Well, I guess Pineal's going to sit back here as well, right? So
Sorry about that.
How can you be a broadcaster and not be present to answer panelists when they're asking you questions? Explain that to me, sir.
Well, let me give you a little credit where credit's due, sir. Congratulations on the completion of your 30 days. You said you were going to do 30 days of working out every day, and you did it. You stuck to your word. You're a man of your word, clearly. And so I just want to give you your roses now, since you earned them. And I think that one Mr. Paul Laporta should maybe host a party. I'm just raising maybe a proposition here. I don't even know if he's listening in, but I think somebody with a following like such as his, where he's always getting 100+ on his broadcast, should maybe host a party in your honor, because I think it's truly honorable, and I think it was infectious in a very good way on a lot of people. Like I already brought up the other day, I've heard how people have brought your challenge up and the inspiration it's given them. Mr. Talcott with his 500 subs gone to 1,000 overnight somehow, miraculously. Everyone's really. I've heard Dick mention it. I've heard your challenge and the inspiration that it's had on them come out of a lot of people's mouth, including my own. So. And it also has a lot to do with why I rolled right out of bed today. And I literally rolled right out of bed, walked out the door and went on a walk, run, workout type of thing, which I don't usually do. But yeah, it's a great thing to do.
So you're getting out of your comfort zone. That's very awesome, dude.
Right. And starting the day with some sunlight in my eyes, going straight to the brain. Shout out to Moose. What's good, sir?
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present to you Mr. Moose, newfound producer and co-host to Jack Talcott's channel. So Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm welcome to Moose, family man, now newfound producer, and absolutely phenomenal character here on YouTube. So please, Mr. Moose, what do you have for us, sir?
You don't have to lie to me or the people. Thank you very much, though. I greatly appreciate that. As you and I and everyone knows, nobody is Jack's co-host. Jack embodies the spirit and the way, and I could never take that shine off of that man. As he
Hey
rises,
Moose, can you do me a favor?
so do
Moose,
we all.
Moose, can you do me a favor from now on and just try not to be funny? Like, just try to be dead serious.
What's
all the
up,
time.
Brian O'Shea?
Like, don't ever attempt to be funny anymore. Just always be dead serious. Like, don't try to be like satirical or
Hey,
anything, bro.
O'Shea,
Only
could
dead
you do
serious
us all a
from you.
favor
That's the
and
only thing that's
take
gonna
your
work, bro.
phone, drop it in the toilet, and forget YouTube exists for a little while? That would be doing the metaverse a huge favor. I appreciate it. Thank you.
That's a good one. That was funny. See, he
Well,
was
that was
trying to
awesome.
not-
That was actually perfect. Thank you, Moose. That was good. That was very funny. Thank you for that.
It was.
Now go
I
back
got
to
a
dead
good
serious.
laugh out of that. All right, so what? Okay, now the silence has. Oh, we are 8 panelists. I think Benton would like to say something. You look like somebody wants to share your thoughts right there.
Absolutely. I caught the top of the broadcast, and I remember there was a list of topics, and I should have written them down. I remember there was one in particular that I was interested in. Not quite sure.
All right, I can bring them back up real
go ahead.
quick, man, just to show the
Indeed.
audience and everybody on the panel the topics that were lined up for today. So we already touched a lot on natural law. So this was like one of the main topics that we touched upon. We've been rolling for 3 hours on this topic, and it derailed a few times. Came back to it. It came around as well to the evolution of common law. It was like kind of interlinked with each other. So the other topics are law of
Yes,
attraction.
that's the one. That's the one.
All right.
yes.
We
Law of
have
attraction.
inspirational stories, and we also have spirituality and self-improvement for today, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm pretty sure that, I don't know why, but later on segment in the show, I hope Brian would stick around, O'Shea, because I'm pretty sure he has some inspirational stories that he'd like to tell us. So that'll be surely a segment that will come around today. Hopefully Brian will stick around for that. And all right, guys, so we got the law of attraction. So Benton, let's go. What's your opinion, or what would you like to talk about? Is there any question in particular? Is there something you would like to tell us?
Yeah, it's an interesting topic. It's something I've practiced for many years now. It kind of came on the scene somewhat hilariously, I guess, with Oprah Winfrey and that book, The Secret.
Right.
People having their vision boards and such, but I found it, and then so-called manifesting. So I found it to be a fascinating topic, and I found, especially in my several years living in the streets consecutively, it was something I found that I was able to do once I learned how to get out of my own way. It seems like that's a big part of it. So that's a
You think
fascinating
any of
topic.
that's related to sigil magic, where you kind of manifest things? Are you familiar with what a sigil is?
I am.
Are-
Yes.
Are you familiar with shutting the fuck up?
Moose
Just
coming in hot.
asking.
Wait, before we get off topic, Benton, are you under the impression that The Secret was by Oprah?
No, she publicized it.
Promoted
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. The Oprah Book Club. I've read the book, The Secret, by the way. I have read it.
And what is it like? What is it about exactly? Can you,
It's been a while. See, I went back in the days when I still cohabitated with females. The female I was cohabitating with at the time was in a lot of those type of topics. So at one point, the book was there, in the physical space. So of course I read it, right? Since it was there. I actually don't even remember. It was a bit of a light read. But I remember thinking, well, obviously, once the opportunity presents itself, then I must take advantage of the opportunity. This vision board, is only going to take one so far, right?
It's all about the law of attraction type shit. If you you vision in your mind and you bring it into reality, something like that. It's the right, Benton.
Here's a question for you guys. How about, do you think it would be important to, be discussing the principles of the laws of attraction and providing tips for incorporating it into daily practice to manifest positive outcomes and achieve personal goals? Do you think that would be a good thing to do?
Absolutely, yeah, for
Well,
sure.
yeah, well, the thing is, when it comes to that quote unquote watered down version of the new age nonsense they give people, just watered down versions of Hermetic principles that they coined with the
Right,
law of
right.
attraction and made that a secret book. But really, with the one thing to remember is, yeah, you're not gonna get anywhere without action. In alchemy,
Well, correct me if I'm
it's
wrong,
funny.
but the law of attraction is the law of
like you're not
magnetism.
just gonna, you're not just gonna fucking imagine it into reality. You need to take action regardless.
Well, they're probably onto something with the word
Depends how
secret, and you
good
bring
you
up
are.
alchemy and the way that these hidden knowledge, like that's the thing that I'm thinking about is we might have to go back to like hiding information and protecting knowledge, because that's what it feels like this world is. It's like I feel like whatever's going on in the world, these people got a hold of being able to live longer, I suspect, which probably should have been hidden or kept from them. Certain people don't need to live longer, in my opinion. And then there's this information like these brotherhoods, like even the Freemasons probably started out as a noble organization to protect occult alchemical knowledge that shouldn't be in everyone's hands. You know what I mean?
Yes, because it wouldn't be. It
Well,
could be
it's not in
misused.
everyone's hands at all.
Well, doesn't it come to the expression not giving the pearls to the swine?
Exactly.
Yeah, I do understand that principle, because that would be actually like understandable why they would do that. Because why would you give this kind of power to somebody who doesn't know how to wield it? In my opinion.
Yeah, that's a good point. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Well,
and
another thing is,
that's what
the
happens.
funny thing is though, no one's giving anyone anything. You cannot understand the higher level things without an it's an understanding that it's an individual thing. It's not something that can be taught to you. You can
Yeah,
be
you know
kind of
what?
guided towards it, but you can't be taught
You're
it.
making a great point, because like people, they talk about alchemy and they think of turning lead into gold, and it's like, oh no, don't give people the
That's an
ability to turn
allegory. It's
actual physical lead.
mental
Who's interrupting me while I'm talking?
It's
Don't
Cage,
give people the.
I'm agreeing with you. It's mental transmutation.
All right, well then, can you let me finish my thought before jumping in, please? So don't give them
I'll
the
take a sip of the
information.
piss.
Brian's a little cranky, and there's some lag.
Don't give them the information that they can actually turn lead into gold, because then they're going to actually turn lead into gold. But what you don't realize is by the time you're actually able to physically turn lead into gold, you are changed as a person. You have been turned from lead into gold. It's the inside journey that the alchemists do. But they do. It is a secret society, and it is they purposefully like mislead you in alchemy. So it's strange like that. There's a weird dichotomy going on there where it doesn't really matter, because you're going to be if you can actually turn lead into gold, you're not going to be the type of person that will wield that ability against people, or even value gold like that to use it in a greedy way. So, but they do at the same time still do try to hide it. So your point is good, that it doesn't really matter because you have to earn all this shit, but they still do keep things hidden for some reason.
Well, you can't really
Interesting
hide
point,
it, because I think it's something that you have to understand for yourself. Like you can't just be told how to do it or how to do certain things like this. Like, it has to
Yeah,
come from
exactly.
your own
Just like
understanding.
this stuff
You
on
can
the
be guided
metaverse.
towards it. Yeah.
Well,
Kinda
wasn't
be
there a
guided
story
towards
of
it.
this guy who was he was like integrated into the Masonic order without even going through any of the degrees or something, because he had acquired the knowledge by himself, and I don't recall his
You talk
name.
about Manly P. Hall, the
Oh, there you go.
honorary
See?
33rd degree or whatever.
Yeah, so I think there are ways, or some different people attain these levels by themselves by doing the research for themselves and acquiring the knowledge by themselves, and don't necessarily have to go to the mystery school or whatever, and I guess eventually get accepted into these places because of, but I guess you get sworn to secrecy after that, so you can't go ahead and come out with these occult knowledge, and that has been hidden from the masses, because anyway, they were too busy fighting against against each other and arguing over all kinds of different things, and the dualistic paradigm that they've imposed upon us. So yeah, I yield. Holy shit.
Yeah, I wanted to just point out that from what I've heard from many sources, the secret was intentionally diluted, and all the really hard-hitting parts were intentionally kept out. And really, what we were left with was the obvious, for lack of a better term. So most of which was already out there in common knowledge. That being said, I think there was a point where people like Joe Dispenza and other main contributors in there, Bob Proctor, and the like, they were not as well. I don't know about Bob Proctor, because Bob Proctor was definitely a Mason. But as far as some other contributors, they were not compromised yet, and now they are. I'm not going to name names because it's pointless. But again, I like a lot of what I've gotten out of Joe Dispenza, a lot of his work and whatnot. But when you see him on the Russell Brand show, it's a red flag, to say the least. So
a lot of people have probably already heard of this stuff, but if you're looking at the other side of the secret, quote that tricknology, then you look at radionics and psionics, all these scalar wave type devices. I'm not saying they're legit. I'm not saying they're not legit. I'm just saying there's a lot of research and technology out there geared towards using that ability to transcend time and space and create some kind of predictable result, predictable outcome or effect.
What are your thoughts on cymatics, Dick?
I don't know. I'm not a real versed in any of this stuff. I just I've touched on it briefly, but I don't know anything about cymatics.
Cymatics is when it's those videos where they'll put sand on a plate and then they'll apply frequency to it, like some of them healing frequencies of
they do it with water.
Solfeggio, yeah, exactly. You could do it with water, but like when you put sound or frequency to like water or like sand, it creates complex geometric patterns. And the more like in the solfeggio, like that 432 hertz cycles versus 444, like there's some frequencies that are more healing than others. It's called solfeggio music. And in fact, Conspiracy Music Guru has a whole album dedicated to it. I recommend the song Heart. It made me cry just listening to it. It's no lyrics, just music. And so cymatics, so that's what they say in the beginning was the word, or in a beginning or any beginning is the actual that word the, it's not the, it's a or any. So in a or any beginning was the word. So and a word is sound. So through sound and frequency, the world was created, a complex geometric pattern through cymatics would be the idea.
Hello.
Yep. That's awesome.
Mike check.
Hey, the telephone, the telephone in the Matrix is ringing. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. So
time to get
I've
out.
researched. I didn't know it was characterized as that, but I have researched that stuff at different points, and yeah, it's very valid. I mean, it's the same kind of concept as the devices that Wizard shows. I've showed them on here as well. Different frequency generators. You can create an environment that's tuned, or you can have them actually point of contact on your body. The music you listen to, the frequency coming off your smart meter, off your cell phone, off of your smart car, your smart toilet, everything's tuned to something and is generating some type of pulse, some type of frequency. And in most cases, it's not really thought to be of benefit, at least. So, the more we can eliminate that or even tune our environment, we can create a better result.
I agree. Absolutely. 100%.
You hear me, or is my mic bad?
Your mic's bad.
Well, and real quick, as far as the law of attraction and then the secret, so where the reason why I start by mentioning Oprah in that book is because invariably, that connection has been made so deeply in the minds of the masses that, if I don't mention it, somebody in the chat or somebody's mind's going to go there and wonder, like, hey, these guys are talking about the law of attraction and nobody's mentioned the secret. So there's a specific reason why I even mention that, because, I understand it's more or less, not a teaching as you guys.
No,
have
but
noted.
that's just a watered down version that's popularized for in modern times. A lot that's been being written about for a long time.
Oh, absolutely, it has. Of course, yeah. I could not. I'm not saying
18.
yes. I'm acknowledging that. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you absolutely. But again, I'm addressing what I know will invariably come into the minds of the audience. That's why that gets. But I will say for myself, it did help me to at least start beginning to think about something, the law of attraction, that I then learned more about through other writings, and then I've practiced in my own life, so much so that now I would like to think that I've reached a fairly high level of being able to work with that, with those concepts in my own life, which I found a lot to be actually just learning how to get out of my own way and then allow, whatever it is that I need to come to me. But then, so that's the passive form or the feminine form. But then when the opportunity is there, obviously taking advantage of the opportunity, through an aggressive or an assertive means. So, and to me, that is the practice.
All right, so we got 42 people watching right now. So make sure to hit that like button, share this out, click the bell, subscribe, and make sure that you take the time to click the bell and get all notifications, so you get a notification when we go live, because presently this is the focus of the channel. And at the same time, it's actually 12:12 p.m. here in Montreal, Canada, Eastern Time, 4 degrees Celsius. It's cloudy out right now. And we got an awesome panel today, guys. We got a bunch of great creators up here, contributing to this awesome Grand Rising show number 11. And, thank you very much, guys, for being here. And we also have a great audience here. The chat is on fire, ladies and gentlemen. And,
shout out to the chat.
Yeah, shout out to the chat and all the viewers that are watching that are not in chat right now. Much respect to you all. So you got the mic, guys.
Well, and I feel like that's pretty much, all I wanted to say on the law of attraction. But it is an exciting topic, and I believe it is certainly an exciting topic. And I wonder if there's folks out there who could probably be, working with those energies, maybe, and to tie back into what OTW was saying earlier, that people may want to access that in their own life. And I would encourage them to, it's not necessarily something somebody will be adept at practicing from day one, but over time, I found that it was something I was able to utilize. I would like to see other people, if they're so inclined, also work with that. And, in many different facets of life. I yield the floor.
Yeah, Christos pointed out a good point in the private chat that about Gaia, and just to piggyback on that, the secret whole thing. Many people call Gaia the spiritual Netflix. Gaia is obviously compromised, for lack of a better term, considering it's on Amazon Prime, or one of those. Not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but it's really hard to know. You really got to have your discernment on lock to be able to, eat the fruit, spit out the pit. You got to really know what the pit is in that material. So, it takes a lot of discernment and deductive reasoning, and et cetera, et cetera. What's up, Gnostic Chef? Good to see you back, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Mr. Gnostic Chef to this live stream. Not
Blessings.
too familiar with everything you do, sir, so I won't be giving you a great introduction, but welcome to the stream. And
I'm just learning. That's all.
The mic's yours. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, no, I just thought I'd come in. I saw you guys up. What's up, Benton, Rob, Sean? Blessings.
You ain't gotta be so humble.
How you been, Rob? I've been had a chance to say hi to you in a minute.
Shit, man, I've been great.
Fantastic.
Living life.
I think Rob's trying to say you can unfold.
You guys were talking about cymatics and stuff when I first seen that you guys were talking, bringing up resonant frequencies or something. What was the subject matter? What was the subject matter?
Yeah, and then they moved on to law of attraction, which I was gonna say I don't know too much. So I appreciate OTW for just for having this discussion.
Yeah, it seemed like a good one to get involved with.
All right, so hey, we just hit 50 viewers, ladies and gentlemen. So this is awesome, man. You guys are great, man. Keep sharing this out, man. We're gonna get this to 100 viewers today. That'd be awesome. So you guys are ripping up the floor with this information. And Benton, yeah, thank you very much for your perspective on the law of attraction, because I can tell you one thing. I've been trying to manifest things in my life through the law of attraction. And when it's what you put out that you get back, ladies and gentlemen. So it's almost as simple as that. And at the same time, it has a lot to do with visualization and the intent that you put behind your visions and the dreams that you want to or the goals that you set for yourself in your life. And but the faith without works is worthless. So you can't just sit there and believe it's going to happen. You have to do things to start the motor. Like, you always have to crank things up to make, and let life take care of the rest. This is pretty much the way I perceive it. So thank you, guys.
It's a true enough statement. You can't look at your muscle and go, grow. Damn you. You're going to need to put some effort and exercise and go through the hell that it takes to make that thing grow.
It's not really about the belief. It's about knowing it's gonna happen too. It's like you don't think about your breath, right? You don't think most of the time, unless you consciously focus on it. You don't think about your heart beating, but it automatically happens. So you have to pretty much like program your subconscious mind so it's an automatic thing. So it's beyond belief. It's just an automatic function of your being. Which is not, that's how you really start changing shit. You want
Yeah, what we
drastic
could do
change
is
of shit. You gotta
what we could
brainwash
do is
yourself in a certain way. Change your.
yeah, that's what I've been doing with my Marcus Aurelius audiobook I've been listening to over and over. I'm trying to like
What
I'm
meditations?
trying to repair my brain damage by but what I was thinking is like when it comes to morality and ethics, like if you had an
I'm saying,
autonomic
what book is it? Is it Meditations by Marcus Aurelius or someone else?
yeah, it's a real long one, like 6 hours that but I was
Probably
thinking that
meditation.
you triggered a thought in my head that like as far as the autonomic nervous system, the way like you said breathing and heart rates and the way everything in the body moves without us consciously thinking about it, thank God. And but like if we could get like that with morality and ethics, like to where it's like an autonomic thing, it's like we don't even have to like choose the right thing to do. It's like just part of our being, you know what I mean?
That's how it should be. Yeah.
That's how it could be.
Yeah, with
Well,
a
they don't teach
Neuralink
this.
chip, we could just program it into people. Program morality into the
It
subconscious.
is. It is
But it's not like they
robots. They'll
teach
be
this
fucking
stuff in
robots.
school, guys. Think about it, man. You never heard of this in school while you're in, college or fucking high school. It's
But
not
hey, what
something
if
that
you
was
could do that,
common knowledge.
OTW? If you could use a device they said could tune your ass and would change certain impulses, maybe you have a certain addiction. They say they can eliminate it just through putting a frequency in you. Are you into that?
Well, real quick, I've
Well,
worked
there
with
is
the
sound. There is
the
sound
binaural
therapy.
beats. I've worked with the binaural beats quite a bit, and there's certainly something to that. But please go ahead.
But don't they kind of do that with hypnotism? And isn't that hypnotism probably intertwined with binaural beat type shit?
Yeah, and you can do also self hypnosis as well.
That's what most of us do with self-lying. Like, and that's an interesting subject that might tie in here too, is the ability to lie to ourselves. And that's one thing that
Everyone
came out of
is.
my Alcoholics Anonymous. That's one thing that came out of my Alcoholics Anonymous 5th step was I realized I have the ability to lie to myself, which is kind of creepy. It's probably the worst quality you could have is the ability to lie to yourself. It's kind of a weird, interesting thing.
Everyone, you're not lying to yourself because you know that you're just fucking coping, just making an excuse. But pretty much all it is, it's crazy.
Well, it's actually a person utilizing their creative force, which never lies dormant. And every moment we're all bringing something new into existence is somebody actually using that creative force to create a false reality for themselves and then inhabit the false reality.
Yeah, I forgot to bring up yesterday because you guys were, again, I've only caught so much of your shows, Pat, but like I think yesterday I caught maybe like 3/4, 2/3 maybe, and then today I had to skip through a lot because I wanted to jump on. But you guys were touching on Superman, and I think you were doing the anatomical significance.
No, you just broke up, dude.
Sounds like me on my internet on
Damn.
my phone.
Don't know what happened there, Pineal. You just broke up.
How about now? Is that any better?
Yeah, okay, you're good now.
So you were touching on Superman and the anatomical significance in the brain and whatnot.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Keanu Reeves was in before The Matrix in the early '90s. He was in a movie called. Let me know if my sound is good. Or if it goes out. He was in a movie called Johnny Mnemonic, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, so you saw it.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people have seen that movie, and I hadn't seen it until maybe a year ago. But Johnny Mnemonic was in the early 90s, and if I'm not mistaken, it was actually 1991. I could be mistaken. But if you think of 91, kind of like 19, and how in The Matrix, which was in 99, it shows how his passport, how he was born in, or how his passport expires or something, or his driver's license expires on 9/11, which would be like, a year or two later. And it was total pre-programming to the Neuralink because the movie, literally, what is the plot of that movie? He gets data, whatever, storage, computer thing in his brain.
Yeah, he's a transporter. He transports information and data through, and he uses his brain as as a hard drive. And yeah, but
It's a
in this
really it's a
movie,
good
he
movie. I got to rewatch it actually. But yeah, Ice-T's in it, and so yeah, keep going. My bad.
yeah, I was just gonna say a bit of the plot is in this movie he overloads the room or the space needed for, so he overloads the hard drive in his brain, and he needs to get all that information out before a certain time, or else his brain will melt. And also the information that he has in his brain is pertinent to like saving the world. So it was kind of like, that's the synopsis real quick from my perspective.
Yeah, and to add, so again, Keanu Reeves, right? Like Elon Reeve Musk, right? Like how, like Christopher Reeve, right? Who played Superman. So a Reeve is a copper coil. A copper coil, if you pay attention to all these movies about, I know 6079 Smith will probably get some out of this. If you pay attention to all the movies about time travel, you always notice that there's copper coiling in the time machines. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, The Time Machine, Back to the Future, and the flux capacitor in the car. So there's something to the Reeve. I get chalked up in the channel. I only given it once or twice, but there's something with the Reeve, the copper coil, and time travel. So why are they seizing all this copper now with the pennies? They want to claim all they're telling everybody that, well, this was a couple years ago that they were telling everybody to turn in their pennies, that they were going to get rid of the penny. Just for one example of how they were trying to, seize all the copper. There were other forms of that showing that they were clearly trying to get rid of or claim all the copper rather. And the price spiked, of course. I don't know where it's at now. But do you have any thoughts on that, Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith.
Agent.
On that particular, maybe not necessarily. You were talking about 91. To go maybe a little off topic, it made me think of how in 91, Magic announced that he had something fake. And then there was the Route 91 shooting because they wanted to go the 91 route and fake a disease. The 91st days, April Fools, because in 91, Magic November fooled us.
To be fair, to discredit.
And I got a bunch more. So there's there's Purge House in the movie The Purge. I don't watch movies. I got blocked in the comment section. I wasn't, no disrespect to anybody. I was just kind of saying in general, get away from media. It's toxic. But in the Purge movie, the address is 91311 Iverson Road. Like AI was Iverson's initials. And in 91, on the 311th day is when Magic announced that he had something that he obviously is fine with now.
Yeah, I love all those decodes. Love it.
Magic Johnson here we're talking about?
Indeed, sir.
Yeah.
All right.
Johnson and Johnson.
Did Magic ever have anything get rid of it? And that prove that they have the ability to do that easily at the, when, money buys all, or was it all just fake? I mean, it's kind of the question.
That's what I would think, is that it was fake. He trusted the government's plan, and look, he's safe now. So just trust the government, and you'll be all right. It went from the 90s F the police to now double hands suck off the government now. It's just crazy.
No, dude, you're wrong. He did get something, but he had a Magic Johnson, which is impenetrable to HIV.
I guess. Like a sex magic, I think is what it was. Aleister Crowley. Which Magic Johnson had.
That was pretty good, Brian. I'm not gonna lie. People are probably gonna glaze right over that. That was decent. I'll give you that.
Johnson had his first game on Aleister Crowley's birthday.
Oh yeah, I think I heard you drop a Crowley gem yesterday. That who died on Crowley's birthday? Can you give that?
Do as thou wilt. Chamberlain shall be the whole of the law. He obviously Wilt Chamberlain. He obviously took that advice to heart. He slept with 20,000 women. Do as thou wilt, Chamberlain. How's everybody doing? Did I fart?
No, that's good stuff. Good to see you, brother.
That's a lot of women, I was just thinking.
I don't even believe it's true. They used to say he could jump 60 inches. It's like everything about him's a lie, but, it's just more truth in plain sight, I guess, for lack of a
Where's
better
a
term.
copy of the Book of the Lost, Smith? Of the Book of the Lost.
The Book of the Lost? I'm not familiar with that.
The
Is that like the Emerald Tablets?
Like the Crowley thing. Do you read Crowley?
I don't know too much. I don't know too much about his writings. I know he's a turd. Crows are from the corvid family, kind of like Crowley.
Well, I'm
All
from
right. Well, hey
Arkansas.
guys, I'm just on lunch. I appreciate you letting me on. Can I share one more real quick one with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So you have 5 of the 6 largest defense contractors in the country are all within 20 miles of Seattle. One of them is in Bothell, and that's like wordplay, bot hell, because they have DARPA has their head there, and they've been doing 5G killbot contests since 2005. Look it up, 5G killbot contest in those words. Pretty weird. And Bothell's also home to over 16,000 crows, and a large group of crows is called a murder. And I just thought that was kind of interesting. Right next to Seattle, the only Seattle in the world, which can be broken into 2 words, Sea-attle or cattle.
A bunch of
So,
lemurs
God bless
is a
y'all.
conspiracy.
What's that?
A bunch of lemurs is a conspiracy. Call it conspiracy.
Really?
Is the reason you got to get out of here, buddy, that just
There's a
jumped in,
weird
is you got to
one
get back to
murder
Zachary Hubbard's channel to crunch numbers?
No, I don't follow Zach Hubbard. That guy's a piece of trash. I tried presenting my work to him at the beginning of 2020, and he 100% just did not want to hear it. It goes against what he does. See, what I do is I expose the filicidal worship of athletes and how people should turn that off, and he obviously doesn't want people to turn off the sports or the CNN or anything else. I'm trying to push people away from that and have them realize that the end is nigh, for lack of a better
So
term.
you presented yourself to Zach and he turned you down?
I kind of tried to, and he just completely shut it down and just wanted nothing to do with it. So
Yeah, you
I
opened
mean,
yourself up to him and he didn't want to come inside.
O'Shea, I see what you're doing there.
hey, yeah, I don't get what you're doing there, queer, but I'm not gay like that, so I don't know what your issue is. If you have something more interesting to talk about, then go ahead. But yeah, I don't need the personal attacks there. I'm not gay. I got a beautiful wife, and I work all the time. I work hard for my money, and Zach can fuck off. But to the rest of you in the panel, God bless. Have a good day. Thanks for letting me on.
Hey, Benton, is that
Good to
how
see you,
that
bro.
works if you have a wife, you're not gay?
Why are you asking me? I'm not the expert.
Well,
Who's
you
that
have a
talking to
couple
me?
wives and you're gay, so.
That's the illustrious Brian O'Shea down there.
Okay.
Man, Brian, why are you hiding, man? Turn on that camera, man. Let's see that face. Let's see that beard, bro. What's going on here? Let's see the piz.
Go bring your sister on camera.
See, Brian, he's
Again, you're
always
40,
going to
she's
bring
20.
he's always going to bring us down into the lower chakras, no matter what. And OTW may have taken a break, so W.
No, I'm
Yeah,
still
I'm gonna
here.
have
I was
to-
just thinking about the lower chakras right there. You know.
Yeah. always straight for the lower chakras. But
Can you look up the word integrity really quick? Just to kind of like, set the tone, maybe.
Say
All right,
what?
I'm kidding. I'm just joking. But integrity. It's a good thing to have. I'm not pointing it to anybody in particular, but
Yeah. I don't know what that word means. Sorry. I wasn't there when they.
Well, you gotta say it in French. You gotta say it in French form.
In French, it's intégrité. Oh yeah, I know what that is.
It's the same
Well-
fucking thing. It's the same. What the fuck?
And since O'Shea took us there, I think EBT's comment is quite astute. He said, "Gay is an activity." I think that's important to know.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Doing gay.
Yeah, that's what you just did.
All right, you guys are
I'm
losing
over here, I'm just
focus.
making
guys.
fucking-
I have to bring
I'm
this
making
stream
food,
back
but-
to
Bring it back,
relevant.
OT. Bring it back, OT.
That's what I got to do here. All right, so here I'm going to run down these topics here. If you guys want to chime in and say something about self-improvement or spirituality, like there's also
What
inspirational
the
stories.
fuck are with these? What's with these slides, OTW, man?
Dude,
Yeah, I love
yeah,
the show
this is-
prep. This is awesome.
No, I like this, man. Yes,
This is
here
the
I
most bonded
actually I
thing
think
ever.
this is the part.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah, this is this is the part of the show where Brian tells us an inspirational story. Brian, are you up
Oh,
to
really?
the challenge, sir? Yeah. Go ahead and tell us an inspirational story, sir.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm really feeling it right now.
Come on, tell us some of the
How about you guys all
expertise of
start off and then
piss
how about
drinking
you guys start off with it and then if I feel stories, maybe I'll give you some.
All right. Does anybody here on panel have something that they'd like to share with us? An inspirational moment in their lives? An inspirational story. It's always fun to have someone
Yeah, I have a
come up
good
here
one.
and
I have a good one.
you do. All right. Go ahead, Cage.
Yep. All right. So when I was in high school, there's this big fat motherfucker. He's like 400 pounds, like 6'5", and he got into a fight with a little Asian kid, and he somehow like when they were trying to fight, he stumbled on the Asian kid, fell on him, and broke his fucking leg like a fucking noodle. And the inspiration from this was
No pun intended.
yeah, the inspiration from this was a couple days later, the Asians blew up the fucking guy's house with propane tanks strapped to fucking flares and blew up his whole house. So that's the inspiration, you know. You can't underestimate the fucking little Asian kid. Don't fall and break his leg. Yeah, I don't know. That's a crazy story. I think someone else would come up with one. But yeah, there's really no inspiration in it at all. It's just fucked.
Wow, what a great moral. I mean, you know, don't fall on the kid's leg. That's like a great moral right there. I mean,
Yeah, don't fall on the kid's leg. You know, you fucked up.
anybody
It
else
was an
have been
accident too. You
inspirational?
didn't mean to break his leg.
Good job, Cage. Really inspired. I think I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go to Africa and join a commune and donate to charity.
Can you guys nominate me for the Nobel Peace Prize for that one? Flares on propane tanks.
Yeah, you got my vote, Cage.
Thank
All right,
you.
so let's move on to the next subject. Or I'm not next subject, but next panelist who would like to maybe give us a teeny weeny little inspirational story they would like to talk about. How about you, Gnostic Chef?
I was thinking the self-improvement would be a good topic, though. I don't really have any inspiring words currently standing, but I thought self-improvement was a funny topic because I've been using the word exercise and interchanging it with self-mutilation based on the physicality of what's happening. But I just thought, or was wondering what other people thought of that, the idea that when you deprive your body of like all those things people quote unquote love the most, say sugar and all these other alcohol and all these other things, that's when your body's running at its highest or peak performance. And in a way, you've just deprived yourself of certain things, according to some, right? And or the act of exercise is a repeating of a torture throughout a muscle that you're now growing and building and growing and building. Kind of was wondering what anyone else had thoughts on that idea.
Well, your thoughts, panel?
I think he just totally derailed us from the exercise we were doing. We were supposed to have personal and inspiring stories. I don't know what the fuck he just
It
did.
started. My
Self-improvement?
Asians blowing up
I
houses
said
with
I'd
fucking
like to start with
flares,
self-improvement. Or actually, it was Brian, huh?
That's nice.
I got one guy on one side. I got the devil on one side, and I got a little angel on the other side. One of them's giving compliments. The other one's fucking telling me. It's like, what the fuck? Wow, what a beautiful mixture of two different, like opposing point of views, man. Wow, and they were both simultaneous. So like you're getting it from one, you know, both ears at the same time.
I love that. I got dismiss and justice over here. Christed Bing in the middle leg.
Yeah, you got Mr. Brian O'Shea to your well, from my perspective, to your right,
Yeah.
and to your left, you have Mr. Cage there.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I can talk
Go
about the
ahead.
inspirational stuff. It's not really a story, but I can relate it to the panel. And I'm one of these, like, although I don't follow any particular people, you know, I'm not a follower of personalities and people, but this David Goggins said something that I found very interesting. He said, motivation is crap. And I think that is true, you know, because if I'm dependent on something outside of me for motivation, you know, what am I going to do when at some point that external stimulus is no longer present? But as far as inspiration, I was watching Paul Enslave's broadcast on Proper Instruction Motivates People when OTW News here, you know, he agreed or decided or however he would term it that he was going to do this 30-day challenge. And that's the sort of thing that fires me up. You know, I really enjoy people just saying, well, fuck it. Yeah, I'm going to do this. And then, by the way, I believe you just recently completed that, you know, saying, hey, this is what I'm going to do and putting it out there publicly and then going and doing it. That's the sort of thing, you know, that pumps me up. So, you know, that's, you know, that's as close as I'm going to get to something I would consider inspirational, because I don't really believe in it overall as a concept, but I certainly am inspired in some ways by that. And I'm not just trying to kiss up. I mean, I really mean all that.
That's awesome, man. Thanks.
You're
Really
welcome.
appreciate
Thank you. No,
their,
thank you, by the way. Thank you.
All right. Wow. Stop it. I'm going to blush.
That's as much love fest as I can do. So yeah, I yield the
Well,
floor.
no,
I yield the love
that should
fest.
be that should be an automatic fucking thing either way.
Oh,
Does anyone here have a personal inspiration story?
I'm sure you're full of them, right, Brian?
You mean,
Well,
can I
that's how
tell
it-
you all kind of stories that might inspire you? Yeah, I can, but you'll just think I'm bragging and trying to be better than you. I guess I probably won't tell them.
Well, wasn't this whole segment? Wasn't this what this was? It was supposed to be for us to tell a story about it from our lives to inspire others.
Well, that is from my life.
It is accurate what you're saying, but I wanted you to start the show off with, well, like I want to, you know.
Yeah, I know. And then, but the vibe wasn't there for me to do it since I was kind of the whatever you want to. I'm kind of the I don't know what the antagonist or whatever at the moment. So I figured everyone else could kind of go to get the ball rolling because people really aren't going to feel too connected or inspired to me at the moment. I figured I'd let you guys do it, set the mood, and you guys just haven't done fucking anything yet.
Oh, well, do you feel well now? Do you think you can do it now? Because maybe you're the one who should set the tone and bring us somewhere by, you know.
No, I want you guys to start off to get the thing going, but you guys can't seem to do that.
What is inspiration anyways? To be inspired is to be full of the breath, right? We all are inspired each day we wake up. If you can't figure that part out, then it's kind of basic knowledge to know that.
Does anyone here have a story from their lives that is inspirational?
Oh,
Brian,
Who
you're
the
doing.
fuck is this guy?
Brian's
this guy
doing
looks
his-
like a dickhead with a. He has like fucking spiraling.
He's doing his best Paul Enslaved impression.
You're right, yeah. He's mimicking.
I'm saying the fucking
Monkey
slide
see,
guy.
monkey do.
Now, let me try. What are you guys doing to talk about an inspirational story? Huh? What are you guys doing to talk and bring some inspiration to the people out there? Huh? Is that not bad?
Well, I think Gage was talking about that guy, that like guy on the screen,
It's about
not Brian,
truth and
but
freedoms, okay? Okay, it's about truth and freedoms. All right. I don't know. I can't do it. Listen.
Okay, guys, does anyone have a fucking story from their lives? Like, say, hey, I was 5 years old and this fucking guy came up to me and he broke my fucking leg.
It doesn't help. Every time you repeat yourself, it's not helping anything.
Yeah, it's like putting a stick in the wheel. Now you're preventing us from thinking
Yeah,
about
you
our
literally
past
just
lives.
repeating
So
yourself.
give us a moment here to refresh our memories. And
Can you guys
and come
just
back
admit
to-
you have nothing inspiring to fucking salvage from your lives?
I've got
Sure,
a million of them,
sure.
Brian. If
Of course,
I feel like
Brian.
sharing, I will.
Can we
If I
get one,
don't, I
Benton? Can you
won't.
please start us off, Benton? Can we get one? We promise not to judge you and think you're being egotistical. Can you just give us one inspiring story of the millions that you have, Benton, please, for the love of Christ?
He's
I
still
like
doing
that.
Paul. I want to talk to the real O'Shea. Who is this person?
For the love of Christ.
this is O'Shea off of weed.
This is O'Shea 2.0. He drank his piss earlier and now he's transcended.
Hey, welcome to the stream, Mr. Double D 214 audits.
Hey,
Double D.
you guys looking for some inspirational story? Is that what we're looking for?
Yes, sir. Please help us because Brian's
No,
gonna have a
Benton's
shit
starting us off because he got millions of them. Benton's going first.
Benton, I think Benton wants to go like last, maybe. How do you feel about
When
that?
I
Benton?
feel it, I will share. I've got a million.
Oh,
of
there
them,
you go.
brother. When I feel inspired to share, I will.
All right. So, but here you see Double D 214 seems to be inspired right now to tell a story. So, go. The mic is yours, sir.
Thank you. So, personal story. My son just turned 21, who was born as my nephew. He, my sister's son. His birth father died of overdose of heroin.
Boring. Sorry. Go ahead. That was a joke.
Fuck you, okay. And my sister died 8 years ago from an overdose of Dilaudid. I got custody of him when he was 4 years old. You know, he was this little boy in the trailer park, just wandering around, cops being called, people breaking into his house. You know, so he grew up. He had a pretty rough start. And so I had since adopted him through the state of Florida, and I raised him as my own. And he had it pretty rough. You know, they wanted to put him on drugs. They wanted to.
Can you get to the end of the story real quick? Can you tell the ending first? Sorry, go ahead.
Can you like not interrupt?
No, that's O'Shea. He's just a douchebag. Let him be a douchebag.
I know. I'm just.
But so he had a rough start, you know, and most kids who grow up like that, you know, they normally won't turn out pretty well. But now he just turned 21. He's been living on his own for a year, all by himself in his own apartment, taking care of himself, goes to work every day, doesn't do drugs. furthering his education. And, you know, it's pretty inspiring to be able to be a part of someone's life that could have gone down the shitter. But, you know, I was single at the time when I got custody of him. So I went from being a bachelor like O'Shea, fucking anything he can, to now I got this 4-year-old boy in my lap. So, you know, 18, 17 years later, he's a grown man and he's out doing good adult things, you know. So that's the inspiration that I have is being able to be there for him and help him get to where he is today, considering where he came from.
Wow, that was great, man. I like that story. That was awesome, sir. Yeah, you know,
It's
I
a
love
true
hearing
story. It's
stories
not
like that.
fake.
That's
I'm not making it up.
no, but you
Ben,
know what?
was that good enough
This is
for you to get
hold on a second.
inspired?
Wait,
Go
let-
ahead.
Brian, please let me control this. The reason I decided to use this as one of the topics is I think it's I'm one of the guys who likes to hear people talk about, you know, things that, you know, lifted them up and made them become better people or inspired them to do things that would, you know, I don't know, change the world or do things like you know, out of this world type of stuff. And this is why I like to hear these things. So I came up with this topic because I found that it would be a great way to create some you know, well, create some great content. That's what I wanted to get to. Yeah, there we go. So, all right, anybody want to add on to Mr. Double D 14 audits? Like, how about you, Brian? Can you are you well now?
I'm waiting for. I'm going last. Dee Dee's the only one that's gone. Can we hear from Benton, please?
No, Benton said that he wanted to go when he felt it was appropriate to go. You know,
Well, and
family.
All right. Anyone
by the
else
way,
go, please?
By the way, I already shared that was a real inspirational story. It happened to involve OTW News here. So what are you even talking about?
I
I'm one
thought
ahead
we're
of you.
telling personal stories from our own lives that are inspirational. I thought that was the exercise.
That is from my life, sir. I was inspired. That's from my life. That's an inspiration.
This is something that happened to OTW. I want to hear something that happened to you.
No, that happened to me. I was here and I watched it. It's from my life.
It didn't really happen to me. I kind of like did it. Yeah, I was the one who created
Exactly.
that.
I was
I
inspired
was the
by
emitter.
OTW. That's an inspirational story, Brian.
Well, you got millions of them, so why don't you just regale us?
Well, see, I'm having to control myself because this is not my broadcast. Just realize, Brian.
Yeah, you got millions of them, though. Can you give us one more that it doesn't involve OTW?
I have many things to say to you right now. I'm choosing not to, but I will say them to you at some point. I can assure you.
He's got millions and millions of them,
second,
but he can't produce one fucking
wait
more.
a minute. I can sniff something out when I see it.
Crashing and burning, sir.
This is the part of the show that I like. I think there's something going on here, and I might just do something for a minute, guys. Please be patient. I will.
All right. Oh, fascinating. Thank you, Brian. You're behaving like a broken hoe, to use terminology that you're familiar with. You're being a weak little bitch, and fuck you. You can go fuck yourself. And I'm not taking orders from one Brian O'Shea. That's never going to happen. So
Well, you have millions and millions of stories. I just want to hear one that involves you and not OTW.
I do have millions. And like when I was on my broadcast earlier and there was 45 people watching me talk, and now there's 15 people here added to his broadcast. See, I'm here adding value right now. You're here sucking the thing down the drain and bringing us down into our lower chakras and being a little punk pussy. And I'd appreciate it if you'd knock it the fuck off and get it, whatever you got to do with your stupid little emotions, get control of yourself. Nobody really cares that you're having a pity party, you fucking pussy. Now, do better.
Millions and millions, but he can't say one person about himself. He's got to bring OT up and say, yeah, when OTA did something, when OTW, he really got himself together, but I don't have something for my life, a personal story. Even though there's millions and millions, I'm just not going to share. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait till I'm inspired to do it.
Well, number one, I fulfilled the requirement, which you've yet to do. Number two, I will go on my broadcast and talk about my life to my audience instead of coming over here and being extremely rude like you're doing and hijacking OTW's broadcast. That's shitty, man. You're doing a shitty thing right now.
Millions and millions of inspirational things, but I can't seem to share one that doesn't involve OTW.
That was an inspirational story from my life, Mr. Brian O'Shea. Now
Do
I
you
can
have
come on
another
here.
one? Do you have one that involves your personal journey, not OTW's?
Well, do you want me to tell you the long-winded story of how I got my CDL?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's been told. Now, if OTW wants me to spend 45 minutes telling the details of this story that people may not find interesting and that some of the audience has already heard, that's up
Well, a
to
lot
him
of the
because
millions and millions of
is
inspirational
broadcast.
stories you have, why do you have to choose the 45-minute one?
Well, typically these would not be something that could be encapsulated in a very easily digestible form because I'm a dynamic human being, Mr. O'Shea.
Oh, so your millions, they're all 45-minuters is what you're saying. Every millionth one of them.
Well, I don't know. I'd have to go and check. Perhaps I'll just write it all down and I'll email it to you.
Well, if someone had millions and millions, you'd think it'd be easy to just access one that's less than 45 minutes.
Well, but that's where you'd be mistaken, Mr. O'Shea. And I'm also not a very good storyteller, as people who regularly watch my broadcast will tell you.
All right.
Are we done?
Let's hear the 45-minute one. Since it appears he only has one inspirational story, which is getting a CDL, so let's go ahead and hear that.
Well, Brian, see, you're being very rude. That's not up to you. There's an audience, there's a host, there's other panelists. You don't get to just come on here and do a Paul Enslaved imitation as if this is your realm, because it's not. But you're behaving as if it is.
I'm being serious. Can we hear the CDL story, please? I actually want to hear it.
Well, if you'll be patient, then I'll tell it to you in another format if you really want to know, which I suspect you don't. I think you're just being shitty.
OTW, don't you want to hear the CDL story?
I want to hear anybody who really actually wants to participate, dude, and actually really tell a story here. All right. This is like
Don't worry about it being long, Benton. If it's awesome story, 45 minutes ain't shit. People spend 12 hours here and day sucking each other off about nonsense. We can hear a 45-minute story.
You're speaking for everybody, number one, and number two, you're addressing my emotional state, which you said, don't worry. I'll determine what I worry about. So, and fuck you again.
Order.
Okay, go ahead, Christos.
I'm not having it. I'm not having it, sir. I'm not.
Go ahead, Christos. You have the mic.
That was Pineal.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Pineal. You
No,
have the mic.
I hear you, Brendan. I get it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
when you
I
become
guess-
aggressive towards aggressive people, you just cause them to unleash their aggression. So it's the only thing that can ever happen.
I think I know a little bit about your story because you were homeless for a long time, and then
Still am.
during being homeless, you spend $188 to live in a hotel room, but you were homeless. That's probably cool. And then you were like, "Fuck this! I'm gonna fucking get my shit together." And it was like a montage, of like OTW working out, but you were like hitting that fucking CDL book, and it's like Rocky fucking going against the Russian. You're the fucking.
Hey,
instead of
Brian,
hitting
could
the
I ask
bag,
you a
were fucking-
question? I just want to ask you a quick question, Brian. Have you ever felt loved in your life? Like actually like felt loved? I mean, I know that most people like Benton don't believe in love, but I'm talking about just like a kind feeling. You feel like you have never been, loved. Yeah, we need an inspirational story, and I think the inspirational story would be Brian O'Shea coming out on the metaverse, not creepy and not being weird.
Well, how can you
check
say I
out-
don't?
check out-
Well, wait a minute. It was said that I don't believe in love. Well, I don't know what you mean by love, but when I went and visited my mother, the woman who gave birth to me, when I went and saw her in the physical space yesterday, that's love, sir. So yeah, I think I know a little bit about it.
If anyone's curious to see what
No, I
Brian is
didn't. I didn't say you didn't know love. I thought you were talking about it one day. I heard you on a stream, and I was trying to interpret it, and I didn't do it great. But see, that's why I'm the best broadcaster in broadcasting history.
See, before
Best-
Moose jumped
best
on, I think I
producer.
was getting somewhere, Benton, where it's like, wasn't that kind of the road? You were homeless, Benton. You were hitting the CDL books, and it was like a montage, like reading them books is like Rocky hitting the punch bag. There was a correlation there, right?
Sorry, were you speaking to me? I had to.
No, you're good.
I was speaking to
Right.
Benton.
Oh, okay.
If anybody wants to see what Brian's like when he's not doing a bit, although I think he's stopped the bit now, he's actually being Brian, but you can check out his channel when he's on the trail, on the hiking trail. Some interesting videos there, Brian. I've only watched a couple. I gotta watch some more, but
Are they inspiring?
they're intriguing and they're interesting, and some of them might have some bits of inspiration in there. I think they're more of the
You sound like
inquisitive.
women when I ask if they're into me. Well, you're an interesting guy. I'm not physically attractive. Well, you're interesting.
I don't know if they're necessarily inspiring in that it's more about questioning the nature of the realm and stuff like that. So maybe, yeah, they're inspiring to question. So that's a good thing. They're inspiring to be more Socratic maybe in everyday life or yeah. So yeah. Inspiring is kind of a broad term, right? So inspiring to do what, right? Inspiring, you could say something's inspiring somebody to do something bad, right? So it's an
Hey, does anyone got any ranch dressing to go with this word salad?
Yeah. I'm trying to help you out there, man. I was trying to help you out, but all right.
All right.
Hey, can anyone
ladies and
toss
gentlemen.
this word salad?
Yeah, I kind of like salad. You know, it's good for your health. So you know, we got 59 people watching right now. Make sure they hit that like button. Share this
How
out,
many?
everybody. 59
How many?
people watching. Yeah, 59.
Fantastic. I would like to take a little bit of credit for that, not for the broadcast, but for the numbers. You're welcome, sir.
All right, sir. Well, this is the numbers.
O'Shea got me a little fired up, so my apologies if I'm a little more arrogant than normal. Please continue.
Presently on my stream, I have 34 people watching, and that's without counting the other streams that are being restreamed from. So in combination with your stream, sir, and Mr. Pineal Power, we are presently at 57 people watching right now. So
I think you're going to be at 100 soon.
All right, so make sure anybody who's on whichever platform you're on right now, please make sure to hit that like button, share your favorite host out to everybody else so they get a chance to meet them and hear from them. And so thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for participating. You guys are awesome. The chat is wonderful. I get great comments. I've been reading it. And the panelists are on fire. So this is great stuff. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. Even you, Brian O'Shea, thank you very much for your contribution. It's very refreshing and different. Everything is permitted here on OTW News because this is the out of
I want
this world
to thank
channel.
Joe Cool. I want to thank Joe Cool because last night he said he would buy us 300 subscribers on Jack's channel, and it looks like we have grown at least 300 subscribers since yesterday. So thank you, Joe Cool, for metaversally beheading Jack Talcott. Thank you for ruining our broadcast. I appreciate it.
Oh, well, I didn't know that was a factor. So I don't know if you're actually truly saying that or if you're just joking. Sometimes it's hard to decipher you guys, man.
I'm slightly joking, but he did say that last night.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope nobody pays for me to get subscribers. I would like for our subscribers to be organic and authentic, like not no bullshit fucking, not. God, I wish that won't happen to me. I would like for things
I don't really get why. Well, I do get why. Never mind. Let me stop myself.
And to me, that was like actually, you're cutting up again, chopping up. Sorry, Christos. That's very unfortunate. But
my inspirational story of OTW, I think I kind of already told, right? So about, and I included you in that, and about how I rolled right out of bed today and literally walked right out the door and went on a walk, run, workout kind of a thing. And I'm not giving you credit, but I did it. But I am saying that in a lot of ways, you've helped inspire me to do more workouts per week. Whereas maybe I was doing 2, now I'm doing like 4. So appreciate you, sir.
I should be coming in clear now.
Yeah, you are.
So, yeah, I can attest to that kind of in a similar fashion. The past couple of days, made a conscious effort to get to bed by like 10 o'clock or earlier. And I've noticed, especially today and yesterday, I've woken up with this feeling of not being weighed down by fatigue, how I would be in the past if I was going to bed like past 10:30 or 11, as well as eating late in the day, like past 6 or 7.
because once it's like getting close to 8 o'clock and you're still eating a decent amount of food, you're going to find that you can still feel yourself digesting the last bits of it when you wake up in the morning, because digestion and metabolism slows down as the nighttime comes. So I've been just taking into account all these minor factors which build up into your overall quality of life and day in, day out experience. And I'm able to start waking up and having energy for the day and not feeling like I have to like fight to get out of bed or walk around and get my stuff to wake me up, my supplement and water. And, I feel a lot more able-bodied because I'm taking those essential steps to have just good
Christos,
health.
do you have an inspiring story for us?
Oh, we're not there anymore, sir. We're now in self-improvement. We already have 2 people who brought up the subject. So, the topic has changed. We are now moved on to self-improvement, ladies and gentlemen. So if you guys have any tips.
So you guys both missed it. His inspirational story was he wakes up with a wet dream every day. For the last 30 days, he's been watching your broadcast. He's been getting pumped up. He has increased his workout capacity, and now he wakes up with wet dreams.
Now, who just left? It was Christos. Yeah, he does that. Pops in.
He'll be back. He's a gopher.
Yeah, it was also an inspirational story at the same time. Yeah, I do agree, but it tied in with self-improvement, and so did Pineal wanting to better themselves. So they go together, actually. Self-improvement and inspirational stories are actually tied.
Hey, speaking of
together.
Sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they are tied.
Go ahead.
Speaking of wet dreams, are you aware that I didn't start beating off until I was 28 OTW?
No, I was not aware of that, sir.
Yeah, so I was the wet dream king of the South Side of Chicago.
Can we look up integrity really quick, Pat?
Why?
Just to set the tone.
Geez, I'm kind of lazy. You want to do that for me, sir? I'm
Sure.
busy smoking
Maybe I'll look
here
up.
and broadcasting.
I'm going to look up what it means to be honorable and presentable and have integrity really quick. Hold on a second.
Yeah, Pineal's the fucking example of that fucking shit.
Never said that, sir. Hence why I want to set the tone.
Go get your sister.
We got Chuck in Tennessee wants to know when the spiritual segment's going to come in. Well, I guess when somebody starts talking about spirituality or whatever. I don't know, man. When that.
Can we get back to me not beating off till I was 28?
Okay. Do you want to come into the details, or can you expound, sir, on how that happened and how come it took you so long to get out of your virginity, I guess?
Well, I didn't lose my virginity till I was 35. Kind of. I didn't really start having sex and dating until I was 35. I had a couple one-night stands where I didn't even ejaculate. But didn't beat off till I was 28. Didn't really start having sex till I was 35. If you guys don't think there's anything interesting there, we could just move on to spirituality. But I thought there was something there.
Well, that's why I gave you the floor and I asked you to expound.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm in traffic. I have to keep muting. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I get that question a lot. Like, why is that? And I guess I could come up with theories and this, but, growing up in a weird home, they say there could be a lot of shame. There's probably a lot of guilt and shame. Like, because even when I have sex, I don't fucking make noise. I'm a fucking silent ninja. Even when I orgasm and shit, it's just like dead silence. So there's probably, and then people in chat were like, oh, this shame probably wrapped up in it. And I was like thinking, yeah, because like that was the hallmark of the home I grew up in, was guilt and shame. Like those are the weapons that we use against each other. Like guilt and shame is like manipulation tactics and all this shit. So however I grew up, but then also there was something to it where when I looked around at other people that were in relationships and like how they moved, it just seemed so fucking gross. Like the way they just seemed so fucking stupid. And could have been something involved in that too, where I was just like, people are fucking retarded, dude. So I don't know. There's probably millions, just like Benton has a million stories. There's probably a million reasons how it evolved into me not beating off or having sex later in life.
It's good you've overcome having shame, sir. Clearly, you're incapable of having shame now, so that's a good thing, right? I think, or I don't know, maybe not. I'm not sure.
Not sure what you just said, Pineal. It sounded like a little bit more salady, but
Brian O. Shameless is my point. Brian O. Shameless is what your name should be now. I think that.
There's a show called Shameless, and I've heard from numerous people that reminds them of me and probably the home that I grew up in. So I've never really seen much of the show, but I've heard it's a funny, interesting show, and it probably is a 1-to-1 correlation to my life.
Shameless is a interesting show. I don't really get why people are so addicted to it. It's essentially the epitome of white trash turned into a television show, from what I've gathered from the episodes I've seen. But for lack of a better term, but yeah. Can we get a yeah, Brian O'Shea?
No.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you got an inspiring story, sir. Mr. Grower, Mr. Herbal Connoisseur. Dead silence. Good stuff.
Good stuff. Yeah. Well, we let the silence install itself sometimes just to create this kind of an awkward feeling. It's like,
I like
hey, what's going on? How come there's no sound anymore? What's happening? I'm all disoriented. What am I going to do? Yeah.
Indeed.
All right,
Well,
guys.
I think we
ladies and
covered
gentlemen.
inspirational stories, didn't we?
Pretty much. Yeah. I think we went through that one. It was a disaster, but what the hell, you know? I mean, we can't all have great segments in the show, right? So we got.
Can you give us an inspirational story, OTW?
Yeah, I have a 30-day one that you can go watch.
Nice. Bomb drop. That brings up the question. I have a good question, sir, Mr. OTW. Are you considering changing up your, routine or regimen on this, since you decided you are going to continue the 30 days? Are you considering potentially, because if I'm not mistaken, it was the same program you were following all 30 days, right? The same workout routine, reps and whatnot?
Well, there was slight differences, yeah, but I was pretty much the same routine. I was trying to build up I don't know if you noticed, but I was trying to build up my upper chest here and, bring my arms up to and I was working out. I did a couple of times I did like leg work. I did a lot of cardio. I did some Wing Chun. So I tried to create variety in the show.
That's
I didn't
true.
always
Yeah, you
stick
did.
didn't really stick always to the same, but I did have like a base thing that I always repeated and brought back. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
So
I thought the Wing Chun was a cool addition, which would be considered obviously martial arts. Yeah, I thought it was cool, man. I thought it was cool you incorporated multiple. But yeah, I'm thinking, maybe, I don't know, plyometrics, calisthenics, what do you call it? High intensity interval, training, or, I don't know. I was just wondering if you had thought of any of that, and if so, I was curious to hear what maybe you were considering.
What do you mean? Like, what exactly are you're asking me?
If you were considering incorporating any different modalities, like plyometrics, like calisthenics, like high intensity interval training,
right? Okay. Yeah, that's I haven't studied or researched in my opinion, what you're saying is like Chinese to me right now. I don't even know what you're talking about. So that would be things that I'd have to look into. I didn't really go into a lot of real research. All I did was go on a few YouTube videos to see what muscle types that I needed to what exercises I needed to do to grow what muscles, and so those are the ones that I concentrated the most on, because I wanted to build up my upper body and lose a little bit of stomach weight, and it worked out pretty good, man. Guys, look at it, fucking feel like $100. $1 million, $100.
Yeah, even $1 million in 2023. I mean, but yeah, that's good, man. Everybody can tell, man. Everybody can tell. So kudos to you, sir.
All right. So, hey, look, everybody, make sure to hit that like button. Share this out to your friends, family, your loved ones. And, this has been an awesome stream up till now. I mean, guys, you guys have been.
Now it's going to get crazy.
Oh, yeah. Why? It's like
we all know why. We all know why.
All right, guys, that was the party. Now this is the after party. We are presently 4 hours and 41 minutes into the live stream. We have Mr. If We're Real, We're Fucked on the stream. I don't know who. Welcome to the stream, sir.
It's the lubed ass.
Hey, lube ass. Hey, how you doing, lube?
I don't know what the fuck's wrong with my damn camera. I can't get it to work. Every day something goes wrong with my fucking technical
That doesn't
equipment.
bother us. You're quite ugly, and the people out there in the audience don't want to see you anyways.
That's not what your wife said, Moose.
Yeah, she just said you're a
Burn.
dumbass.
Well, no, she actually was quite happy with my looks and my manhood and all
Wow.
of that.
See, I told you we're slipping back into middle school territory with Lou Bassin with
Bro,
his low intellect.
Bro, you started it. What can I tell you? Listen, you're gonna dig at me. I'm gonna fire right back, right? Did Brian O'Shea? I was fucking with my camera, so I didn't really hear what happened. Did Brian O'Shea actually give an inspiring story, or did he just fuck everything up and leave?
Yeah,
Nothing
he
about
pretty
Brian
much
O'Shea is inspiring.
he pretty much derailed it and fucked off. But you know,
Yeah, I
that's
figured.
entertainment for you people. Yeah, you never know what you get when you go on these live streams, and I like to entertain the free speech movement. So you know, I don't like censoring people and stuff like that. So I guess it could have gotten uglier. I've seen worse. So I mean, and you know, we didn't lose that many viewers. People are still interested in us and still would like to go further on with this stream up until the 8-hour mark. So, ladies and gentlemen, hang on because this could get bumpy. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. We have Mr. Benton here on the panel who is also restreaming. We have Mr. Pineal Powers also restreaming. You know, Moose is with us, and now Mr. Lubas has just joined in on the fun. So, all right. So much respect to you, gentlemen, up here, and you know, shout out to the chat. You guys are on fire out there, and much love to the viewers who are watching right now. So that being said, I will, you know, drop the mic and let you guys chop it up. Your thoughts, panel?
Well, inspirational stories. I don't know if this is one or not, but it could be if you want to go there again or not, whatever.
It's up to you,
When
sir.
I was in the program in rehab many years ago now, 35, 36 years ago, I guess, something like that, 34. It was a long program, 6 months I was there. And there was this counselor, very, let's say, good-looking counselor. And she happened to be my counselor. And we kind of had some, let's say, extracurricular activities occasionally. And so I had my daughter, which was my inspiration for getting off of drugs and going to a program to begin with. And I get to the program. My little daughter's growing. She's like almost 6 months now. Here I am away from her, miles and miles away, and doing stupid things with this counselor woman. And I was considering not going home in my mind. And I brought it up in a meeting. And there was this mentally ill, schizophrenic, I don't know. He had a lot of issues, real serious mental problems. And I brought up the issue about, you know, not considering not going back home. And I didn't mention also, obviously, the extracurricular activities. She would have got fired, but I mentioned that I'm having feelings for Joyce. That's why I want to stay here. And nobody really had anything to say except for this mentally ill, schizophrenic guy who was really, you know, hearing voices, and middle of the night he'd get up screaming, and, you know, really serious mental problems. And he just casually, calmly, most calm I ever heard him, said, listen, you know, you're far away from home. You're in a place you don't know anybody. You got this woman, she's, you know, listening to your problems and interested in you and constantly hearing your issues. And she's giving you, you know, a sense of, you know, some sort of home feeling, or some sort of, I don't remember exactly the words, but basically something to that effect. And it just clicked automatically when he said it, that that's what was going on. And in that minute, I made the decision that I was going to go home. And shortly after, had 3 more children. So I have 4 children, possibly because of this man. And I don't know if that's inspirational or not, but it always stuck with me my whole life.
Who are you talking about there, Trish or Juliana?
When Patricia was born, she was the first. When she was born, I was the day she was born, I was on because back then I was not just doing heroin. I was also doing heroin, and then once in a while doing shooting up cocaine. Like there wasn't much freebasing back then, or crack. Really, crack wasn't around yet, and so we used to just inject cocaine, and it gave you the same rush, I guess, as crack. So I was on a 3-day run doing this cocaine shit and heroin, obviously. And I came home and nobody was there. And I knew automatically, because she was, close to the end of her term, that she had to be in the hospital. So I ran to the hospital, and I get there and they're all suited up, ready to, and her best friend, Angie, who passed away, was ready to go into the delivery room. And I wanted to see the baby being born. I mean, I figured if I made it that far, I wanted to see the baby being born, because I had literally tried to kill myself with drugs while she was pregnant, because I didn't think this kid deserved a father like me. And when I went into the room, I started making a big commotion. No, I'm going in, and they were going to call the cops. And I says, look, either you guys let me into this fucking room, or there's going to be a chaos here today. So they suited me up and let me in. And when I got in there, the doctors were out of the room at the time, and I'm kind of rifling through drawers, because at this time I was coming down. I'm looking for a morphine pack or something, and my wife starts screaming, "Get him out of here!" Anyways, that calmed down. I calmed her down. The doctor came in, and Patricia was born like just a few minutes after that. And when the doctor took one look at me, he could see I was a mess, and he literally threw her at me. Like, I'm telling you, it had to be like, I don't know, not to exaggerate, it had to be from like 2 feet away that he practically threw her at me. And this little, looked like a lizard at the time. It was all different colors and blood and weird looking, squirming in my arms. I didn't know what to fucking do. And in that moment, I changed. I really did in that moment, because that's when I made the decision to go to get high, to go to the program, to stop getting high. And so maybe there's 2 inspirational stories there. I don't know. Hopefully anybody that is getting high can realize that there's a way out if you truly want it. I mean, I went to the program for Patricia, let's be real, but I didn't stay there for her. I stayed there for me, because in the beginning I kind of went, for her, and I wanted, to be a father to her. But then at some point it switched to just being there for me, and that's when I really grew, right? And I changed. So
yeah, I enjoy that, man. Thanks for sharing. So anybody else on the panel have something to say? Would anybody like to add on to that or ask any questions?
Yeah, I'm grateful for the treatment that I received when I was younger. Definitely got a lot out of it, and I mean, it's carried me to where I am today, where I can gladly say I'm really not dependent on any substance. I'm eternally grateful for that, and I pray that it stays that way. And I know that the only way it will is if I continue to carry my own torch. So
I didn't know that, Pineal. I didn't know that you had drug problems when you were younger.
Oh yeah. I went to treatment twice.
Well, haven't we all had our issues? Come on, guys.
Well, I mean, everybody's like dabbled in drugs and experimented and all of that, but not everybody got, let it take over their lives, right? Let's be real. Like, I had a lot of friends that I would do drugs with occasionally, but then at some point they moved on and they went to live their life, and they didn't continue that. That was just a youngster thing, right? So not everybody got messed up. But I'm glad to hear that you. What were you using, Pineal, if you don't mind me asking?
What wasn't I using would be a better question, sir.
Okay. So you were what we call a garbage can.
No, I'll be honest though. I shouldn't say that, because as far as the really hard stuff goes, I mean, I was smart enough to stay away from. So it was more so what won't end me up in a hospital, that I would try anything essentially that wouldn't end me up in a hospital. Then again, I mean, I take enough of some of the stuff. I mean, I was dabbling with it all. So luckily I had never put a needle in my arm. I never hit a certain pipe with certain substances in them. So as far as the 3, those 3 substances that those 3 hard substances that seem to really take a lot of people's lives or put them into a certain place, I was smart enough to stay away from, largely because my father was always told me, he said, it's funny because I vividly remember him saying, don't ever get addicted to it, which was strange because you would think he would say, don't ever do it in general. But he said, don't ever get addicted to crack, meth, or heroin. But I was smart enough to never even really try them for the most part. Until later, I tried one of them, but still never stuck a needle. Still never, I never planned to. So it's very dangerous territory. And admittedly, had it not been for some people I had lost in my life to the needle, who knows? But a cousin, a best friend, some other friends, people are still dropping. So that I went to school. Yeah. It's like every few months I'll hear about something. So
especially today with this fentanyl shit, it's crazy. People are dropping.
Ginger Ridge hit the nail on the head. Well, I don't know about the research chemicals, but yeah, the rave drugs, definitely the rave drugs, the psychedelics and stuff. But as far as high school goes, I was definitely trying all the pharmaceuticals. And funny, I realized, well, it's not funny, but recently I learned that I don't remember whose chat I was in. It might have been Wizard's chat or I can't really remember. It might have been Paul. I can't remember. But if you rearrange pharmaceutical, you can spell cephalic trauma, if I'm not mistaken, which literally means, trauma to the brain trauma. So I don't think that's an accident or a coincidence that pharmaceutical is an anagram for cephalic trauma.
Yeah, some of the pharmaceuticals can be really bad too because they're designed to grab people by the nuts and just drag them down. They really are, in my opinion. That's how I got started too, because
it's all a ripoff of nature. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
It's all a ripoff of nature. What are they sourcing them from? They're sourcing them from plants. Where the
That's right.
opiates come from, for example. It's all poppy.
That's right.
So
That's right. It's the transformation. The whole fucking system. It's a trans system. They're trying to
well said.
transform everything. That's
Well
why
said.
this whole trans issue is going on, right? They transform everything. They want to transform even God himself.
Yeah, and
or
it's bigger
herself.
than transgenderism. It's bigger than transhumanism. It's literally the realm. You know what I mean? The realm, even. So
Yeah, they want to transform everything. And I think it's possibly, I mean, I don't know if we want to get into that subject, but the people that are at the top of this system, let's call it, I think it's possibly because of the fact that they are, like, just imagine if you had all the money that you ever could even think of you could never spend what you have. Just picture that in your mind for a second. And yeah, you'd go the first, I'm going to go this place, I want to see that, I want to do this, and you would do all these things, and within a couple of years you have probably done everything you can think of in the world. When money is no object, that's probably what will happen in the beginning. And eventually these people get to a point where nothing satisfies them anymore. Nothing. And that's when I believe they start getting into the let's say the P word, or the killing and all of that kind of stuff, because they're looking to have some sort of sense of movement in their soul, because they're not moved anymore by anything in the world. So what do they look to do? They look to transform it, go deeper, let's change it. There must be something, right? And I believe that's the root of it, right? When they say money is the root of all evil, or the love of money, I think it's both. It's not just the love of money, but money itself is also the root. Because look at these people; they don't have any worry about money, right? You think Bill Gates thinks about what something costs when he wants to do it? No, he just goes and does it, right?
yeah, I'm at the point now where I don't even really know if anything that we've been led to believe about that let's just say that individual in particular is even true or not, or if he's literally just a complete and utter puppet on the world stage. That being said, I mean, I don't think he is per se, because I've seen, but I think the majority though of what I think there's this, he's like this scarecrow character, you know, that he's put out there.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what
I'm
you're
not saying I'm not trying to say he's not engaged in a lot of the activity that he's been that others claim he is. I mean, I'm sure, I guarantee he is, but
it's the ones we don't
kind of a
see.
scarecrow effect there.
It's the ones we don't see, the ones we don't even know their names.
There you go.
That's the ones who are really in charge, right?
Right, the ones employing him, the ones giving him his script and his right.
Yeah.
And it's even like how people say the 13 families. Well, it's like, well, what 13 families? Or the Jesuit papal lineages, the black nobility, as opposed to the DuPont and the Rockefellers. We're talking about the Orsinis, the Chigis, the Aldo Brandinis, So which 13 families are we really talking about?
Well, real quick, I used to be a big computer nerd, and something that people don't realize about Bill Gates and Microsoft is that back in the olden days, if you guys remember, some of you are not old enough, but those who remember the old Windows 3.1, that actually ran on DOS, the old disk operating system. And IBM came up with that.
Dude,
they owned DOS.
Yeah, and it was a
Real
couple
quick,
of guys in a garage. I know the whole thing, man. I was a fucking geek myself. I had a computer.
Oh, awesome.
I was young. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I used Windows 3.0.
Yeah,
and then it was
exactly.
3.1 was an upgrade to 3.0.
Yeah. So for whatever reason, IBM basically just gave Microsoft DOS.
Yeah.
Why would they even do that? And I think
I think it was
backs
stolen,
up what Neil's
honestly.
saying. Well, either way, I mean, then you get into the shenanigans of like how much of this is really real, right? And real quick, since we're on the topic, OTW, there's a fascinating interview with Steve-O of all people on his podcast with Steve Wozniak. And I'd encourage you to go listen to that. That's fascinating.
So they're talking about how, what are they talking about?
Well, Steve-O's fascinated with like this early history of computing. And Steve Wozniak describes, because, he was credited with more or less inventing a lot of these things in early computing. And dude, my opinion of Wozniak's descriptions, I'm just like, I don't think this guy even came up with all this. I think he believes he did, but
who are you talking about? Bill Gates didn't come.
No, Steve Wozniak.
Oh,
the
Wozniak,
guy,
right?
Yeah, Apple.
With,
right, Jobs. Yeah, dude, it's
Right.
fascinating, the history of this stuff.
Yeah, it is.
And I didn't mean to derail the conversation, but I was trying to
No,
back
but
up
it's
what
actually a
Neil's
topic
saying
that
about. Yeah, it's interesting, huh?
Yeah, I know, man, because I've been in computers for a really long time now, and I actually followed that really diligently because I was always into tech books and the magazines and who's the top tech guy, and dude, I followed that for a while until I started to detach myself and do something else with my life. I became a roofer afterwards and stuff, and went down that rabbit hole.
Oh, you're a roofer, OTW?
Yeah, I was a roofer for almost 25 years, man. 20 years.
Wow, right on.
My tenant,
Dang, dude, I didn't know that.
He's the best roofer I've ever seen in my life, I tell you.
That's because he didn't meet me yet, man.
That's serious labor, dude. That's a dangerous job, though, man. And a quarter century that he did that? That's fucking nuts.
Man, roofing is a motherfucker. I've done a bunch of roofs myself when I was doing renovations, and oh my God, that is a killer job.
Yeah.
Killer job.
Well, remember, if you fall off the roof, you're fired.
Yeah, I used to say to my guys when we were on a roof, I'd always say, if you fall off, just remember, before you hit the ground, you're fired.
You know what I would say to I had my own roofing company, and I'd say to the employees that go up on the roof with me, and I'd say, okay, rule number 1, everybody, don't fall down. Rule number 2, always follow rule number 1.
Mm-hmm.
So, I had that one. That's like, keep in mind that you have to stay on the roof, guys. This is where the job is.
I'll tell you though, this guy, I'm telling you, I don't know, man. I've seen a lot of roofers. I've never seen a better, faster, cleaner worker than this guy. It's incredible. And sadly, he's one of those guys that he believes that roofing was sent to him by God. It's weird. Like he's not the sharpest knife in the drawer, let's say, but he almost worships it. Like, it's weird. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, actually, roofers, if I'll speak for myself, but at the same time, I think I speak for every roofer, is that we're all fucking animals out there, man. We're machines. It's like, it's not even it's like working in a slave mine. You know what I'm saying? And you're the strongest and the most ruthless, and you're the one that's the most productive. It's a crazy job, man. But you consume that essence of that job, and you become like that. One of those Spartan 300 warriors where you want to be the one who finishes your packs the first, and it becomes almost a competition between you.
Between he's
the
always
team,
talking about that. He's always saying about how it's a competition, and he gets mad. Oh, this is my. So some one of the guys gets on his side. No, you go to your own side. I'm doing this side. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it is an absolute.
But you're getting paid the same money. You're getting paid the same money. Why do you care if someone comes onto your side? You're not getting paid by bundle. You're not getting paid extra.
No, that's the issue. Sometimes you do get paid by the bundle.
No, but he's not. I know he's getting a day rate, right? And they're all of them. He doesn't. I don't do work like that anymore, but I know who he works for. They pay them all by day rate. They don't give him a bundle price. So I says, what the fuck do you care? And he gets into fights with other guys, and then they fire him, and then they because he's so good, they take him back. And I said, what do you care, man? Someone comes on your side. You're not getting paid extra. So just fucking do your job, and at the end of the day, go home and get your pay and fuck it. But no, they got some weird pride in how they do it. It's like them and asphalters.
Well, wait. It's a little bit more than pride, because if he's calculating his angles and doing his side on his side of his roof and he knows how many rows he's done, then the other guy comes in and starts and then fucks up and then loses
fucks
rows.
Up his system, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can see that.
So, yeah. So I think it is important for a roofer to finish his part of the roof, unless you got two guys who really know how to connect the shingles together and work well together to build something that's gonna stay.
Brian
on the
O'Shea.
roof.
Brian O'Shea is a really good roofer.
Yeah, I just put a video in the private chat of a guy I worked with. I grew up with him in Chicago. He's since passed away, but he was a crazy motherfucker, man. He'd be up there, and it'd be frost on the roof and shit. I'd be strapped up, terrified. I'd have a rope tied on me. He'd be right on the edge. People have like the pitchforks going right at his feet. He'd be right on the edge with his back to the roof, dude, on a very high.
Hold on a sec. I really like that video, man. I'm going to show it. I'm going to share it right now.
What is it? What's the video about?
See what happens? This is me. This is exactly what it's a roofing thing. This is what I do, man. Well, it's what I used to do anyway. Hold on a sec. Well,
yeah, this is a very interesting kid. His name's Raul Cazares. He's since passed away, but man, I've had so many adventures with these motherfuckers. This guy would just hop on a metro train and just fucking hold on for dear life. This guy was crazy, bro. He died in a crazy boating accident in the middle of the night. He got chopped in half.
There's some people out there that they don't have a they've connected like
the free soloers.
Yeah. They've connected a gene to people that don't have fear of physical damage to themselves. And it's like a physical thing, or they just don't have that fear in them. They don't have it.
It almost looks like the Calypso right there.
Yeah, that's like Chris. He's like fucking a madman.
What in the world, dude? That's insane, man.
And that's
people point out his ankles.
You're looking at me.
That roof is like an 8 or 9, 812.
That's steep.
That's
I've been on steeper than that.
Yeah, but that's a fucking at least 812.
Not even. That's like 6.
Of that roof.
No.
No, fuck you. That's not 6. I guarantee you, that's not.
Dude, that's got to mess up your.
That's a minimum 8. That's minimum 812 OTW. Don't tell me I'm a carpenter. I cut those angles. That's 812 for sure.
Slave by Truth said, "Why are we watching a roofer right now?"
Crazy, eh?
Oh, I don't know.
But look at that, eh?
This is what I used to do for a living.
That dude looks like
roofers are a special breed. I'll tell you that. Roofers and fucking asphalt guys.
All right.
You ever work in asphalt? Oh my god, these guys are crazy.
When
they're like roofers.
When I did roofing, I turned into a gorilla, dude. I got so insanely strong, like it was crazy.
Yes, it will do that. Yes.
Yeah. Well,
That was
tell me about it.
that was. I think today we accomplished the most random segue. But no, that's man's work, man. Honestly, the closest thing I can think of to man's work I've done in that regard is digging the trenches, man. In the trenches, plumbing is another serious job.
You dug trenches by hand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, digging is a tough job too. It really
not
is.
by hand. I mean, with a shovel, but
yeah, no, I know with a shovel. That's what I mean by hand. Hand tools is by hand, right? The tool that you use, it's as long as it's not, when you say by hand, it's not with machinery like a backhoe. It's with a shovel or with a pick, right? Pick and shovel.
It was a bad joke. But yeah, roofing though, there's that element of danger though that isn't really there usually as much with digging a ditch is oddly satisfying. Yeah, it is until you start to feel it in your side and your lower back, and yeah.
Oh, yeah, digging is tough. Digging is the worst.
All weekdays just to get to the weekend, your weekend, So caffeine all week just to get to alcohol at the end. Not that was me, but that's how most people
a lot
are.
A lot of roofers are like that. They do their week just to get that alcohol at the end. But digging was the worst for me. I couldn't handle digging for some reason. My back, every time I dig, something happens to my back, and I'm just a mess for days. Maybe I don't have good form or something, but digging was always a problem for me. To this day. And sometimes I got to do it, and I just got to be careful because it messes me up. I remember my grandfather told me a story of when he came to this country. He was the first to come out of all the family. And the first job he got was digging the ditches in Toronto. And these were not just like little ditches. These were 14, 16 feet deep. They were putting in all the infrastructure in Toronto and literally digging these things by hand. And half the time, no bracing. And he saw several people die, and they would get covered by earth, and they would just keep digging. And the foreman would say, just keep going. And they'd eventually get to his body and pull him out. And my dad, when my dad came, he came to work with him, and he always tried to keep my father on top, right? So anytime they were digging, he would put my father on top. You stay on top and you move the earth out, and he would go down in the hole, right? Because it was fucking dangerous, And back then they didn't like WAPs, right? They just fought a war with a bunch of WAPs and Germans, right? So when they got buried in the earth, for them it was like, yeah, fuck the WAPs, right?
I'm ugly. Luis. Just don't.
Hey guys, I got a surprise visit from my daughter.
Oh, that's nice.
You guys want to meet her?
Sure.
Hey, you want to meet the gang? You want to meet the whole OTW news community there, Becky? I suck. She says I suck. No, she's shy. I guess she doesn't want to come on camera. Well, you could just come and talk in the mic and say hello if you want.
How old's your daughter?
She's 25, I think. You're 25?
You think?
24. She's going to 25.
Holy shit!
Yeah, I suck as a dad.
How old are you, OTW? I didn't know. What the fuck?
I'm 46. I had her when I was 21. And I have a grandson. She has a little 5-year-old boy named Milo.
Oh,
holy shit!
That's amazing. That's amazing. I can't believe I'm a grandfather. Holy shit. I got 2 grandchildren. I never thought it would happen. I thought my kids, none of them wanted to have
I got
kids.
a second one coming. There's another one coming, dude. I'm going to be...
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Congratulations. That's amazing.
She loves making me old, she says. I'm not too sure if I agree with that, but,
Does she watch your stream or any other metaverse streams?
Nah. Dad stuff is boring to her.
And she doesn't hike. Okay, O'Shea? She doesn't like hiking. Let's get it straight now, right from the beginning.
She says she checks it out sometimes.
What does she think of it?
What do you think of it? She goes, it's fun. I've got my mind on something that's worth it.
So she's saying these streams aren't worth it?
No, she's just saying it's worth it.
Something worthwhile, I think she's trying to say.
So she is into
Canadian,
the streams.
Yeah, pardon her French there.
Tabarnak. Oh, yes, tabarnak.
That's Lubas. He's Canadian.
Has she ever seen an episode of Paul Enslaved?
Yeah. Okay. Brian O'Shea's asking, have you ever seen an episode of Paul Enslaved? No, she hasn't.
Who does she watch?
Yeah. Who do you watch? Yeah, yeah. It's like, it'd be good to know what that generation watches. What do you mean? What do you watch? You don't just watch them stupid. Well,
They watch Joe Rogan.
Is
I
your
bet you.
attention span long enough to watch something more than like, I don't know, 30 seconds? Like, are you guys stuck on shorts and TikTok, or you can actually watch?
No, my question was which of these panel type live streams does she watch? But apparently she doesn't watch them.
Okay, do you watch any panel type live streams like this? No, she doesn't. She watches podcasts like what? Joe Rogan? Not him. Who? What do you mean shit? I don't know that podcaster. She has them on YouTube. She says she doesn't know. She doesn't know the names. Can you hear her?
Yeah, we can hear her a little bit.
Wow, I feel like a parakeet here.
If she talks a little bit louder, it'll be better.
So she never said what she watches?
Hold on a sec. She's looking for it. There, she needs to go to her YouTube.
She has to look it up to see what she watches.
She doesn't remember. She says she has a bird brain. She's pregnant right now. I think she has an excuse.
So you got a second grandchild coming.
Yes, sir.
Do you guys know if it's a boy or going to be a boy or girl?
She doesn't know yet. How many weeks are you in? She's 17 weeks
is she
in.
Is she going to avoid all the ultrasounds and hospitals altogether and do it all natural, or is she going to let that baby get completely destroyed? Or maybe you're the father, so you must have some influence on her in this regard.
Well, she has a physical disability, so she doesn't have a choice. She has to follow what the doctors tell her to do.
Bullshit. You don't have to fucking go to a hospital and listen to those fucks. I call it bullshit.
They told me to fucking
come on, OTW.
Yo, they told me to fucking get an abortion on my kid, my 5-year-old kid.
Exactly. That's what they're fucking telling you.
Did I fucking do it? No, I did not. They told me.
Yeah, but you did everything else. You did every fucking thing else they told you to do, and you went to the hospital.
Yo, I gotta fucking see if my kid's okay.
Are you crying? I didn't mean to make you cry.
But you want me to make you cry?
No, I'm just saying I hate hospitals. I think they're
talking
death.
to my daughter here. I don't think you understand there. She ain't
she's-
crying.
No,
buddy.
Oh, I thought I heard her get a little bit clamped, but
she's Quebecois. Don't worry about her crying. She ain't gonna be crying.
You'll fucking
You're
know
gonna
she's
be the
crying,
one.
man.
I'm not crying. You're
It's 'cause
crying.
I'm pissed off.
Oh, it's that Canadian kind of. Okay, I see what's going on. But yeah, no, for real though. Like, just avoid, because they're gonna try to, I don't want to get his stream fucking canceled. But they're gonna try to put things in their body that shouldn't be there. They're gonna just everything about it. All hospitals. Literally, if you are dying, avoid the hospital. Like, that's how much of a satanic, evil place it is, and especially when it comes to children and childbirth. Never, ever, ever go near that place. Now, I could be wrong because I don't know what your physical ailments are, so I don't know exactly the scenario. But that's my.
She doesn't subscribe to the tyranny, though, Brian. That's the only thing she won't agree with, and she won't let anybody touch
My children.
her children with that shit.
Thank God.
She's
Thank
very
God for
very
that.
conscious of that, sir. So don't worry.
Yeah,
about
but
that.
from what I understand is even if you have that mentality, if you don't go in there with like affidavits and like on fucking point with a team, like with your partner, I don't know if she has a husband or not, or someone's impregnating her. I don't know if each baby has the same father, but like
It was an immaculate
but
conception, sir.
but you know what I mean? Like you have to go armed and ready with paperwork, and you got to be diligent because you basically want to end up with one nurse. Because if you end up with the way they normally do it, where 10 nurses are coming in and out, each one is gonna try. It's like a whole fucking conspiracy to try to get these kids injected with all that fucking shit to try to have them taken away from you.
That's true. That's true. I
You
thank God.
dude.
I thank God for my daughters, both of them, with both of my grandchildren. They're not doing any of that injection shit. None of it.
So I think
Right from the
there's a
beginning.
way. I don't know your exact story, but I think there's a way to avoid the hospital. That's my stance. Because it's fucking so evil over there. I think you have to avoid it at all costs.
Well, I mean, you gotta have like a strong mentality. First off, you gotta be fucking set on what you want in life. Like, people that don't, that's the ones that
Well, then be strong and don't go to the hospital. You're saying you have to go to the hospital because you're physical ailments. I say that's bullshit. Now I don't know all the details, but like my gut instinct tells me do not, even if you're dying, like don't go to the hospital. They're death fucking camps.
Yeah, I'm not.
Well,
gonna
I don't know. Hold on. I don't know 100%. Like, I agree with you that they are fucking satanic. They're designed that way. But I do believe also that there are some things that they are useful for. Like, for example, my leg. I broke my leg in a fucking motorcycle accident. And if I didn't have these fuckers to deal with my leg, I would have lost my leg. Like, it was bad. My for stuff like that, I think that they have some value, but you have to be the one to tell them what you want. You don't let them tell that. They don't.
Yeah, but dude, I've heard stories. You have to go in with affidavits. You have to go in with legal paperwork. You have to go in with fucking your partner, and you have to be a strong fucking system like that has to watch them every single absolute second, every microsecond. Because always there's some nurse coming into a room.
When it comes with babies, I agree with you 100%.
And never ever let the baby get out of your eye. Never let them leave the room with the baby. Always have the baby in your eye. One of you, either the father or the mother, has to either be touching the baby, holding it. Never let them take the baby anywhere, because then they're gonna come back and be like, "Oh, we gave it the vitamin D fucking shot. We gave it this vaccine. We gave it this fucking thing," because they're gonna have 15 fucking nurses on 15 different shifts who don't fucking know anything. You need one fucking nurse. This is what happens when you go with paperwork. They're gonna end up giving you one fucking nurse. They're gonna make it seem like, oh, you're not gonna have, opportunity to have the whole hospital. No, it's better to have one fucking thing. It's better. You got to look into midwifery. You got to get an old school black chubby woman who's fucking giving birth to 98 fucking million fucking children in her community. And this isn't fucking, I'm just, being a little tongue in cheek, but you know what I mean? We got to go old school. You got to have like a midwife. That's why they fucking turned midwives into witches. Those are the ones that got burnt. There were people just trying to do things naturally and with nature. And that's what they call pagans. I don't know. It's a whole fucking
at one
rabbit hole.
point I thought OTW could be a full-time broadcaster, but with Brian O'Shea here, I see his dreams crumbling fast.
God, Moose, you're just fucking the worst, dude. Go to your AA meeting, bro. Jesus Christ.
Brian didn't say anything wrong right now. I mean, he was being a dick earlier, but he hasn't been a dick right now. He's been pretty normal right now. I don't know what you're talking about, Moose. Yeah, he was a dick earlier, hijacking the whole fucking show with his you're a million, can't you give me one? Like that, yeah, but he's not doing that now, so leave him alone, bitch.
Yeah, Kevin K pointed out a good point in my chat that hospitals are military in nature, and I'll add on to that. I mean, aren't schools?
Yes, guys, we are fucking what they told us everything Russia supposedly was. We're the fucking people that are completely
we are
controlled
the enslaved ones. You're right. You're 100% right.
It's everything's Department of Defense. Even Hollywood is the Department of Defense. Think about that. We think it's the B-2 bombers and this and this. No, it's the fucking mind war. It's the war in our minds. Hollywood. That's Department of Defense. Yeah, the hospitals, Department of Defense, schools, Department of Defense, all propaganda fucking.
Yeah,
everything.
we're definitely the ones that are truly enslaved. They call us the first world. They call us the first world because we're the first world to be fully and utterly, completely enslaved. Jesus. That's why they call us the first world.
Now put me in this girl full screen together. Get rid of everyone else. Let's do this properly. Now drop everyone else from panel and just have it be me and this girl up here right now.
Okay, now you're starting to be fucking O'Shea the fucking useless. Stop it.
It's hard to disagree with what you're saying about. It's hard to disagree. Like, as much as I had an inkling, like an inclination to want to disagree with what Brian was saying, it's hard to, because like, it's like, okay, God, for when that day does come, do you want to pass in a sanitarium, whatever, for lack of a better term? What is a hospital? Whatever. In a sanitized environment where, I don't know, man. Me personally, where I'm at, I'm thinking I want to go to a forest. I want to just lay down and go back to source where I came from.
All right, great, Pineal. Shut up. Now drop everyone from the panel and put me in this girl full screen.
Brian, don't be a fucking dick all the time. Stay fucking normal for once in your damn life.
All right, here we go. Now drop everyone else out. Now look at that camera, beautiful woman. Hello, my name's Brian O'Shea.
All right, let him do his bit.
What the fuck is going
Look at her.
on?
She's shy. She's shy. It's adorable.
Oh, shit, I can't fucking see shit.
Just leave it like that. What do you mean?
I don't fucking see the screen.
Oh, okay. I'll move over.
Oh.
This is your daughter, OT. She has all your traits.
Yeah, she's. So I would like to present to you the thing because she only has hair. She doesn't have a face. You know.
Oh, don't talk to her. Don't call her the thing. That's not nice. Now look at that camera, sweetheart, so we can see your beautiful smile. The crowd loves it.
Come on.
Don't be shy. It's adorable that you're being shy right now, but there you go. There's OTW's wonderful daughter. She's showing herself to the world. Hello. This is your introduction to our society, our secret society. So you're 15 weeks pregnant, is it? Or how long?
17.
Hey, Lucid.
Wow. You're going to avoid the hospital.
I'm 24.
Okay, what?
YouTube.com/Brian O'Shea Comedy. So that last part, keep in mind.
Yeah. So where does your shyness come from? What's your name, ma'am?
Rebecca.
Rebecca. Where do you think your shyness comes from, Rebecca? You're holding back, shining your light to the world. You have a radiant light inside of you. You have a beautiful soul, and you seem to be putting the basket over it, as they say in the Bible. You know, you're not expressing your confidence fully. Where does this lack of
Who the fuck are you fucking analyzing me?
We could tell you're a gentle.
There you go, Brian. There you go. That's Quebecois.
We could tell you're a brilliant, gentle soul, and we want to have all of you, and you're withholding from us. That's not very nice. We want to experience all of you, and but I understand there's got to be a little bit of foreplay. You can't just like open up all together. We got to work our way into it. I mean, it's a slow boil, as Damsel Medic likes to say. Yeah, and I just want to let you know he's world famous, Brian O'Shea. So when you're asking him who he is and why he's analyzing you, he's a world famous comedian, and I think he has that title.
All right.
But we don't have to get too psychoanalytical. We were on the subject of medical procedures. We're going to get OTW's channel dropped here. That's the whole mission of this. This is the Agents of Chaos. But, just because you're a little bit shy, so what? So am I. You'd be surprised if you caught me face to face, some of you people. I might be a little bit shy. So nothing wrong with that. It's a sign.
I mean, since I was a kid, even like when you do these stupid fucking presentations that don't teach you shit in front of like 13 kids, I was like, when a lot of people look at me, I can talk. If I close my eyes, I'm fine. But like the fact that like I have that much attention drawn to me kind of makes me feel awkward. I don't know.
I understand you. I've done comedy on stage with basically my back to the stage, looking down. Like I understand what you're saying. But you're here now. You're fighting through it. This is
Yeah, Brian feels the same way when he goes to church and the priest puts his hands on the back of his neck and tells him, "Don't." Brian, thank you for interrupting me.
Just let that silence wash over real quick. Get back to center.
Oh God! Everybody, give a warm welcome to Mr. Snafu. And you know what? I've been I've been hoping that Snafu would show up because for all the times that I've seen him on everybody else's panel, I'm not sure, but I think this is the first time Mr. Snafu shows up here.
Here we go.
So a warm welcome to Mr. Snafu, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, dude?
Lord.
What's going on? Here we go. I've been listening. You guys been talking about some really cool subjects, and pretty cool.
Don't derail it now, Snafu.
Lou Bass, quit being a cupcake.
What's up, Snafu? Man, you're an awesome dude. You're awesome. I can't believe you let Brian O'Shea stay at your house. It makes me question whether or not you will ever find a woman that loves you.
Yeah, I've had a few of those. I had a few of those.
Snafu, tell the truth. Did you blow Brian O'Shea?
Your face, boy.
No. Did you guys not see me? I was
Brian
I had more game than O'Shea, but no, O'Shea was fine. If any of you guys ever needed a place and I felt comfortable, real recognize is real in the end, and I knew O'Shea was no harm, and I fucking blah blah, and the dude needed a place to kick it, and get whatever, and we're all here to do whatever.
Can anyone read the goddamn room?
We can go hit the comedy club sooner or later.
We're having a moment here with OTW's daughter, and you retards are babbling about nonsense. Jesus Christ, what is wrong with you, fucks?
Oh, is that your daughter, OTW?
Yes, Snafu. I'd like to present to you Rebecca. Yeah, there. And this
How
is
old
Mr.
is your
Snafu.
daughter, if I may ask?
I think she can answer for herself. There, she's right here.
I'm 24.
Oh, cool.
Wow, young, eh? Wow.
Now,
Well, don't make this awkward, you know.
It's nice
And
that
by the
you're
way,
having
Big
kids
Moose,
young.
I like how you got Talcott in boss mode.
well, so speaking of awkward, Lubass' daughter, she has her own YouTube channel that Lubass likes to promote, and she, you know, just to get a little extra click, she makes the thumbnails a little bit. You know, she has like a bikini on and whatnot. But Lubass, you know, he likes to point that out.
That's not true. You're lying, Brian. She's
Brian,
never made a thumbnail with a bikini on, ever. She's never done that, Brian. Don't lie now.
Everyone on panel, is Lubass telling the truth right now?
I have a particular set of skills.
Are you sure? I thought I seen one with her in a bikini. I'd have to go double look. I thought I seen a thumbnail with her in a bikini.
There's at least two that I know of. There's a
Yeah,
you saw
I thought
the
I'd seen
bottom
them, Lou.
bikini, you saw the back shot and the front shot, at least two of them.
Yeah, because I remember when everyone was talking about it, and I was like, "Oh, I want to see."
Generally, her thumbnails are about what she's building or stuff like that. Generally,
Lubass, you've even said it on stream to me when I thought you were joking. Like, what is happening right now?
Because the one video that we were talking about, she just happened to be, that was the first video I've ever seen her wear a bikini. And that's because she was swimming at the Florida.
Bro, she has multiple thumbnails with bikinis on. Multiple.
No, she doesn't. I'm going to go to her channel.
Brian, if you're trying to talk to OTW's daughter, you're fucking up by talking about other girls in their bikinis.
Oh yeah,
and you know what? Even if she does, she's pimping and macking on you, Brian. You know, you're the.
That was my
sucker,
whole
not her.
point, dude. Jesus Christ, man, you guys are the absolute worst.
Lou,
Everyone
could
just
you
shut
imagine if
the
Brian was
fuck
part of your
up.
family?
Can you please drop everyone off this panel for a little bit?
Listen, if Brian was a part of my family,
why don't I just end the show?
Like, I
If
don't
Brian-
even know what they're fucking talking anymore.
if Brian was a part of my family, it probably
happens.
wouldn't be for very long. Let's put it that way.
You know, usually what happens is we end up talking about a
40
subject and it gets derailed.
The back 40 needs a lot of
crazy
fertilizer.
nonsense.
Jesus.
Yeah. So I mean,
Okay, Rebecca, what do you want to talk about?
Oh fuck.
she doesn't know.
No.
Can I make a suggestion to you? If you're afraid of speaking in public and shy that way, I could tell you that I've been that way too, and that these panels helped me a lot to deal with that issue. They really, really did. At first, it was very difficult for me when I first got onto these panels, and today I'm probably 80% more comfortable than I was. And yes, I do have probably another 20% to go, but definitely 80% more comfortable on these panels than I was in the beginning.
Hey, Lubass, can you please regress into your shyness where you don't talk a lot? That'd be great.
Thanks.
Brian, can you like maybe play with one of my balls?
Oh, I was gonna say we got OTW's daughter on here. It's inappropriate, but
That was really unexpected, Lubass.
well, looks like Rebecca's got a sense of humor. At least that's good. It's a good sign.
Yeah, well. Yeah, I got
You
my
didn't get all
dad to
trigged?
raise me there, so.
Hey, we've got.
Yeah.
people in the
Are you
chat
a only
requesting links
child?
to Lubass's daughter's channel?
I've been a lonely child for 12 years. Then my mother had my brother and my sister with her husband.
Yeah, so then she couldn't hack it, so she moved in with her father.
Shut the hell up! Watch what you say.
She wanted to be an only child again. Couldn't handle the heat.
Hey, Rebecca, are these children? Do these children have the same father?
So what?
Yes.
What?
Do
The other children.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, they do.
so
Hey,
you're
I
married?
just got off the
Shut
phone
up,
with that
Snafu.
fool.
I've only
Shut up, Snafu.
procreated
So you're.
once,
Yeah,
this,
I
there's the
scared all
result.
the other spermatozoids away.
Yeah,
You
this
know.
is the result of my, and then it goes after to my grandson. But that's like my grandson's the last of the Mohicans.
He's not the last of the Mohicans. Jesus.
So are you married to this man, Rebecca?
What?
Are you married to the father of your children?
No.
You call him boyfriend, OTW? That's what he is? He's a boy who's a friend? Or is he a man who's the father of your children?
He's a man friend. I don't know. He's a man.
He's my boyfriend and he's a man. That's what he is. Jesus fucking Christ.
It all depends the terminology that you Americans use and whatever.
Yeah.
What would you call him, Brecky? I'll let you decide. I'm not going to speak for you.
Baby
He's
daddy?
my partner. He's my fucking partner. That's what it is.
There we go.
He's not your sugar daddy? He's not your sugar. Do you have sugar? Hey, do Canadians? Do Canadians
Shut up,
have sugar
Snafu.
daddies? No, do Canadians
Shut
have
up,
sugar daddies?
Snafu.
Snafu. Oh my God.
Is he your sugar daddy?
So where is this man right now, Rebecca?
At work.
What does he do?
He works in shipping. Voyons, comment qu'on appelle ça? C'est une usine, là.
Whoa.
In the industry. Shipping industry.
Yeah, shipping industry. And like
What is he? What's his job?
Shipping.
He ships. He's a shipper. But you fucking don't understand the word of shipping industry.
You don't know what
Well, I'm saying, does he they really like you. They really like your jokes, Lou. Does he like drive the forklift that puts the shipping shit on a truck, or does he like sit in an office and type away and say, "Hey, forklift driver, you fucking put that shit on there and I'm going to crunch numbers"?
He ships out stuff. He gets like the orders ready. He like drives that thingy, that lift thing.
Yeah, forklift.
The forklift?
Yeah, okay. He does a bunch of things. Like
so he's more of a physical. Oh, okay. I got you.
What? Oh, okay.
So now, are you guys in a monogamous relationship? Shut the fuck up, Snafu. I'm not hitting on her, you ugly fuck. Get out of here and go eat a hot dog, you idiot.
I'll let that pass, because, some people just can't help saying stupid shit.
Oh, well, now you know Brian. That's Brian.
Imagine bringing value to this broadcast.
So are you guys in a monogamous relationship?
Famous.
Can everyone shut the fuck up?
The whole polygamy rap. Oh, yeah. This has never gotten old, Brian.
No.
Hey, so what segment were we on?
Are you guys in a monogamous? Are you guys in a monogamous? Rebecca, are you guys in a monogamous?
Come on,
Rebecca,
Brian.
You guys in
Brian, wait a second.
Fuck up, Brian. Jesus Christ, no one hears it.
I'm gonna create a thumbnail, guys, for an overlay for chaos, the chaos segment.
Hey, Rebecca, are you guys in a monogamous relationship?
Why is that so important to you?
Well, it's a subject that comes up on these panels from time to time, and it's I find it quite interesting because it's like when we find out that
who's not hitting on you ask you, just
Okay, thanks, Snafu. Thank you for interjecting.
Kind of got the hit, but yeah, we are. We're very, 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 very monogamous.
Damn, you emphasize that.
All right. So was it his idea or your idea to be monogamous?
Well, he didn't have a choice in it.
Ah, exactly. So he's forced into a monogamous relationship, even though it goes against his nature.
Let's just leave it there.
Yeah, so you're the mama. You're the mama.
Point.
You tell him, shut up, Snafu, you hot dog eating fuck.
Hey, I'm trying to fucking help your dumbass. Your game is
no, you're not. You're
here.
A fucking agent of chaos. Just drop down, you fat fuck.
He's funny.
Yeah, I was the first person that got a Snafu too when I saw him the first time. Man, I said I like that dude.
Yeah.
So you're basically like the mama to this boyfriend that you have, right?
Jesus.
You tell him what to do. You order him to be in a monogamous relationship. You said it's all you. He's forced into it. It's your words, not mine.
On record.
You know what's funny? The first time I met Brian O'Shea,
Shut up,
he
Moose.
stole Mitch Hedberg's.
Shut up, Moose. Shut up, Moose. You're the worst, Moose.
And then
Go
now
to
he's stealing.
Go to your AA meeting, Moose. Go to your
Brian.
talk to your sponsor.
Everything
Shut
that
the
Brian
fuck
does
up, Brian.
on the
Let him
metaverse
finish.
is basically, everything he does on the metaverse is stolen from someone else. So that's all I have to say. I yield.
All right.
So
Can't be
Rebecca.
100% sure about that.
So Rebecca, you're the mama of this boyfriend that you have, huh? You tell him what to do. He listens to you like a little bitch. Isn't that what you observe, OTW? You're the witness to this.
Do you cook for him, Rebecca?
No, you wear the pants in the family. You wear the pants in the family. You cook his meals. You cut up his steak. You put his socks on. You wash his clothes.
You
Has
cook his
Brian asked her if she
breakfast.
likes hiking yet? Just curious.
I really like
That's-
the picture that you're painting yourself there. You keep doing that. You're good at that.
Yeah, it's your words that said he's forced into monogamy. I didn't say that word.
No, I said he doesn't have a choice.
Yeah, he does not have a choice. That means he is
You're
forced into
inventing
something.
yourself a little story there, and that's all great. You know, you should be like a writer or something. You know,
But hold on, Rebecca. If he brought home a girl that's a really nice girl and she could help you cook breakfast, she could help you clean the house, but once in a while he gets to do, certain things with her. Would you have a problem with that?
Luke, can you elaborate on certain things?
I can't say that I wouldn't have a problem with it. I can't say that I would.
Well,
but
there
I
you
can tell
go.
you that I can't even fucking picture it.
You'd be jealous.
Well, think about it. You have someone that's there when he's at work, someone to talk to, you can relate to. She helps you do the dishes. She helps you clean the floor. She helps you fix dinner. She helps you take care of the kids. What's wrong with that? Just once
That's
in
a
a while,
nanny. That's what you.
Well,
just
no,
described as a nanny.
no, that's not what I'm describing. The only difference is
Polyamorous. Yeah.
couple nights a week, he goes to her room rather than your room.
I'm gonna tell
That happens with nannies too.
She's good. No.
I'm gonna.
You're gonna get her triggered.
Hey, Rebecca, when I record my comedy special, you're gonna have to be in the audience with that laugh of yours. It's very
That's
vocal.
crazy. What a laugh.
You're very-
Man. That's amazing.
Yeah. Well,
Now she's toning it down. We appreciate your enthusiasm.
That would be an amazing laugh in the theater, in the crowd, wouldn't it, Brian? That would turn everybody on.
Yeah, I guess
So-
I can flip it out now.
Really?
Use that. Yeah.
So you're gonna use that thing when like somebody says something funny, you're just gonna go like, "Wah!"
What's gonna be your?
I know.
So
You know, we could clip it so when Brian O'Shea goes out and does comedy, and if he's bombing, we could have someone in the audience start playing it, and he'll be like, "Ah!"
Yeah.
OTW has a laugh
I didn't
like
do
that
it,
too,
kid.
though. OTW
Watch
does
out.
have that
Okay.
same kind of
I
laugh.
have to go get Milo in like 15 minutes.
What do I do?
Yeah,
I don't-
Rebecca, we do clip.
Remember when OTW was really lit that one night, and he just kept laughing nonstop? Yeah, I remember that. He does have her
Yeah, I
laugh.
remember that night too.
Yeah,
I was
he
having a
does.
fucking blast on that stream. It was just keeping on getting funnier and funnier. I couldn't help myself to laugh, but
So
You were
Rebecca,
lit, bro.
why are you getting pregnant? Is it on purpose? Are these accidents? What's going on?
Okay, hold on, Brian. You've never heard the story? You get like there's bees. There's these bees, right? And
Shut up,
they
you
like
fat,
to put,
greasy pig. Fuck up.
and the birds and the little bees.
You
they
grease
come
pig.
to the
Shut up, grease
flower.
pig. Drink
They
some
come to
blood,
the
you greasy, dumb, fuck, chaos
they
pig.
come-
Shut
they
the fuck
come-
up. Shut the fuck up, you greasy fucking loser.
Yeah. This is
little-
world famous Brian O'Shea. He tanks everybody's broadcast that he goes on. He kind of sucks in life, sucks at himself, sucks at everything.
The little birdie puts his little beak in the flower, right? And then pollinates the little flower, right? Goes in and out.
Puts the gun in its mouth and blows its fucking brains out.
Yeah, so the plot twist about
Pineal.
Brian O'Shea getting
Pineal,
blown by
what's
Annie
that?
is Brian O'Shea blew Jeffrey while he was there as
Pineal,
well.
what's that?
So,
Look at the picture Pineal's got up there. That's funny as shit. Rebecca, look at the picture up in the middle of the screen there. Put it up on full. Put it full up. Put it full up, OTW.
Okay, one second, man.
What the fuck?
That's cool. Put it.
This is a tuna.
I know. I'm thinking of somebody right now.
That's Sean.
You're thinking of somebody? Do they smell like tuna?
So last time Brian O'Shea went down on a woman, that's what he smelled.
Jesus.
This
Christ.
isn't tuna. It's Allie.
Uh,
Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that.
God, yes. Look, y'all just saw background.
Hey, so
you know,
I
the
called
reason
that
why you
school.
shouldn't
I
have
got
said that,
something
Lou, is
interesting. I
because
called that
someone's probably
school.
saying that about your daughter.
What?
Hey, did you
Wow.
guys hear about that school that had that transvestite that threatened children, and then they
Shut
kept
up, you
they kept him
fucking
on the
fat
school
loser.
for 2
Fucking
weeks
trying to do
until they
something here,
finally
you
fired him?
fucking miscreant,
I
fucking
just got
dumb
off the phone with
fucks.
that school. It was pretty interesting to hear their comments back.
Okay, but we're talking to Rebecca right now. Let's stay with Rebecca. She needs this, quality time with us to help her get through her shyness.
So who
See,
does
she's
the
getting
tuna remind you of, Rebecca, then?
Rebecca,
Who are you
shut
Lou,
thinking?
she's
up.
shy. She's not retarded. She just needs a little
She's
help.
That's what
OTW, are
the
you
fuck
not
did
able
I
to read the
say?
room, OTW? Do you not think these
First,
guys are
soon as
fucking
OTW
retarded?
makes an
Why are you
original
not
positive
dropping them all
series
down? They
on his
fucking
channel,
suck.
all the weirdos start swarming to talk about sex.
How do you not see
I
that
love
fucking Snafu Snaps, Lubass, and Moose are fucking and Pineal offer nothing to this right now, dude, except chaos?
Right, we're fucking up
How do you
your
not
game.
see that, OTW?
That's a good bit, Brian. That's fucking hilarious.
I've shown nothing but productive numbers, Brian. The only thing you've shown is a creepy ass personality and hitting on every fucking girl that hits the panel.
Don't be
Maybe
hard
I'll
on
do it.
Brian.
You don't know that yet.
Don't be hard on Brian. He did
No, I
have
shouldn't
sex.
be hard on him. You know
That's
what?
weird stuff,
He
What's
did
he
Brian.
have
doing? He's
sex
getting
with.
like 5 people watching
Can
his
I
live stream
finish?
while he's talking
Don't
about melted rocks.
don't
Fucking
be
melted
hard on.
rocks. Nobody cares about these melted rocks, Brian.
Don't be hard on Brian. He did have
Don't
sex
get him started,
once.
Moose. You might want to be careful there, man.
I'm
You really
sorry,
want to
Sean.
see him. How do we get this thing back on track here? Do we want to get this back on track, or
By you shutting the fuck up. Everyone shut the fuck up. You fucking
Right.
loser.
That's a good idea, Brian. That's a good idea.
All right,
Can we
Rebecca.
include you in that, Brian?
I got a
Rebecca,
tab
we're
here, Mr.
oh my
OTW,
god,
if you're
shut up.
interested.
Rebecca, were those
What did you
children
say?
I
planned
think
or
it'll help out Brian a lot. It'll
I'm
add
gonna
a
break
lot of
for
value
2
to his
seconds on
meaningful
it.
life.
What did you say, Daniel?
Completely,
I
utterly
can't hear
meaningless
you.
existence.
The only
You
thing
can't
I
hear
heard
me?
was that.
I said I have a tab, and I think it'll add a lot of value to a lot of people, including Brian.
shut
On his
up, Pineal.
completely and utterly meaningless existence.
Suck, Pineal.
Jesus.
These guys are trying to help you, O'Shea. Why are you turning their help away?
Because
Yeah,
just like any
Pineal.
crackhead, they don't
Pineal's
want
gonna
to
pull
actually
a
like do the
Talcott
work. So
and teach us about integrity.
come on, Brian, stop being rude to people.
Pineal's gonna give a fucking lecture on
Brian, stop being
integrity.
rude to people, man. Stop being rude.
So this is another segment of the show, ladies and gentlemen, where Pineal presents us with an interesting perspective on integrity. Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
Pineal
So
Star.
Pineal knows about integrity, like Brian O'Shea knows about cupping someone's balls and swallowing.
I thought you were going to say, as Brian O'Shea knows comedy.
No, Brian O'Shea doesn't actually know comedy. He's a world famous comedian that's never been actually famous. He's just titled it. You know, like
Listen,
when you go
Brian,
to amusement park and it says world's best barbecue, but the barbecue actually sucks ass. It's just like the name of the company is world's best barbecue.
Oh, okay, Moose. Listen, Brian, I know he's not, comedy doesn't, Brian doesn't know comedy, but comedy knows Brian. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, like he's living like the 50 Shades of Grey life out of his car.
You mean he's going around raping women?
Jesus.
Holy shit, this one went left.
What are you saying?
Just to clarify, I've actually never watched the movie or read the book, so I
That was good.
Jeez,
that was worth $1 million right there.
I never watched the movie, but Brian O'Shea's just like 50 Shades of Grey. He says.
Well, Lou Bass apparently has watched the video because he's trying to refute the claims.
First of all, the guy in 50 Shades of Grey has money. You know?
Also, it's not rape when they have. It's
and the guy.
It's not
Shades
rape
Grey,
when they have money.
You know, He has a place that he lives in. He doesn't live in his car.
With
it would
shit
be
stains.
a complete different scenario. We're talking about 3 different books now, and it's in a whole different paradigm now.
If I'm able to get laid while I'm living in my car, imagine if I had a home.
No, but now we're gonna have to rewrite those books and
Yeah,
call
get
them
out of your
O'Shea
imagination,
Shades of
man.
Grey.
You won't be living in a home for a while unless you actually get the intention to live in a home and not be like a predator.
Brian, hold on a
Roaming the
second.
lands.
You didn't know how she got pregnant. What exactly do you mean when you say you're getting laid? Can you explain that a little bit more in detail? Because you weren't quite sure on how she got babies in her.
Christos, can you help us out? Can you save us here, sir?
Brian,
Is my
are
mic
you
coming
there?
in clear? Hello, mic check.
Yeah, you're good, Christos.
Yeah, you're actually good.
Okay, so I just
So,
wanted to
guys,
say real
we're
quick,
6 hours
Moose, it was
into the
pretty
stream.
dumb earlier how you brought up the fact that you had Joe Cool buy
I didn't
subscribers
have
for
Joe
Jack
Cole do
Talcott's
anything.
account.
He mentioned it last night. I thought it was
Right.
funny, Christos. Thank you. We're coming up on hour
Yeah,
6. I want
I
you
heard what
guys
you
to
said earlier,
subscribe, hit
spilling the
that like
beans
button,
on how he
click the
just
bell
jumped
so
up
you get
300,
notified in the
500
morning because
subscribers.
OTW can't
Yeah, I
figure
can
out
keep
what time he
talking
wants
like
to
that.
wake
I
up.
can be one of these types of people too, where I just keep talking.
Oh,
Right.
Christos, I was going to give you the floor, but we were doing commercial time.
Christos,
It's crazy
welcome
to
to
see how you're still.
welcome to
Hello,
the
Lou
Moose
Bass.
Hour. Welcome to the Moose Hour, the worst hour of the show.
Wow. Okay, well, anyway, I was about to go somewhere else with that after talking about Moose buying the 300, or I mean, not Moose buying, but alluding to
It was
someone
a
else
joke.
buying
People are getting
subscribers.
jealous, dude. Jack Talcott is on the rise, dude. His
Right,
video
yeah.
on dude, look at his video on Boston versus Leader, bro. It got like 2,000 views or whatever. It's better than any of his other fucking videos he's ever gotten, man. Don't be jealous, Christos.
What I was gonna say
Jealous,
is
brother.
you're still trolling him right under his nose.
I'm not
Safe to say.
trolling him, dude. I literally do the thumbnails. I do everything, bro. I do his social media for him.
Right, no, you're mocking him right under his nose like you have been.
I
You're
agree.
just acting more
Is Jack
genuine now.
paying you? Is Jack paying you, Moose? Curious. I mean, he paid thousands and thousands of dollars to try and talk to his family. Apparently.
He said a moderate amount.
He's not gonna give Moose thousands and thousands of dollars, you guys. Come on. This is Moose we're
Maybe-
talking about. Last week
Is that
we
what
were
you're
yelling at
hoping
each
for,
other.
Moose? You know
Dude,
that he's got
hey,
that money now,
if he
and
gets
you're hoping maybe he'll shoot you some.
No, it's not about him shooting me something. It's about me proving to everybody that I can produce a good show. A good show. I'm trying to be a producer on this fucking internet. It's not about Jack so as much about myself growing. You know, I'm helping Jack grow while I grow. It's a mutually beneficial relationship, and you guys are always giving me shit about it, so I make fun of it.
I think Christos hit it on the nose. Christos hit it right on the nose.
Hey, I could honestly say Moose has gotten Talcott in boss mode, though.
Have we not done a good show the last like 4 nights, dude? I mean,
what's your definition of good?
better than this bullshit you're bringing here. You're tearing down OTW's fucking show.
I am.
Damn, you ragging on
All of us.
OTW's podcast now?
Collectively, we're bringing it down by arguing.
Okay, go ahead, produce.
He says produce.
We had a nice little segment going here with Rebecca. She only had 15 minutes with us, and you guys completely derailed it.
Brian, nobody wanted you to talk. Nobody ever wants you to talk to the woman on panel, ever. The only person that's ever wanted you to do it is Paul.
Well, that was fun. I was hoping to hear some of OTW's laughs. OTW, you got some signature laughs, dude. Like you can tell when you're genuinely dying of laughing. I love it.
Yeah, thanks, man. You know, it's just you guys are so funny sometimes, and you really get that real laugh out of me, you know.
Hey, OTW, would you be comfortable with Brian O'Shea hiking with your daughter? Just curious.
Yeah, look, she's 24, so it would be much more relevant if you'd ask her that, because I mean,
What, you can't answer a question?
Yeah, I was asking if you'd be comfortable, not her, Mr. OTW.
No, he's talking to you. He's asking you a question.
but I don't know. How could I answer that question? How would I know if you?
Well, because you know O'Shea and you know your
asking me
daughter.
if I would feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Well, I don't give a fuck. You can do what you want.
Jesus.
So are you saying you would go hike with Brian?
No.
Oh, okay. Just wanted to ask.
Oh no.
What the fuck is all this wingman shit? Jesus.
So, what do you wingmen
So-
have to say about it?
I don't know. That's Brian's position.
So were
Go ahead,
these
Brian.
pregnant?
Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
Were these?
What? Somebody else?
Brian's trying to talk. Go ahead, Brian.
Wait, can Adam?
Go ahead, Brian.
Sometimes
Go ahead, Brian.
Were
You got this,
these-
Brian.
Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
Hey, Snafu, I just want to say I really appreciate you, bro. And if you could come to the broadcast tonight, I would appreciate it. You too, OTW. We appreciate you. And I'll try to get Jack to let you have the floor a little bit more.
Okay, can we get back to Brian, please?
Well, we have a new member on the panel. I'd like to welcome Manel Delay. Welcome.
What? Manel?
Hello, ladies and
What's up,
gentlemen.
Manel?
Oh, Manel. What's up, Manel?
Hey. I love you all. You know that. A little gushiness. Got to give a bit of gush.
We love you too, cheeky bitch.
I had an
maybe.
English bitch who used to call me an arse all the time. I used to say, why can't you just say an ass instead of arse? I don't get it.
Because there's an R in your arse.
Who put it there? Go ahead, Brian.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
know. We are doing the narrow language. Remember the England. Eng means narrow in the Germanic. Remember that.
So were these children planned, Rebecca?
Yeah. No. But, well, Milo wasn't planned, but this one is.
So the first one was just kind of a little too much drinking one night. Things got a little randy. Pull-out game was a little weak. Something like that.
Is it normal that I don't like to talk about my personal life that much?
Yep.
Okay.
So you can
No,
say
it's not.
comments.
You
or,
can do
I'm
whatever
not
you
gonna
like,
feel
darling.
comfortable talking about
I
that.
can do that?
Of
Okay.
course,
I
you're
don't want to
fucking
fucking
audition.
answer your question.
Well, by that response, you did answer it, so it's all good.
Well, hey, O'Shea, you got another female on the bottom right. So if you're losing
Shut up,
Rebecca, go for it.
Snafu, you fucking loser.
Leave
Hey,
Snafu
Snafu,
alone.
don't forget
The
that he said that
female.
next time he comes and sleeps
Hang
over at your
on.
house.
We're not females. We're women. We're woman. You are man.
Woman.
We are woman.
Women.
No, hang on. Whoa, man.
You are a whoa man.
So Rebecca, do you cut up the steak for your husband, your boyfriend? You cut it up into little pieces and serve it to him like all sectioned out. None of the potatoes are touching the meat. He likes it where the potatoes don't really touch the meat, right? Even though it all gets all mushed up in his stomach eventually. He just doesn't like the visual of it, where the corn and the potatoes touch each other. He doesn't
Are
like
you
that on
like
his plate, right?
describing my situation or yours?
I'm asking a question. Do you cut up the steak for your boyfriend as you describe him?
No, Brian's situation is a little different. His girl says, choo, 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 open up. Choo, choo, choo.
Hey, Lubas, I have to commend you. You've been shooting a couple of bombs today, man. You got me laughing hard, man. Like your sense of humor. That's good.
Jesus.
Lubas has always been on it.
Yeah, he's killing it. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, I'd like to welcome Emilios, man, to the stream. Emilios, welcome to the stream, sir.
How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Nice,
Hey.
nice to meet your beautiful daughter, OTW. That's really nice for her to come on. And I just wanted to say, Moose, you're doing a bad job being the producer today. I'm so sorry.
It's almost like he's not producing anything.
Pretty much. And I just wanted to say the level or lack thereof of decorum to this fine young lady is quite disturbing, gentlemen. Bring it down a few notches.
You know what? I
fine.
agree,
Hey,
Emilios.
quit being
and
cupcake,
I just want to
Emilio.
apologize to you, Emilios.
Snafu,
I
you be
apologize
nice,
for not
okay? This is
doing to my
OTW News. We're at a
potential.
different level here. Please listen to Moose as the producer of the show. This is
So
not,
isn't
this
it
is not
ironic?
unslaved
I'm not
territory.
here. I'm not here though. Like I'm just a helper. I'm just here helping out today.
Can
So
we
isn't it
please get
ironic?
back to O'Shea?
Moose,
Isn't it
you're the
ironic?
gnome.
that the word yield means to produce or provide as well as to fall back? So Moose could actually be an excellent producer today if he would just fall back. He could fall back to get ahead. He would yield. He would produce and provide that way. Isn't that interesting? The double meanings there.
I disagree.
I never thought about it, but you're right. It is interesting.
Moose, I'm disagreement because I think you've been doing a fine job as a producer of OTW News and helping OTW keep and maintain a certain level of decorum here that seems to be lacking in some other shows.
Aren't you the guy that just literally said Moose was not doing a good job today, or was that someone else?
Oh,
yeah,
right.
that's what I
say
thought.
That. I apologize. Okay, so he wasn't doing a good job, but now he is, right, Moose?
Exactly.
So this is clearly an agent of chaos.
You got me back.
I'm not.
No,
I'm not.
He's getting me back on track.
Either you're an agent of chaos or you're inept. Which one is it?
What?
Come back, Ben. On the grind.
You see, Moose, how they go on the attack
Great
right away?
stuff. Fascinating. Rebecca, how much more time you got left with us before you got to run off?
15 minutes.
That was 15 minutes ago you said that.
Did I?
But you could stay as long
as
you want.
No, I didn't.
Remember to double your time every time.
The person speaks. It feels like a fucking machine. Do not forget to dial your time.
Ooh, we got a little cattiness between the ladies going on here.
No, but it's not me. It's just don't
You sound like an AI.
You sound like an AI.
My daughter thinks you sound like an AI. Are you an AI robot or something?
No, I'm not. It's my
good.
level
Just wanted to
too
make
high.
sure.
That's all I'm asking.
Excuse me?
Are my levels too high? My volume levels are
slightly.
They're saying your accent is AI sounding.
Guys
No,
know me in this.
You're too drunk and
not
high,
using-
Manel. Your levels are
Sorry.
fine, but your alcohol levels are a little high.
No. It's actually the plant.
It's she's smoking it up. All right, well,
The
so am I,
plant.
so-
Okay, so
coca
never
plant?
mind what I said. You sound like a smoker. No,
Damn.
Yeah, that's good. Do I sound like a smoker?
not right now.
The only thing he smokes is good.
Smoking.
Wait, that was profane. And guys,
But
we need to get back on track.
Lubass was
So,
actually.
we're
Lubass
here in
was
the
actually.
Thank you,
My
Brian.
God.
We're
Shut
actually in
up.
the
Yeah, thank you for
self-improvement
yielding.
segment
Yeah,
of the
we
show.
were. Lubass was actually going down a good road with her when he asked that question about the woman being at the home. I think she was kind of. Lubass, explore that a little bit more, if you could, please. That was a good little line of questioning.
I just think that for some women it could be enticing to have some help around the house, even though it may be of the female influence. And but it's hard by yourself to run a house. You got to clean up everything. You got to do the dishes. You got to cook. You got to do all these things. You got no one to talk to. The kids are yelling. You got someone who
Holy
can
shit! You're so
help you out.
depressive.
But no, wouldn't it be nice to have a woman come and help you out every day, and she stays with
Your
you?
man's
That's
on
why.
point, by the way.
That's why Lou has Pornhub in his left hand.
No, I use my right. I'm left-handed.
Turning into Jerry Springer.
So really, what?
Sorry,
would that be a huge
Milios, you're
problem?
right.
Would that be a
It's
huge problem, Rebecca?
what comes out of me when you get Lou Bass and you get Brian O'Shea together, and then you get me. It kind of like brings out the worst in me.
Think about it. You could even leave the kids with the woman, and you can go to the store or go and have your nails done for a few hours, and she's taking care of the kids. And the only downside I don't think it's a downside. I think it's an upside, is that sometimes when your husband gets home, he sleeps in her bedroom rather than yours. Maybe two times a week, 3 times.
I think it's fair, don't you, Lou?
I think it's fair. I think probably it's the way it's supposed to be, but I could be wrong. What do you think, Rebecca?
The optics are high.
Give me a minute.
Let her think. Let her think.
You're gonna have to repeat all of that. I hope you have a good memory.
So the question is, picture you or your husband brings home a nice woman that you enjoy talking to, that helps
Or let
you
her.
around
Usually,
the
the woman picks out the woman. Let's go with
that's
that
a good
one.
idea.
She picks it out.
Yeah,
So in this hypothetical, she's picking out the woman to hang out.
Yeah, that's excellent. That's actually a really good idea.
Okay, well, can I switch that around? Like, what would you guys think if, like, your women would just bring a man into the house?
Oh no, then you're a whore.
No, but see, the thing is, but see, the thing is, it's going to be more natural. It's going to be a more natural process for you to pick a girl, and if for to be a girl that's like a third type person into a relationship than it is a man. It's going to be more. That's how I'm understanding. It would be more of a natural. The more natural approach would be for a woman. I'm not saying a man that couldn't happen or it's
didn't
not
you
allowed to
experience
happen.
that with Annie and what's his name? O'Shea's been there, right?
Yeah, thanks for derailing Snafu, but Lubas, please continue.
No, I think it could be beneficial to both parties. I mean, you grow your family, you both have a girl with like what do you guys call your girlfriends? Like your best friend? What do you guys call them? Something? What is it when you have like a best girlfriend? There's a name for that.
Sister.
Bestie?
Sister.
BFF.
Sister.
What?
Sister, yeah, she's like your
Jesus
sister.
Christ. That's
You
like
meet
a
her. You meet her. You met this wonderful woman at the grocery store. She's out, she's all by herself. She lives by herself, but she's really nice to talk to. You meet her. She's buying bananas, the large ones,
She's
and
buying
you say,
bananas.
"Listen,
Buying bananas.
In eggplants.
Fries.
yeah,
Oh, daughter.
I don't even know if they have a fries in Canada.
Honestly,
one
the reason
eggplant.
why I didn't really like push that thought
Cucumbers
through,
are better, by the way.
it's because like I think about the pros and then I think about the cons, and the cons outweigh the
Well, wait a
What
minute.
are the cons?
What
What are the cons?
What are the cons?
What are the cons? Cons, really?
Is jealousy
you guys can't
involved
tell
here,
me
though?
Cons about having two women in the same
Yes.
fucking house that are fucking the same man.
Oh my
jealousy.
Okay, so what's the cons?
Oh, that's not good.
You tell me. I'll let
No,
you
but if
figure
your
that out
husband-
since you're so bright.
So here's what's going on.
They just keep the pipes hard, love. That's all they're doing.
Sounds like a win-win situation for the guy.
Loose.
No, for
but see-
everybody, not just the guy. It's win-win for everybody. She gets to go one afternoon while the other
Well,
woman
how-
watches the
how are we
kids,
gonna
and she
talk
gets
about,
to go.
you
She
know,
gets to
how
go
we
get her
can
nails
not
done.
talk
Lou, if
about
they
the
have that
sexual
jealousy, they could never
Why
look at
does
the
it
pros.
always get
If they
Wi-
truly have a jealousy, they could never look at the pros. Like
Women
they'll bypass all the pros because the jealousy overweighs it.
No, women are not
true.
truly
You're
generous.
on
I don't
point,
believe
man.
that women are jealous in their hearts when it comes to this situation. I personally believe that women are not truly that way. They've been trained to be that way.
Little
Men
Arthur
can
drinks
be
chicken blood, so
Men
take,
can be
take
more
ask
for
you
it
an
what
honest
you will,
question,
because he
Rebecca?
actually does
Would-
drink chicken blood.
Well, no, I want to ask honest question because Lou made a good point. Like, and we have a woman on
Where
top.
did chicken blood
Is
come
it
into it?
like in reality? Would it be
Well,
jealousy?
because his
would it be
mind
jealousy?
state
Like,
is
oh, my man's with
questionable.
another woman.
Okay,
Is it
fair enough.
jealousy or is it like honestly? Because that is a good question. I
Well,
think women
because
do get
the
jealous.
question you go down is when you're becoming possessive of people, right? So you want to possess them. You only want them. You want to possess when and who and how they have sex with. Now, if they're enjoying an experience, especially if the woman lives in your home, especially if you chose this woman to be in your home, and she's having an experience with your mate, with the father of your children, and like they're each enjoying each other. Who are you? Why be selfish to negate that from both of them? Like, how does that take away from you if they have an experience together, and once they leave that bedroom in the morning and everything's back to cooking together, good vibes, smoking together? Like, how does it change because they had an experience
when
in
you
a
bring
room
home
together?
like gonorrhea or something.
Snafu said it. There is, and it's not just women; it's men as well. There's a jealousy, right? There's a thing.
But jealousy is inherently unhealthy. So why even bring that up? That it's a good excuse not to do it.
No, I
So you're-
totally agree. I agree, but there's this thing, like you said, we've been taught. We've been taught to be jealous.
Hippies.
Yes, I believe that's true.
Free love.
All of us have
hippies.
been. But I think that men and women are jealous in different ways. I personally believe, because a man, obviously, he has to naturally, in some way, maybe deeply, has to know that he's passed on his genetics. I think that's an internal innate natural thing. So they have that jealousy towards whether or not his genetics is being passed on. A woman doesn't have that worry.
Yes, Lou. Yes, absolutely.
She knows her genetics is passed on, no matter who the man is, right? So she's
it's
secure in her genetics.
It's the nurturing. You're right.
And men don't have that security when it comes to passing on their genetics. And all of us have that innate want to pass on our genetics, right? To some degree, some more, some less, but I think all of us do. But I think that women would probably more naturally be inclined to have, a sister there with her. And on the nights that she has a headache, well, Billy can go over to her room, right? I have a headache, honey. Go to the sister's room tonight. I got a headache. Like, how many nights of the week do you have a headache, Rebecca?
5.
Wait, was he?
Since that I'm pregnant, like 5, but in general, I don't.
Well, there's another pro, right? He wouldn't be bugging you. He would just leave you be. And,
yeah, but that's what you don't get is that when, it's not all about, sex. If you have a headache, well, I want my man to be next to me anyway. Just not pounding
it is about sex.
3 seconds.
It is because your friends you don't have sex with. Your man you have sex with. It is about sex. Your relationship is based on sex.
Not about
so
sex.
You want him next to you, even though he may not want to be next to you that evening. So you want to possess him.
I find it funny when they say it's not about sex. Because that's the whole point of you guys being together.
We'll see each other later.
Okay. Thanks, Rebecca.
She ran.
Don't take it badly. We're just messing with you, Rebecca. We're serious.
She's just going to get the grandson at school.
She'll be fine. She'll be fine.
She has a headache, Lou.
Okay. All right.
You traumatized poor OTW. You think a father wants to have these conversations with his daughter in the room? Lack of decorum, guys. Jesus Christ.
She's
you
tough.
guys are like Maury Povich and
I'm not worried about
all in one.
I'm not worried about my daughter. I think
she's 25 years old. She's a woman.
Yeah,
she
can
child.
handle
she's
things,
pregnant.
man. She's been through
I
a
know
lot.
you did, OTW. Clearly,
she
you did.
had.
I'm just saying
No,
the lack
come on,
of
guys. She had
lack of decorum.
Had her own mother to deal with, and then she's came a long way, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about her. She's
Emilio. If she could have conversations like that in front of her father, that just shows how good her father and her are at communication.
I 100% agree with what Snafu just said. Snafu hit it right on the nose.
Snafu, you have children?
I got a daughter.
I don't know. I don't think it's appropriate, but whatever. To each his own.
So you would rather your daughter? You would rather your child? You would rather your child talk like this? Like you would rather not be a parent and being that communicative with your child? Like you wouldn't want your child to be comfortable to express themselves to you as a parent versus act like Brady Bunch or Leave It to Beaver shit. So you got that. Well, yeah, my daughter. I think it's actually positive when I see Lou Bass and his daughters and his kids talk and the way they do, and then OTW bring. That shows that they have communication and they're being real with each other. Families being real. They're not hiding it between.
And I think it's awesome that she would like to, that she's interested in what I do, and that she would like to participate and see what it's like to, be in my world and what this is all about. She doesn't know anything about all of this. So for her, it's all new. And she was telling me while we were, muted that it was cool and that she's having a lot of fun and she thinks this is great. So, and she's still 24 going on 25, guys. I mean, I'm going to prevent her. She's going to watch whatever she wants on YouTube anyway, or on any other channel for that matter. I mean, what harm does it to bring? I mean, she's not 15. She's not underage. I'm not in doing or going against any community guidelines or whatever. I mean, and I think I actually appreciate the fact that she would actually, honestly, the courage that she had to just come up there on camera I was actually really proud. I was impressed. So I'm actually happy that she came. And whatever happened on the panel happened on the panel. She knows that it's entertainment, and
to your daughter.
She understands what it's all about. She's not a stupid woman, she's got the motherly experience. She knows where she's going, and I also obviously I know my son-in-law, and he's actually very a nice dude. He's a very cool guy. He's a little bit like simple, but very respectful and devoted.
Is he like an
Good
ox?
man.
Is he like an ox?
Excuse me?
Is he like an ox?
What's an ox? It's like one of them.
Slow and steady.
Yeah.
Slow.
You don't know what an ox is?
Well, I wasn't sure she's really referencing the animal,
No, I was referencing the heart actually, because if you know your heart, it's like an ox. That was what I was referencing.
That's an English thing, I believe. The reference to the oxen.
No, it's not actually. It's quite ancient.
Yeah, I've never heard it either. So, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. Slow and steady, pulling the load, being the rock.
Are you describing a porno? Slow and steady, pulling the load? What the hell?
No, come on.
No,
Slow and
no,
steady.
there's more. No, Snafu. There's way more. The ox is I've spent a lot of time around cattle all through my life. All kinds of cattle. Pigs, sheep, cows, oxen.
Yeah, I lived on a ranch for a while too. I get it.
Okay. But this is in different countries as well, by the way. So
hey, are you close to Sunderland? Just curious. Are you close to Sunderland? Sunderland?
No. I'm up in Scotland now. My parents died last year.
Oh, okay, I was just curious because I got friends in Sunderland and other areas of Scotland. Okay.
I'm on the east coast. So
when
my
I say
point
the
is,
ox pulls the load. Sorry, go ahead, Manel.
The point is that the ox isn't stupid.
No, not at all.
Once they smell you, they know who you are and they know that they can trust you. I used to live in a village down in Northamptonshire called Woodford Hull, and I could walk out of my door. My little dogs would just run into the field, and there would be days when the bullocks would be there. But some days, and something I learned is to take a branch with you.
What's a bullock?
A bullock. It's a male cow. That's a bullock.
Bullock.
A bull, basically a bull. A bull.
Yeah.
But they're all babies. And so
that's where that English expression bullocks comes from?
Bollocks. Yep. No, bollocks is what you've got between your legs if you're a man.
Like a homonym.
No, if you're a man, you've got bollocks, mate. So you're a bullock.
For me.
No.
No, but if you were to say something stupid or lie, I'd be like, oh, that's bullocks. That's bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. Brilliant. So you get that.
That's where it comes from.
But I'm saying it's somehow related to the cow, the bull cow. Bullshit, like being a liar and bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bullshit.
The cow.
You're saying exactly, but I don't see the correlation. In India, bulls are fucking revered. Why are they thinking of a liar?
Brian, you're missing it. It's because the bull, the ox, or it doesn't matter male or female. Generally, they're male, but they can tell when they smell you. They know if you're a fucking shit disturber, if you're not to be trusted. They know if you're not to be trusted. Instantly.
I'm saying the origin of the word bullocks. So if you said something stupid,
that's where it comes from.
Basically, it's the word for cow. It's the same word for bull or cow.
It's a word for
you want to go a little bit deeper in what you're eating. You are eating mostly bull. The cows are used for milking and making more bulls and cows. Your steaks are male.
Well, those are dairy cows. There's a difference between cattle, which is beef cows, and then dairy cows.
Well, they're all cows, but I think the bullocks.
There's beef cattle. I've worked on a ranch with them. There's a complete difference in temperament and everything.
Beef cattle, dairy cattle. Yes, there's a difference in temperament.
Please
but
listen
they can
for a minute.
tell when you're full of shit. A cow can smell you out instantly,
most of your
whether they
meat
can
that you
trust
put
you
on
or
your
not.
table is male because they use the females to propagate war.
Yeah, of course.
And that's in the lamb trade, the goat trade, the beef trade, unless you're doing locally farmed, and they can F their 15-minute cities because we don't live in the city, and I hope you don't. I really do. We can come together. We can do great stuff. It doesn't matter what part of the world you're on. Okay?
Come together right now.
Right now. All right.
This sounds like a bunch of cupcake bullets to me.
Hey, you guys are big on the sheep
I
out there
don't
more
eat
than the cattle, right?
cupcakes, by the way.
You guys are the sheep harvesting. The sheep is big in Scott versus the cattle, right?
Well, meat is really expensive.
Manelli, are
up
you in a
here.
bathtub?
Oh, sorry,
No,
that's
that's
me.
not
Sorry.
me. That ain't me.
You're in a bathtub, Lou? That's fucking disgusting.
No, it's not.
You
Enjoy
fat
your
greasy pig. How do you
bath,
even
Lou.
like, are you able to sit down or you just float on top of the water, you fat fuck?
I was washing my hands, fuckface.
That's funny.
You guys
forgot
Hey,
to,
OTW.
Yes.
OTW.
I forgot to mute. I was washing my hands. Sorry.
They're messing with your stream from yesterday, OTW, because I just saw on one tab I reloaded the page and it had about 800. It was around like 850 views, and I just checked another tab and I reloaded it because it said 750, or I was like around 750, and so I reloaded it again to make sure I wasn't tripping. And yeah, it was around 850, and now it's like down to 750. So I don't know what they're playing some fucking number games with yesterday's stream.
Dude, those numbers are just, you can't even pick. Those things don't matter, man.
Yeah, YouTube's full of shit with the numbers.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, YT is a stinky. We know it.
Last week or a week, what was it, 2 weeks ago or something like that, I was unsubscribed from Paul's channel, and I didn't do it.
Dude, they're coming in and deleting private videos that aren't even publicized on my channels. Like I said, my first channel was 10K plus. I used to get like 35,000 views a video, if not more. That was lowballing it.
I've lost private.
Now I'm on channel 6-7. I'm barely
Guys.
getting like 70 views, and I'm okay with it because the actual message has gone through, which I call Truthio. But no, the algorithms, the shout about it, and now they're actually going in. Like if you have a video that they really don't want, they will remove it, even if it's not published. If it's so like say you're gonna edit it, you had it, you uploaded it, but you're gonna edit it, fix it. If it's something on a topic, on target, they will remove it and strike the channel for an unpublished video now. Happened to channel. That's why I lost my channel just recently.
Unpublished? That's crazy.
Snafu, I want to ask you something. Have you found that you've got weird subscriptions that you didn't subscribe to?
All the time. And then if you notice, like a lot of foreign, especially China, Korea, have you guys noticed the ad, your live recommendation as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I've been subscribed to weird channels before, for sure. Really weird.
It's only gonna ramp up, especially with this AI. It's funny. I downloaded, like everyone's infiltrated already. We know it, especially I like Mike Strutton, the vice president, work with what I'm talking about. Well, I downloaded that chat GPT. Have you guys messed with that AI thing, that chat GPT? I was asking it all kinds of weird questions. Got some very weird feedback.
It shut me down. It
Snafu, I won't touch the chat GPT. I will not. I refuse.
Yeah, I actually did it because I did a video on it. I asked it about Marfugo and Pogo channels and privately owned government already. I have a video coming out with it. It's pretty interesting, the chat GPT thing.
I did the same. I asked some questions that kicked me
I
off.
remember a time when maybe not all of us here, but I'm sure some of us here are old enough to remember a time before mobile phones and computers.
Oregon Trail lemonade stand time.
Yeah. In 92, I was online and I saw a thing online that you cannot find now. And they were big trumpet devices and they were cloud busters and creators. Gone. You cannot find this now.
Hell.
Hey guys, I'm gonna split. Thanks a lot, AOTW, for having me up, and thanks everybody for the chit chat. Take care.
Man. See you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Later, Lou Bass. A moment of silence.
Oh, that's not good. Moose, producer.
Silence is golden.
What's not good, Emilios, man?
No, the silence is
quiet,
fine.
quiet
It
time,
concludes one segment of the show, so we can move on to the next one. Right?
That's right.
Kind of like a reset, right? OTW.
Exactly. It always feels good to have a reset.
Hey, did you guys see the whole like the girl pulled in the driveway got shot, the guy who rang the doorbell got shot, and then now the cheerleaders who opened the wrong car door got shot? Have you noticed that here in America, at least, the propaganda and the certain events that have been taking place the last few days?
Yeah, there was the guy as well that they killed.
420.
There's been another guy that turned up at the wrong address as well. So there was this family guy, 2 children, wife. They freaking shot him. They stepped over his body. Brian did the thing on it, and I'm sure others have as well. But
yeah, they're pushing the propaganda big time now.
Please. This is disturbing because they really want to disarm you guys. Don't let them do it.
Oh, they never will. There's no way to disarm.
Oh,
them. They have to try to
bullshit.
do it internally.
Bullshit,
They'll turn
bro.
them in. They'll
Do
turn
people
them in
bleed
a couple of
bloodshed?
generations.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
bloodshed.
saying. They're
Do
gonna
you
try to-
understand the weaponry that they have? Our arms are
I
like
can be
pea shooters
however I
and
wanna be.
rubber band
I don't need
guns,
to be
dude.
gentle.
I know, but
Don't
you
tell
are
me how to be, lady. Hey, I didn't come here to be told how to be, lady. Don't tell me to be gentle. I might not be gentle. I might not be a gentleman either. Hey, a gentleman, historically, a
Amelia,
gentleman had a
and
like a
Pioneer.
title and a manner. And by the way, in gentleman
Do not
times,
let them disarm
listen,
you.
in gentleman times, a lady would never correct a gentleman. That would never happen because a lady couldn't correct a gentleman publicly and remain a lady. So let's get outside of that,
Ladies-
gentlemen and ladies.
Ladies
Let's get
stand
outside of
behind
that.
their men.
No, not in the old days. They could not correct a gentleman publicly and not in remain a lady. Not in remain a lady. So I'm not gentle. I am what I am, and I'm going to be what I'm going to be. Don't like it? Too bad.
That's fine. Ladies stand
No,
behind
I
their
know
men.
it's fine. I know it's fine. It's fine regardless of how you see it. See how they have to dominate, Snafu? See how they have to try to dominate?
I don't think she was like, I get 100% what you're saying, but I don't think she was going that bad. But I get it. Like I get with you. Like I see it. I see it.
I didn't come here to be told what to do.
But what I'm saying is they are what she's saying, and we know it. They're pushing the agenda because 3 instances where innocent people, like someone walking the wrong door, someone opening the wrong car, and then someone pulling in the wrong driveway. I mean, the propaganda of the things that they're pushing, I mean, the optics, as I say, are so high, and I mean, you know, that's just, I thought it was interesting. It happened. Wizard.
But yeah, as stated, what's going to happen is
much respect, sir.
a couple of more generations of this communist indoctrination, and the people, even in my home state of Arkansas, you know, a couple of more generations, they're just going to turn these weapons in. That's what's going to happen.
Correct. That's what I was saying. That they're going to try to make you willingly do it.
If you honestly want to be honest about things, ladies and gentlemen, our weaponry is rubber band guns and fucking sticks and stones compared to the technology that we hold in our hand right now. Even in our hand, what we were using to do this broadcast. You don't think government like Easter eggs, so to speak, just like Telsa Easter eggs, exist in the devices we use every day? It's a surveillance police state world they're implementing. So the gun thing, like really, yeah, we'll kill each other off. That's part of the agenda, you know, less people to deal with. Compliance is what they want. And so, yeah, we'll see a lot of bloodshed at first, definitely here in the States. But he's right. People will comply, turn them in. But we really have pea shooters, like the technology, everything we have, you know, and it's prophesized if you're religious, and if you're not, third world countries exist in other countries. So it's just everyone here in America has never imagined or could think of. And that's what I'm saying with the financial, the 13 countries dropping in. It's getting there.
It's said in scripture that God will not destroy the earth by water again, but possibly by fire.
By fire. And actually the earth never is truly destroyed, but yeah, and you know, he says the people scream out of the mountains and the rocks, you know. Yeah, I mean what we're witnessing is prophecy being fulfilled at the highest rate, my opinion. But the New World Order minus Hulk Hogan, because you got to think there's elites, both Western elites, and then there's also American Western elites. You know, when we talk about Illuminati or NWO or all this crazy shit, there are still elites in the Eastern countries like China, the Red Dragon, so to speak, Magog, Russia. So it is happening, man. And
they have taken over every single one that they could make comply. And the ones that won't comply, they are destroying right in our vision.
Yep. That's what I say all the time. The optics are high. NWO minus Hulk Hogan. The world stage is being set. B system of agendas in play. That's why I scream pogo, pogo, pogo all the time. Because we are on the media. This is YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. I've dealt with these pogo channels, you know, from Alex Jones to Marfugal TV News to so many others. And these are data collectors for exactly what we're talking about to be implemented. You know, the money, the tracking, the URLs, the rounding up, the government contracts with certain things. So that's why I say don't look at the numbers or the subs. Make sure your message
We
get out.
never signed that stuff. We never signed it. They
Wizard.
signed
It don't matter. You think they care if you signed anything?
It does matter. We didn't enter into the contract. We didn't enter into the contract. I didn't.
That's the problem that a lot of people don't realize. Okay. When you look at a contract and you look at the etymology of words and you find out that comment means imagination, fiction, fabrication, then why are you involving yourself in contracts, specifically when scripture says he is a respecter of no persons, and those contracts have all nouns? Well, not every word is a noun, but it's filled with all kinds of nouns. Everything that you have to name is a noun. So when you go through life and you have that childish name that mom and dad have been calling you all your life, the first name that they call it. And then when you become an adult, you're supposed to put down those childish things. That includes that name and pull upon a new name.
I am named by my second name, by the way, El Pedal.
Yeah. And the scripture will tell you a lot about how to conduct your life so that this doesn't happen. So back to my comment earlier that he won't destroy the world by water, but by fire, maybe. And that is your fire at will laws. Make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, you can fire someone at will in Iowa. That has nothing to do with the armaments. It has to do with what your job is. Again, you go back to the scripture and look up Job. You know, the words are very particular. When we take Job and turn it into job, it makes a very distinct difference on the implications in your mind, the way you hear it. So if we are constantly reminded that job is not job, but Job, maybe we'll go back to the scripture and see how we're supposed to be faithful and not give a shit about the materialistic things, not give a shit about all the servants that die, not give a shit about your harem of wives that were killed, not give a shit about all your cattle, your sheep, but the Lord himself, for that is your saving grace.
Amen.
I yield.
Amen.
Great stream yesterday too, Wizard. Thank you very much.
I wish I could be in all your streams, but I can't because I'm like 7 odd hours ahead and it's like nighttime when you guys are doing it. But keep doing it because I love you.
Thank you very much. It's much appreciated and much respect to you, Manel. How do you pronounce it, Manel or Manel?
Manel. It's a Sri Lankan name. It's the national flower of Sri Lanka. It's a little blue lily that grows in trees. And every year they have a celebration. Every flower flowers for 24 hours. There's a poem.
So how do you feel about this RFK Jr. run for Democratic bid, Wizard? You think he's a Jesuit puppet, or what do you think?
They all are.
Yeah,
you're looking again. You're looking at a political party that poses bipartisan, when in fact they always vote on the exact same issue, and they do that specifically to keep the corruption going, to enable them to have that job. And we have a large, very large government that is overbearing and needs to be stripped down to the bones. The forefathers of this nation started government without being paid. And I believe throughout history, that is the same. I believe most countries that started their government did so without compensation because it was an equity thing. Once it got constructed, just like the public charitable trust, it cannot operate once it gets to a certain size. This is your 15-minute cities. They want them a certain size.
So
those 15-minute cities are doing FEMA.
We need to connect with those roots and then tear them out. There was a lady I worked for with a lot of money down in Northamptonshire, and I used to do her gardening and I weeded for her. They sprayed. I didn't. I did it the natural way. So I found the plant and I wiggled it and I pulled them out. So I got the tap root so it wouldn't grow back. But I didn't kill the plant. You know, I could go and put that somewhere else. And I did. I did a lot of that around. But they sprayed. And one day she came out and she used to take lots of freaking pills and injections. And it was so bizarre. And her dogs, she had 2 little Jack Russells, absolutely gorgeous. They were lovely girls, beautiful. And one day she came out and she said, crouching down like a little Indian isn't going to get those weeds out. And she crouched down and she couldn't get up properly because she was taking all them poisons. I walked away. Yeah, she sacked me with good reason because I wanted to be sacked. Disgusting. She was disgusting. Realize when, and Larkin Rose says this beautifully, when you have tools and you want someone to come and work for you, maybe I'm reiterating, they're not your tools. And I get that, and I'm totally with that. But when someone has gnosis of what they're doing with this world, that connection, and you get treated like some piece of poo, I'm being polite here, that is when you walk away. And I absolutely welcomed being sacked from her nonsense because I took plants away. Everything I took away died because they'd sprayed it and sprayed it and sprayed it. I cleaned their house. All antiques, by the way. We're talking serious money. I did their gardening. We need to, oh, bless you. Gesundheit.
Oh,
we
I'm
need
sorry,
to realize, no, it's fine. We need to realize that the respect level, and I realize hierarchy, but there are respect levels, even in the hierarchy. So when you, I am an antiques cleaner. So I did all their leaded windows. We're talking old building. Leaded windows. I never broke any of those. And they were broken ones. So learn your craft. Your craft is your heart. And El Perro knows this. And now I will shut up.
All right, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that we have now surpassed the 700 subscriber mark. We are now at 708 subscribers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much. Your support is absolutely appreciated, and I am so grateful. Thank you.
On the way to 7,000.
Awesome.
On the way to 7,000.
Hey, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but for all you YouTubers who are doing this now, because I've been doing this for a long time, you know me, OTW. Me and you know each other. I want to see how some of these guys react. Like if Jack Talcott all of a sudden loses the channel, how he's going to react and build it back up. Same with you. Same with the Wizard. Because I've done this. I'm on channel 7 now. And again, I was making 35,000 views a view, but now I'm getting 92. I'm so proud of you guys putting your message out there. Keep doing it. Keep hitting the algorithm. But I want to see how you guys react when the censorship, because if you're putting the truth out, you will be suppressed. You will be hit.
I'm still on my first channel, guys. I do have it.
That's why I'm using this new channel. Sorry.
Yeah, I have one channel that's been my original channel for over 5 years now. I do have a backup channel, an alternate that I just created because I've got some problems with the censorship. But I've had everything taken care of thus far, with the exception with the exception of the one video that they did for medical misinformation, where I communicated with the FCC, FTC, and everybody, and we're working on that currently.
Well, like I said, it's keep putting your message out there, guys, and just remember, it doesn't matter if it's one person or a million people you reach. Your message is your message, your truth, yo. That's how I look at it with everyone.
In the cash. I want to say something, and anyone that's got a good memory, Dr. Sam Bailey and Dr. Mark Bailey, please go and listen to them. They're from New Zealand. They're brilliant, really.
Hey, on that note, OTW, my buddy.
Pero. Oh, you gosh. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say on that note, that's an adorable pup. On that note, my buddy, I don't know if you're interested, but my buddy looks like he's at Google headquarters right now auditing Google. Looks like he just got down there about 10 minutes ago. I don't know if you're interested or not, but just because it was kind of on topic to what Snap was talking about.
Please bring it.
What do you mean auditing Google?
Everything.
Well, he's at Google headquarters right now.
What is he doing there?
I think he's just trying to get some answers. I'm not watching. Let me see. Here, I'll look in the background and see if it's of any interest. Or I'll share the tab, and you can. It's your channel, so you can see if it's of any interest.
No.
Does it have any relevance to the? To the you still don't see your face. Hold on, I gotta fix the mic. It's not like being camera friendly right now.
OTW, by the way, you and your lady. I don't know the relationship. Oh, sorry. Okay, I know.
No,
I'm sorry.
It's not my lady.
But you are beautiful, by the way. So just please continue.
What were we saying?
Pineal is trying to get a link to a weird thing.
Okay.
Come on.
In the interim, I just wanted to add, Wizard, you brought up the forefathers and whatever theories are true or not true about them. I don't know, but all I know is that they put a lot of quotes out there warning us of what was coming. And 100 years later, they incorporated the country. They got their claws back in.
Yeah,
so I do believe that they were true and just in what they did. And I'd love your thoughts on that, Wizard. Thank you.
Well, the thing about this country is that the forefathers brought forth a government that instituted the policy of respecting no religion. When you take those three terms and put them together, you realize the connotation is they don't give a fuck about your religion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now you turn around in 1984, Ronald Reagan, good old man that used to be an actor himself, who remained an actor in that bipartisan political system that I told you about, turned around and instituted the Public Law 97-280, stating that the 1611 version of the scriptures of the Bible were the common law of the land. So that distinguishes the difference between the actual law and their policy, and violated their policy by respecting the establishment of religion.
Mm-hmm.
So who's insane? I
am.
Yeah. HUD put the Office of Inspector General of HUD put out a statement saying that sovereign citizens are people that go by scripture. I would think if people that went by scripture heard that, they'd be fucking pissed. And I don't know why people haven't heard it, because I put it out a long time ago. I did 2 videos on it. I don't know why people aren't sharing it. Maybe they don't.
I'm gonna have to watch that. I didn't see that, Wizard.
Sorry, Alberto. I need to start sharing your stuff, man.
Yeah, and that's
I suck too.
I can put it out there, but I can't share it to everybody. That's me forcing it on everybody. So I can put it out on a platform and let other people share it to people. That's your part in it. That's the only thing I need. Because like I said, the information is mine.
Wizard, you're okay with sharing your stuff then? I don't really have a channel, but then I would love to share your stuff. I think that would be a great channel.
Yeah, everything I've done since I've been on Facebook, YouTube, everywhere, every panel, everything is all public. I don't hide anything.
I'm the same, El Pedro.
Oh, there's no question. You're a very honorable man, sir.
Well, no, I'm just saying that, anything I put out there, I want people to share.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good to know.
Yeah, if I don't want you to share it, I'm going to keep it private. So everything I put out there is public.
That's why I say it doesn't matter if it's one person or a million people that see it, because there's going to be a point where, I mean, just look at it. The messaging is so high, and yet you still have the ignorance. And but I consider everyone doing their thing, new age Paul Revere's in a way, so to speak. In their own way.
It's not
Put it to you in this perspective. I've been on YouTube for 5 years, like I said. I just reached 2,400 subscribers. When I first started up here on the panel with Paul about 4 months ago, maybe a little bit longer, I was at 2,000, just under 2,000. So in 4, 5, 6 months, it took me to get 400 subscribers. Jack did that in a matter of a couple days.
Bless you.
How does that work? Because somebody else behind the back, in the backstage, is pushing for him. I don't know how. I have no idea how this stuff works. All I know is that everything I put out, I source, and I show you exactly in concise English what it means. It's all in plain writing, and I go through and show you that plain writing. Just like shall respect no religion. That's plain writing. And why are they respecting religion?
Pero they start. Sorry, mate, but 92 was when it was kind of we got online. Anyone that knows about intranet got online in 92. We're old gits, aren't we? Right. Okay.
I used to build and program the computers before there was internet, so I was available. All that technology through my mom and dad both worked for the government. It was amazing.
Right. Okay. So what I wanted to say was, and I am no longer friendly with this gentleman, which is sad because I knew him from 14 and I'm now 56. So go make that one up. But he deserted me. But nonetheless, what I learned from him was just way beyond. It was like traveling the universe. I came here to experience this thing. And I think that we all have come here to experience this thing on our own paths. And what I learned, I'm not technical per se, but I get it. If you explain, I used to watch him programming C++. If anyone knows what C++ is, right, El Perro knows, right. So I used to watch him programming and we'd have conversations. It was fascinating. Anyone says anything about my freaking drinking, I'm going to slap you on the head, right? Because I know shit. I can't always articulate everything, but everything I know, I will pass on. And this is where we are now. So listen to El Perro, listen even to the young ones and everything in between. The messages I know, El Perro. So the messages are really, I know. This is why I love you all, because we are entering so everyone that has read anything or watched any film knows the beach. Yes? The beach? Right.
That was one of the first major shows that I remember as a young teen that really impacted me.
Right. Okay. I actually read the book first, and the characters are very different to the film. So when you go and watch something, use your own perspective to observe, and you will find you will actually experience the original story. You get me? Anyone?
Yeah.
I was muted. Sorry. Yeah, I do get you.
OTW, you remember my Marfugal days and still even to now, right?
Yeah, I know. I remember.
Right. And I want to just let all the people on the panel, I know I scream a lot, pogo this, pogo that, even, but Wizard, I'm telling you, between the time I've got to work with the Alex Jones crew and then got deep with the Marfugal people and then learned who some of these other privately owned government operated characters are, including with the channels we all are affiliated with, up to even Jack Talcott, because these characters are in the chats, they're in the algorithms, they're there. Yeah, I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, we have been infiltrated more than most understand, and it's a good cop, bad cop. They're going to allow some of you guys to, oh, okay, this guy put a complaint, he filed, we're going to let it go. But in the end, the suppression of any journalism. That's why in Canada, right? Am I not wrong, OTW, but aren't journalists or people even being arrested for like mispronoun, gender, like people are being arrested for speech out there, aren't they?
I'm not too sure if they're being arrested, but I know that there are the government officials and people that work for in government jobs aren't allowed to use the masculine and feminine pronouns, or
right.
You know, like,
and so
they can't say Mr. and Mrs. anymore.
Like,
oh, that's
right. So we get copyright strikes.
Oh, yeah.
So like when we get copyright strikes that says medical misinformation or this and that, this is just a setup for the future of like, oh, well, you did this and we could ticket you for this now, medical misinformation. You did, it's a systematic setup. That's why the WHO and the YouTube are very, and as you know, Mike Strutton from our Fugal TV and News, Dex Oracle, the Vice President of Social Media Relations. That's why you're getting these like copyright strikes and stuff that say World Health Organization medical misinformation or harassment policy, or because down the line, when they start really implementing the optics of journalism and speech being arrestable, ticketable, which they already are. That's why they're labeling it with these different like things, like you said, I got a medical misinformation
the words.
Tag,
They're changing the word in our vocabulary.
Our vocabulary was ritualistic in nature, anyways. Like, have you ever broke it down? Remember, this is Satan's, the Prince of Air. Like a lot of you forget about the fallen. If you are religious and stuff, and so our language.
Yes.
Why do you think judges wear black robes? Why do you think basketball court? Also, we go to the courts,
darling.
And real quick,
I'm totally with you, man. Black's law.
And real quick,
English, the narrow language.
In case you guys didn't get this, this is the copyright for Facebook, and it comes from the post office. This here is the programming for their AI.
Ew, I don't like that.
Yeah, I adopted it. This is why Facebook doesn't give me a problem, because I got the copyright, and me having possession of their copyright, whether I can read it or not, if it ever goes to court, this is evidence against them for their AI programming.
Oh, El Perro, by the way, there's lots of countries, and I know they should be doing it with criminal law. We're still working in Black's law. We know this. But there are many folk now getting together with lawyers in many countries, and they will have their heads roll. The perpetrators of this total lie, their heads will roll. I'm sorry.
Every last bit of it is military, guys. Post office. According to the Marines, or excuse me, the Marine Corps headquarters, all post offices are merely inland Marine installations, telling us that the communication system is military.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely.
So that begs the question: should we bring back the spiritual communications? I yield.
Yes, definitely.
Well, I don't know about a lot of you guys, but just some interesting things you can do, because I think travel, I think communication, I think there's going to be a lot of things that will change in the future. But oil-filled service roads, just so a lot of you know, like if they start shutting highways down and traffic control starts regulating, that's why like in these cities you see these big walls on the on-ramps and stuff, and they've made it to where like if, when people are trying to get out of cities, those cars will be stuck, people can't climb over those walls, If we are in a war zone type situation in the States to where it's scattered, not everywhere, but so to speak, like we've witnessed with optics of Chad being taken over, oil-filled roads are big, guys. Those oil-filled roads will take you from one county to another. those oil-filled roads will take you from one county to another. Those oil-filled roads are everywhere. So we've had people like who work oil-filled that have been charting the oil-filled roads just in general. I tell people to do everything they can to just be smart, because communications and travel will be one of the things they hit when shit does hit. I
Okay.
feel.
Snafu, you're right. You're absolutely on point. They have been using old language. So smart comes from schmerz, and that means pain. Gift means poison. Go and look at these languages, the old Germanic. They want you to hate the Germans. Hate the Germans. Yeah, well, never mind that. So language, you know what I'm saying, don't you? Language is important. Oh, someone left. Snafu, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah,
don't you?
Wizard popped out. He might be back.
Oh, okay, Wizard. El Pedro. So
Oh no, it wasn't.
we are
Wizard's still here.
using,
It's
we
I
are
don't know who it
actually
was. Might have been Christos.
OTW. OTW. Have you got
Yeah.
just a first name? First name? I don't like calling you OTW.
My name's Patrick.
Hey, Patrick. Marnell here. So they have been doing this for like centuries upon centuries, and they've tried to take us down over and over again. We are now getting it again, because just like water holds memory, you know what I'm saying? We are water. We hold memory, and it's energetic. They cannot take us down. They can try and try. They will fail every time. And yes, I'm sorry. And even myself, because I've been here before. I have old memory. I remember many lifetimes. And I'm not going to go into that. But many of you also remember. You remember what you are and the power you have. The power is, it's this beautiful light. It paints a picture. And the only thing I can actually go to is the Vedic, because when you look at Sanskrit or any of the old languages, each letter is a picture. It's not a word, it's not a letter. It is a picture. So it is way bigger. It's, hey, Brian, welcome back, O'Shea.
Stopped you in your words when O'Shea showed up.
So, when you remember, so, okay, let me finish what I'm saying here. They have diminished our picture. When you take that whole picture of that ancient, and it's everywhere, everywhere. These, you know, when you go and look at these so-called temples, inverted brackets, they're not temples. They are books. They're books. They're to teach every generation that comes. And you're supposed to touch them. You're supposed to touch that rock, that soil, that plant, that tree. You know, there's many old trees. Granted, many have been chopped down. But we can save. I remember as a small child in Ottersberg, in a village in Germany where I went to school, and we camped outside over 400-year-old trees that they wanted to cut down because they wanted to put a road in the way. So we are nature, and nature is us. I stand by this. Call me a nutter. I know my essence, and I hope you know yours. And I will just say this in Lakesh.
What's going on, O'Shea?
Des patates.
Artificielle, tabarnak, des hosties de patates. Chris, t'as jamais vu ça, une patate, Cyboy?
No, we're gonna get out. Tucker.
Someone singing. Sing it.
Oh, sorry, guys. I was talking to my daughter in French there. You know, it's like a completely different language.
You and your daughter should do like a Canadian duet, OTW. You and your daughter should sing the Canadian anthem in duet style together.
I know, it's like, oh, Plandemica, our home and native, not really native land, True patriot love that was manufactured by the system in all our sons' command. Is that not
Bless
bad? You guys ever
you.
hear the
That
Canadian?
was on point. That was on point.
Yeah. I had to modify the lyrics a little bit for it to resonate
That
more
was
with
good.
But
the way
your
I think.
daughter was supposed to jump in. It was supposed to be a duet, dude. You fucked that one up.
She's gone to make some kind of something to eat for
Private
my
life.
grandson. So she kind of like spontaneously popped out of the chair and went like running just before
Is
I
she
started
having
singing.
Is she having a boy or a girl? Are you gonna be a?
She doesn't know what it's gonna be. I think it's an alien.
Shut up.
Oh shit!
Don't let her get scanned.
Yeah, don't get scammed.
Bring it naturally. Don't let her get scanned.
You hear that? Don't get
Please.
scammed.
Fucking heard
You
it.
get scanned every time you go buy a beer or alcohol. You get scanned every time you walk into, the earth. Do you not look at the skies? Like the mDNA in our food now. The nanotechnology that has infiltrated the air, the water. I mean, Mike Strutton, again, like Google TV News. This is some of the patents he develops, URL tracking, nanotechnology, all that shit. And it's in it's in the skies, it's in the air we breathe, it's in the food you drink, probably the alcohol you drink.
Snafu,
I'm just saying, we are totally infiltrated in a nanotechnology state. But that's where the Holy Ghost, I feel, comes in for those that are religious.
Absolutely correct, sir. We are absolutely infiltrated by nanobite, pogo operated technology.
Yeah, totally. Aluminium is in all your cookware as well. But
think about it, probably in the alcohol you drink. Every time you take a sip, like I'm not like dissing alcohol. I'm not like everything we do has been infiltrated, and then the stuff that they're showing in front of our face, like. I'm just telling you, we are so infiltrated, even on a level that we don't even
let
understand.
her get ultrasounded. Do not do ultrasound.
Okay, so that's where it happens. This is where that silent kicks in. Benton, you've popped in there. I haven't seen you say much. What's up with you? How's your stream going on your side?
Well, it's not quite what it was, but it's still 16 going.
So yeah, 16. I got 20 over here on my side, and Pineal's at 7. So we pretty much split that between us there.
Oh yeah,
Pineal's all good.
Move this one.
So what's the plan, Stan?
Moose, you hiding behind like a 80s muscle boy picture.
That's wizard.
That's hilarious.
What the fuck am I hearing?
It's Milo.
Pero, come on, man.
That's actually me, and that's from when I got out of prison when I was 22 years old.
Don't you big man. Good Lord.
Weighed 185 pounds.
Wow. Oh my
Wish I'd have kept up with it.
Oh. Yeah, well, your soul is huge. In La Cash.
Are we transitioning to the self-improvement segment of the broadcast?
Always, man.
Well, Wizard was kind of like in tune to that, so that's why I brought up the thumbnail or the overlay. But yeah, if we want to talk about self-improvement, we can go down the list. Everybody, today's subjects touched a little bit around spirituality. I'm gonna make a new thumbnail, guys. It's gonna be a chaos thumbnail. So. Yeah, I didn't think of having that one. So I'm gonna have like the chaos segment of the show. Right.
Remember, we are spirit.
We dabbled into the law of attraction. We also started the stream with natural law and human rights, and entangled that with the evolution of common law. We had absolutely amazing stream today, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for being here. You guys have been awesome here, participating in the panel. You guys have been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, the chat's been great. I've been seeing wonderful comments going by. I see the chat's really active over on your side there, Benton. So yeah, great
man,
stream,
your
ladies and
open
gentlemen.
heart is beautiful.
Yeah, so we're about to end this in about 45 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you, everybody, for being here, and I hope you enjoy the conclusion of the show. We still have another good 46, 7 minutes. All right, so we're good. So
There
we're
is
good.
no time.
There is no time. Time is an illusion.
Is Rebecca back, OTW?
You say what?
Is Rebecca back?
Oh yeah, she
Daughter,
wanted
she
to
back
talk
from
to you.
What? No, shut the fuck up.
What? Shut
Wait,
the
she
fuck
does
up.
or doesn't?
Hey,
Whoa. She does or
Yeah.
doesn't want to talk to me? She does or doesn't?
do
Somebody
what you
does.
feel, darling.
My cousin's not here right now, but my daughter's here.
Wait, so she does or does not want to talk to me?
No, she can do what she wants, innit? She can just comb her hair with her fingers.
Yeah, she could do that. You want to just comb your hair with your fingers? Yeah, that's what she wants to do.
Well, I want to talk to you, Rebecca. Do you want to talk to me?
I can answer you.
Oh,
Brian,
Brian, stop it.
I think that meant
He's
that
gonna get
she's
sleepy.
willing to attempt a back and forth.
See, Manel, when I talk to Rebecca directly, that's when you shut your yap.
Yeah, but I needed to help her express what she was trying to tell you because she's seemingly at a loss of words. So I'm just like suggesting some words for her, and she seems to agree with them. So
So what did you just went on you went to a doctor's visit for the baby, or went and did something for the baby, Rebecca?
What?
You just went on a little errand for the baby? What was that about?
I went to get my kid, and then I gave him some cereal until we eat supper.
Feed cereal, processed food to your kid? Why do you need your kid processed food?
Oh, give shit to my father. He's the one who has it.
You don't have a
Yeah.
kid. You're not a goat. Kids come from
All right,
goats.
Manel, this is when you
You're a
keep your
human
yap
woman,
shut for a little bit.
darling. No, I won't. Because this girl needs to hear this. They're not
So
kids.
OTW, why do you eat processed food?
They are your babies.
What? Wait a minute. Give me a minute.
No worries,
OTW,
darling.
why do you eat? All right, Manel, Jesus fucking Christ. OTW, why do you eat processed food?
I love you, Brian.
I don't like you right now, Manel, but I love you too. OTW, why do you eat processed food?
That's all right. You can not like me. That's all good.
All right, please try to shut up a little bit, for the love of God. OTW, are you there?
I will. Family issues. Something folk need to remember is that there are real human kind behind every keyboard.
How could you have any idea what I need to do? How could you possibly know what I need to do?
No one knows what anyone needs to do.
Well, you just told me what I needed to do, so I'm wondering how could you know what I need to do? Because to me, that's the mark of an unintelligent person that goes around telling
No,
other
I didn't
people what
actually
they
say that.
need
If
to
you go
do
and
when they.
listen back.
No, I listen just fine, lady. And in fact, there's a permanent record of it. But see, that's a mark of an unintelligent person when they go around telling people
I wasn't
what they
actually
need
talking
to
to
do.
you.
Ma'am,
I don't know
why
if
are you-
anybody's
why are
interested
you
in getting
interrupting me?
Hey, mate,
Ma'am,
I
why are you
wasn't talking
interrupting
to
me?
you.
And in fact, I'm talking to you right now, lady. And why is this lady on here dominating the panel for such
Excellent.
extended
I'm not
periods of time? Why
dominating.
is that? Lady, you've been dominating the panel for about an hour, and the ratings are down as a result. What are you doing? This is
Connotations of the
ridiculous.
P.
It's not a conversation. It's you talking and everyone listening.
Connotations
And then when
To
somebody
be
says
fair,
something that you don't like, you say, I'm not talking about that. Well, that's not a conversation if it's what you're talking about. We might want to talk about other
You're
topics.
not actually listening, are you?
I'm a very good listener. In fact, the people who watch me on a regular basis
I
will tell
think
you
you're
that
at
I'm
the
one of
bottom
the
of the
best.
bottle, mate.
That's an opinion, and I haven't drank in a very long time. And this morning when I did my broadcast, 45 people watched me talk by myself. So I think you're
I'm
reading into
very
things.
happy for you. Good
No,
for
you're
you,
not.
man.
That's
You're way
condescending.
better than
You're
me.
not happy for me.
Ding dang
And I am
dong.
way better than you. Yes, I am. That's a fact. Now, if
Good
you
for
would know your
you.
role and stay in your lane, we could have a conversation.
I will
But
never comply.
since you insist on dominating the broadcast, now I must come on and dominate the broadcast because I also
Come
have
on,
that
then.
ability.
Dominate.
Unfortunately, that is not good for the audience for me to come on to OTW's broadcast, even though I'm bringing him viewers and we're all benefiting as a result. It's really, I don't want to come on here and dominate the broadcast, but you've left me no choice because you've been dominating the broadcast, and it's none of my business, but I suspect if anyone is under the influence, It's certainly not me. Now, perhaps it's you, but that's none of my concern, lady.
You ain't no gentleman.
Does anyone know any songs from Lady Was a Tramp?
I'm sharing a tab here, but I don't know if you're interested, OTW, but some people are at Google headquarters. It reminds me of the movie The Circle with Tom Hanks. It looks like literally the same fucking thing, which obviously they were going for with that movie.
Hey, sorry guys, I wasn't present. Trying to get I was turning the chicken in the oven. So what? Somebody asked a question.
Yeah, why do you eat processed food and feed it to your grandson?
Processed food.
I told them I was giving him cereal, and they're like, "What the fuck? You're giving your child processed food?" I'm like, "It's my dad's. So give him shit."
What did you give him?
Cereal, cornflakes that you have.
Those aren't mine.
Those are mine. So I just
They're
took
Emily's.
Shit. Well, I just gave him a small bowl, but whatever.
Okay, so I'm not responsible for that, guys. It's not my cereal.
It's still in your house.
And don't act like you don't have to eat processed food. I mean, I'm humble enough.
No,
to,
we all eat processed food. Come on, my daughter's a processed food expert. I mean, she can tell you all the best poison that you can eat that make you get fat and all kinds of really good stuff.
You see how no one can take responsibility for anything? She's feeding her kid it, but it's because the cereal's in your house, but that's not your cereal. It's someone else's cereal. See how the transfer of blame? Why can't you give your kid a fucking orange or a fucking banana or a fucking? Why does it gotta be processed?
Apple. An apple a day. But yeah, no, OTW.
And then you give up that pasteurized milk. It's not even breast milk that you're using. You're using the worst poison, which is not raw milk. It's that pasteurized bullshit. No, fruits and vegetables. You goddamn motherfucking Canadian. You're worse than Americans with your diet.
God damn.
Come
I should
to
make you get a
Scotland.
tour of my house. I didn't. What? No, I said I should make you see it, like, because I love all the assumptions he's making, you know. So I'm like, I'd love just for him to.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
I
I never said I wanted him to come over. I said he should have a tour. It's not the same thing. I'm not sending him a postcard with my address on it.
How nice of you to assume that O'Shea can enter Canada.
Pero, you like?
You know, to see that
I got a funny story about trying to enter Canada, if anyone wants to hear it.
Great.
So here's my funny story about.
A lot of fucking fruits and vegetables.
So here's we'll get back to you fucking despising fruits and vegetables in 1 second. But so I was trying to enter Canada, right? I was over there in the Seattle area doing a little comedy, going to my AA meetings and shit. And then I go, oh, you know what? Fuck it. I'm all the way out this way. I might as well fucking visit Canada for a second. So I drive to the fucking border where the border patrol is. You know what I mean? I got all these hot fucking Canadian border bitches. First, I had to go through the American, I think, border patrol, and then I had to go to the Canada fucking border.
All right, Brian,
patrol.
shut up a minute. Shut up, Brian. I want to welcome Mr. Paul Onslavia to the stream. Welcome, sir. I believe it's the first time that you've come here. So
welcome, sir.
You know, much respect to you, Mr. Gentleman Paul Enslaved. Thank you, sir, for being here and participating in this absolutely chaotic broadcast. At times funny, at times informative, at times completely useless, and at times extremely funny.
I second that last part.
Yeah, I figured you would. That's why I mentioned that.
Hey, can you hear me? Am I coming through? I'm still testing new equipment.
Yeah,
sounds good.
Your sounds good.
Cool. Yeah, so they told me that
5x5.
You were telling me you wanted me to show up. So you know, I was in the middle of my music, but I said I got to show up for OTW, man. He's 28 days of success, so here we are. Good to see you, Benton, Mr. O'Shea.
Thank you, sir. Likewise.
All right, so you know, we did have a couple of topics like this one here. We were talking about natural law today and human rights. We brought up the evolution of common law, and then we went to law of attraction, inspirational stories that were actually pretty stupid.
Hey, Paul, you got it in?
Pretty stupid. And
Paul, you got an inspirational story for us?
We haven't really got into self-improvement nor spirituality, Bez. So, you know, but now that you're here, we can like get back into, you know, natural law and human rights and the evolution of common law, since you are the specialist, sir, and the man of the hour on the subject.
So you know what I'm going to do then? I'm just going to restart because I was in the middle of doing music. So I'm gonna restart on my side, and then I'll restream, and this way I'll restream you, and it'll be like a cross situation. So you want to give me like 2 seconds, and I'll get that done.
Absolutely, sir.
Awesome.
Take your time. We're all here. We're not going anywhere.
All right.
All right, great. I get to finish my entering the Canadian border.
All right, so I'm going to restream right now with them, and then I'll go into the regular broadcast when we're done.
All right, excellent.
All right, so I was at the Canadian border, right? And I'm trying to get into Canada. And I got these hot Canadian Border Patrol women going through my background, asking me about when I smoked marijuana and my ginormous arrest record, which is sealed from employers and shit like that. But so they're like, and they're like, all right, cool, you can come in for a little bit. I just got to go look at your car. And then they went out and looked at my car and saw I was filled with my whole life. And they're like, fuck that. You ain't coming into this goddamn country. It looks like you're trying to move in here.
I love it.
Fruits and vegetables and my fucking piss jizz pants and shit. My whole fucking car is packed floor to ceiling with fucking garbage.
Jizz pants.
Fuck, Brian, you're breaking up. Like, get some good internet or fucking do something about it, man. It's horrible.
Breaking up like the Rona does.
You're breaking up pretty badly now. So, your thoughts, panel? You guys have anything you'd like to say or contribute?
I'm just waiting for the Paul Unslave bump you're about to get. That's going to be awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait. Actually, I was really, I didn't. I figured we were like 7 hours in. I figured that he wasn't going to show up, but he made this miraculous apparition right there at the last hour of the show. We might push this on a little further than that last hour since Paul showed up, and you know how it gets when Paul's around. So the party might just get started right now. So that's what's awesome about it.
Dangerous.
Say what? Who said what just now?
Dangerous.
Oh, okay. All right. Jimmy Shively's on fire in chat. He's tripping hard.
Yeah, shout out to the chat, by the way. Chat's been lit.
Yeah, we haven't actually participated much in the chat lately, guys. When you think about it.
Shout out to all the Crips still cripping like Brian O'Shea on the west side. Brian O'Shea, can you hear me?
Goddamn right. I'm driving to a job. Trying to work.
Yeah,
I got fuck hold out. Help Jacob move one home to another. Being a service to the community.
So what do we got on the table? Where's Wizard at? Why is he like? He's got pictures of himself. What is he's like? He's going to midlife crisis. He's got pictures of himself from looking like fucking Rocky Balboa.
1980, fit and strong.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Dude, you were fucking jacked, huh?
Yeah, I was. I went in, like I said, weighing 120 pounds. I come out weighing 185 like a little shit. Yeah.
60 pounds.
185 pounds of muscle, man. You must have been a machine.
I was in the weight meets and everything there towards the end, going first places.
You were taking cheeks in that prison, huh? You were just
I was.
That's how you get the numbers up. We start putting narratives out like that. Wizard was taking cheeks in prison.
Hey, you
good thing I didn't have the internet then. Wizard would have had his shirt off, yelling like Wes Watson.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see what he's like after coming off of cancer. Imagine what he was like back then.
Can't beat the 1980s, man.
How long were you locked up for? Like 3 years? How long does that take to put on fucking 80 pounds in prison? Bologna and bread.
It took me 3 years. I was in 3.5 years. It took me 3.5 years, basically. I was working in the kitchen, and I was eating 2 meals each thing. So breakfast, I was eating twice.
No.
I was working in the kitchen, so I got to eat before I went to work and after. So
I'm on the same kind of meal plan. I eat 2 breakfast, 2 lunch, 2 dinners, but somehow I'm not putting on that muscle. I don't know what I'm doing.
Well,
He was moving.
Yep, I was constantly I was working out at least 5 days a week, but they were good workouts, solid, strong workouts in regards to both building mass and cutting back down, and then build mass and then cut back down. And this is the thing about my whole thing with Wes Watson and others that are both like that. You really can't tell if they're on steroids. I'm telling you from firsthand experience, those guys in prison, you put some of those guys on the in prison on the circuit for weightlifting and bodybuilding, it would tear the world up. That's why they're not allowed to compete.
Yeah, it's genetics, man. The reason why a lot of people go on steroids is because they're genetically, not equivalent. So when you take them large African Americans, with all that melanin, you're out of here.
I'll be back.
Oh man, this fucking.
All right,
guy.
Jimmy the
And
Greek.
then shut my PayPal off again for the second time. Now I gotta go- Thank you.
Hey, Paul, I can't get in your business, but I think a PO box. If I was in your situation, that's what I would consider.
Right.
If it was me.
More moving parts, huh? Now I gotta fucking go down there and hope that someone didn't put a bomb in there.
Maybe
anthrax.
Maybe I should change my my avatar here.
I wish you peace, though. By the way, mate.
Oh, it's
When
all
are you
good.
gonna let me inseminate you, Manel? You're getting up there in age, and
I'm too old for you, mate.
I'd hate
You're
fucking
just
living shit out of you, Manel.
I'm a grand new mate.
well, yeah, I don't know why you always play so hard to get. Like, isn't it for me to decide if you're too old for me or not? That means you're not really not with it.
Ooh, Paul,
think that,
come on now. You're making me fancy you a bit.
Paul's gonna have your period coming back.
Shut up, Brian O'Shea. Stop trying to see block.
I'm smooching Paul. Let me smooch Paul.
Manel, when you're not like constantly yapping and arguing with me, something about that voice and that accent's kind of sexy.
I love it. Well, I can't change my accent, mate.
No, I said I
You know
like
what
that.
I'm saying? Well, go on, change your accent. You know I love you.
You know what I mean? She's
You know I
yelling
love
at
you,
me.
Paul.
I told her I like her
Hey,
accent. This
I
is why
love
we
you,
never-
Paul. I love you.
Your thoughts, Brian O'Shea?
Well, she does
Brian
have an
O'Shea-
she has an attractive sounding voice. I think there's any doubt about that.
Right. Brian O'Shea had said something before, but I don't know if he's there still.
Yeah, I feel like Manel would suck the soul out of a cock. I don't know though.
Say that again?
I feel like Manel is good at giving head.
My loins are private, and so is my mouth.
Sir,
Good for you.
please. This is a very well-to-do.
I love
Very
this. This is
demure woman,
brilliant.
please. Sorry, my apologies for my associate Brian O'Shea there.
It's okay. We've been
That's it.
dealing with him for a while now.
I miss you, Paul. I miss you.
Hey, Paul, I'd like you to meet my daughter.
Miss me?
I don't
Becky.
stalk, by the way, and you know I don't.
Where have you? Don't do that. I wasn't saying it like that. What do you mean you missed me? Where have I been? I've been here. You're the one who has me.
Oh, baby. Oh, come on now.
See, she's getting all hot and bothered. She went from she's too old to she's right with it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Don't make me come over there with Brian O'Shea. Spit roast you.
Come to Scotland.
Where are
babe.
you? And
Come
I'm
to
still
Scotland.
sorry.
All right, let's refocus. See, we were supposed to get into spirituality, and I went right into my primal
Focus.
animal body. Went into my roots. These people are disgusting, like Ian said.
No, fun is good. Humor is essential. But then when we go to get serious,
Yeah, sometimes we get carried away in the nonsense, and then we don't get back to serious conversations, right?
Right. So
Absolutely.
OTW, I'm gonna finish pleasuring myself, obviously off camera. I don't want to
Bless you,
violate
Paul.
policy, but let's get back to the topics at hand, if you will.
Right. So, how to carefully clean your teeth was one of them.
Oh yeah, I don't know anything about that. I'm a filthy animal. They're always telling me
Oh.
that I have
Oh,
gangly
stop
yellow
it,
teeth.
Paul. Clean your
Well, this
teeth.
is what my fans tell me. I have gnarly yellow teeth, and I look like
I'm
a gorilla.
just joking, mate. You know that.
Right. Well, I didn't know you had said that, but I guess you're saying it too now. I was talking about other people. All I'm saying is the white gorilla is not the one to ask about that.
Be true to yourself.
All right. So, we might have some questions for you, sir, concerning human rights.
Human rights. Oh, those don't exist. You know that. That's just made up by man. Really, the only thing that exists is authority, whatever's written down. So you better start reading that.
Truth of life isn't written in a book.
Well, there
sorry.
goes my whole fucking show. There
No,
we go.
sorry. Let me get into character. Oh, hold on.
It's over.
Yeah, that's right.
It's over, guys. The show's over. I mean, Paul just it's
stop
over.
I forgot. I
Now
have to
you
get
are
into
really
character.
doing it to me, man.
No, that was being funny.
Look
All
at
right.
Jimmy Shively.
No, it was Paul that was doing it.
Okay, here are 10 questions about natural law or human rights. Okay, so I got 10 questions here. Okay. What is natural law and how does it relate to human rights?
Do no harm. Do no harm.
Baby.
Is that like the whole, like, that's it? That's like 2-word answer,
That's
3
it.
words?
There's only
It's
one
over.
law. Do no harm.
All right, let's move on.
Everything
Next
is
question.
based.
All right, next question.
No, Paul.
How do
I
natural
want to hear
law?
Paul's answer. Paul, please say.
Right. So natural law is inherent in nature for beings who have the apprehension to conceive of objective right from wrong. It's called conscience. So they'll say, what about the animal? Lion don't know about that. First of all, that's not true. There's many animals, even predators, that show the capacity for empathy.
Yes.
Right. So again, if you don't want to engage in empathy, then you don't have to engage in natural law as it pertains to humans. You can just engage in it as it pertains to predators, right? Unless you think that human beings are predators or predatory, in which case I will agree to a certain extent. But a lot of that is learned behavior, right?
We're omnivores, Paul.
Thank you, ma'am. I love when she just jumps in and adds right on to whatever I'm saying.
Because I love you.
Right. I know you love me, ma'am. It's much like, again, I've said it many times, Michelangelo painting the Sistine
not a
Chapel,
man,
and you
I'm only
kind of coming up
11,
with
by the way.
watercolors.
I'm 11.
Right.
11.
Thank you. Great stuff.
Janus, the temple.
All right. So I'm going to throw another question at you. All right, let me see. How do natural law theorists define human rights, and what are some of examples of human rights according to natural law?
Right. So I don't agree with the concept of human rights. I think that, we are humans. So there's no point in talking about being any other being, because we're not that right now, unless there's some cats and dogs listening to this broadcast. I guess anything's possible. But I just believe
brilliant.
Thank you. So as a human, right, we don't have a right to take any life that doesn't belong to us. You could argue we don't even have a right to take our own life because we didn't create it. He who creates control. So, our parents didn't even create our life, really. So that's where we get this idea of God or a creational force. So I just, accept that I, for myself,
I wish you wouldn't shout at me because I love you so much.
Right. Do you think maybe there's a reason I start shouting at you? Like that's the 5th time you've interrupted me, and this is a common theme with you. It's happened over and over.
There's loads of people that interrupt you.
And it's not like I'm on stream of consciousness. I'm trying to.
I'm not thousands of miles away,
Let's make
darling.
it about you and I, as always. I love when we make
It's
it about
not
you and I.
about you and I, but it
No, it seems
is
it is.
about sharing
okay.
gnosis.
Right. Riveting.
That sunk in then.
Oh, was I muted? I was muted the whole time.
Nice.
Fuck. What a
You
dumbass.
were muted.
Great broadcasting skills, ladies and gentlemen. Just getting better at it. All right, so I got a third
No,
question.
you're good,
What are
man.
some of the criticisms of natural law theory and a basis for human rights? Do you think it would have any connection or directly related to that, or it's like you said, you don't like really resonate with the human rights movement? Maybe you have a different opinion on that.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, we are humans, and I don't believe that we have a right to take life that doesn't belong to us, not even our own, on a certain level. I mean, if you had a right to take life, it would be your own, but I could argue you don't even have a right to do that, let alone take the life of any other sentient being. If you do have a right to take the life of other sentient beings, then it must be accepted that you may be killed by another being, and you have to accept that. If you believe others have a right to take your life, well then, I'll accept the premise. See, the problem is hypocrisy. They think they could take the life of whatever creature they want, maybe not another human, but whatever creature they want, and that they don't want it done back to them, right? By humans and others. And I say, well, now we're back to premise one. If you say human beings are predatory, I'll accept the premise. If you say you have a right to take life of other creatures, I'll accept the premise. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Manel. You answer.
Dichotomy.
Muted again. All right. So thank you very much, Manel. Very interesting. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get another question out of here. Okay. How about how has natural law influenced debates around controversial human rights issues such as abortion, euthanasia, and same-sex marriage?
Well, I don't know how we just lump. Well, Manel just unmuted. Yeah, go ahead. No, you go ahead and answer instead of me get out 3/4 of an answer so you can interrupt it.
No, I want to hear yours.
No, you don't. Because if you did, you wouldn't keep interrupting what I'm saying.
No, I didn't.
No, it's a common theme with you and I. It's what always gets us into trouble.
Hey, Pedro.
All right. So do we have anybody who wants to answer the question, or we're just going to stay silent?
Let Wizard answer it.
What was the question? My apologies. I just came back. Another Zoom that was forgotten about evidently, and no one showed up. So I'm back.
All right.
Question.
Okay. So listen to the question. It says, how has natural law influenced debates around controversial human rights issues such as abortion, euthanasia, and same-sex marriages?
I don't think it has. I think the influence is on the other side. I think it's all corporate and commercial, and people are forgetting about their natural influences. That's the doggedness of the indoctrination that we go through, the public education. When we go through that public education at the age of 5, 4, we're starting at preschool, we're forgetting and not getting instilled that natural being. We're actually being grown as commercial beings, and nobody realizes this. Even our mom and dad that were caught up in the same cognitive dissonance, and that's a big problem. You know, people aren't going to their natural basis. I've spoken on this a long time. That beast that you see in me is just my natural instincts, and I don't think anybody else really carries that in them anymore. I think people have been institutionalized and gotten rid of their instincts, and that's a very sad day. So I don't think the natural.
I never lost my instinct.
Yeah, I don't think the natural law really has much influence anymore, and that is the problem. And it trickles down right from the top, guys. When we talk about that natural law, the law of nations is what they call it, but it's otherwise known previously as the principles of the laws of nature. And this is merely our observance as man of what is natural. And that is placated as the law of nations, where you have the law of flags and stuff. And that's the fig leaf. You enter into that realm if you have shame and don't know how to forgive yourself and repent. And then you get stuck in there and you know nothing about forgiveness.
Beauty is in the body, isn't it, El Pedro?
What is?
Sorry, the beauty is in the body of expression, you know?
Yes. And that's why I have and always have had a hard time understanding how people behave the way they do and do the things that they do. And this is why I say I don't hate you. I used to, but I was confused back then. Now I comprehend that it's not the people that I hate. It's the things that we say and do to each other, because that's what hurts us. Supposedly,
absolutely.
According to, Mitchell, he gets harmed on this internet. I don't see that. So there's a difference. But the emotions that we go through and the things that we say really can be harmful if we're not paying attention to our natural things. And that's, again, only because that's the only thing we end up knowing. So that's what we use, Again, I'm going to repeat comment. Etymologically means fabric. So I'd rather not comment on a lot of things, but when I do, it's just like my mom back when I was younger. She used to say, Keith, you always think you got to be right. No, Mom, it's not that I think I got to be right. It's just that I don't want to sound like a babbling idiot like everybody else. So I do my research first. That's it.
Wow. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm no more intelligent than anybody else. I just do more research. That's the difference. I yield.
Actually, that was an absolute great answer. You know what? That's absolutely great. I actually have more questions like that, Wizard. If you like to participate, I don't know. Maybe Paul would like to answer the next question. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Mr. OTW News, can we at some point switch over? Because I like what you're doing and I like these questions. I'd like to get into my broadcast, and you're coming up on 8 hours. Can we move over and then you restream to your platform and it'll be your segment on my broadcast, if that makes sense?
All right. Yeah, that sounds good. I still have I can still ask like a question or two, but I was about to shut down in 15 minutes. You're absolutely right. So, yeah, it sounds good. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Okay, so then, yeah, just do that. Just play it out like you were going to do that. That was my, I wasn't aware of that.
All right. Sounds good. Anyway, I still have I got my daughter here, everybody. It's it's chaos right now, but anyway, give me a chance to reset things.
You all. Pineal power, man. You're good.
All right. Peace. So let's go with one more question, okay?
In Lakesh. In Lakesh.
Oh yeah, I like this one here. Is okay. What is the relationship between natural law and the concept of natural rights?
A great video to watch is Napolitano on rights. Let me pull it up and I'll drop it.
All right.
And basically what it is, positive law is the opinion of men by reason and logic that should be kind of uniform and generally applicable to all. Okay.
You should know it in your heart.
Right. But when it's written down, again, it becomes a comment, as in commentary for others to read so they can comprehend what is being stated. So that positive law is for people that don't understand what is natural and need it to be written down. That's it.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Okay. Now that you're into positive law, here's another question for you. All right. So how do natural law and positive law interact in the context of human rights?
The positive law, again, that's the commentary that certain people need in order to be able to comprehend what is natural. Again, those that, like myself, that see nature and how it operates and live by that rather than a code are the ones that are going to be able to operate more naturally. Again, the society, all these societies, hold on, all these societies that we have building these scabs upon the planet by creating these big, huge communities. That's not natural. You don't see any other creature on this planet building on top. They always dig down or burrow into something.
Absolutely. It's like when you look at,
Wizard.
Sorry. No. It's brilliant. We need more of this. When folk comprehend that connection that we have. So we don't need to be massive, but we do need to remember the connection. The connection is essential, and we are connected. If you look at a running herd of any kind of animals, or even bees, or any kind of midges, they all connect. They connect, and what makes them powerful? That connection. It's not complicated.
I dropped that link in private chat for you, Patrick, if you want to drop it down the lower chat for everybody. That's the Judge Napolitano that was coincidentally retired because the rest of the judges, magistrates and stuff didn't really appreciate the information he was putting out. That's why I do. He speaks very cohesively on everything that I've ever listened to. He's very welcome down at Mises Institute, one of the greatest learning institutions in this world. And I think people need to really pay attention to that video and play it as many times as you can until you comprehend that everything we write down is what's known as positive law. There is no such thing as negative law, and the natural law is where that is derived from. And if you understand natural law, you don't really need the written word. It's already understood in you. You don't need to acquire acquire it from without you, from somebody else, a third party.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's actually a very great closing statement. I'm about to shut this down in a few minutes. Does anyone on the panel have any final words that they would like to address the audience with, or anyone on the panel before we go on to this musical transition and the end of the show? And everybody stay tuned. Head on over to Mr. Paul on Slave's channel so we can reunite there. I will be back with more questions and a small segment over onto Paul's panel to continue on this conversation. I think it was really informative, and if we keep digging down deep into this, we can actually wrap our heads around it and make something of it, and actually be able to apply it in our own lives. And this information is crucial, and I think it should be put out there. So thank you very much, everybody. Your thoughts?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad you invited me up. I always feel welcome here. And I thank everybody for giving me the time to speak quietly and cohesively here. You've got great setup, and I appreciate it. Have a good day, guys. We'll see you over at Paul's.
All right, man. Thank you very much for being here. Get the hell out of here, dude.
All right. Love you.
All right, fellas.
All right.
I'll see you over there.
All right. Mr.
Hold up, Paul.
Hold on. Come on, Pioneer. We don't have all day.
Just since we're here right now, I thought it was appropriate because of not just who's here, Mr. Paul, Mr. OTW, but the topic at hand. Patrick, would you consider potentially taking down the video on your channel where, as much as it's an animation and it's satire and but it seems as though you're inflicting harm onto my friend Paul here?
Oh, which video? Because I did a couple there. Which one are you referring to? Like, I could take them all down. I have nothing against Paul.
One in particular.
Which one is it? Oh, the one getting with Samuel L. Jackson and John Travolta.
The one where someone loses their life.
Okay, all right. I'll take that one down. Out of respect, I will.
Admittedly, I thought it was funny.
Just to be clear, I don't mind. Like, I'm not asking for any of this. I really don't care.
Okay,
doesn't care.
I'll admit it was kind of funny, and I did kind of laugh. Well, no,
Nobody really watches him anymore.
I
Anyway,
laughed at the one with the superheroes, with the
Thank you, man. I'll see you in a bit.
The
And
Avengers one was
OTW.
my favorite one.
In Lakesh.
Yeah, that one was funny. The Pulp Fiction one was a little.
Yeah, well, that was when I started freaking out. Remember? Now, then I calmed down afterwards. Okay, guys.
Oh yeah, U360.
We're at 7 hours 56 minutes. I'm gonna leave with a smooth song here for everybody.
Wow.
And much love to everybody. Crazy stream. It was awesome.
Thank
It was
you.
actually epic.
In Lakesh.
Another successful stream here on OTW News, Grand Rising show number 11. Stay tuned tomorrow and be back for another amazing stream here on OTW News, probably tomorrow. I don't know what time tomorrow morning, but we will be back, ladies and gentlemen. So, that being said, I'm going to leave you with this awesome song. And thank you, everybody on the chat, for being here. And also thank you, everybody on the panel. So, see you around, guys. Much love. And see you tomorrow. Peace.
Peace and blessings. Appreciate you, man.
Peace.